there, right? And they all no. There were like 3 black kids there, and they said they grew up in the hood, but like their dads were pulling up in BMWs and shit, right? So
I mean, that makes sense.
I never thought that reverse racism could happen and all that, right?
Oh,
and then I went to a school where there was a
Had to mute that guy. Woo! Boom, boom, boom. Good morning. It's about free market. Let's get it.
I had my school was 80% Jewish, and Jews bullied the non-Jewish kids. It was really funny.
It's crazy.
Dude, hey.
Like Christians were called goys is an offensive term.
Dude,
they're not what.
If you
here's the thing. I don't believe
it's crazy, dude.
I don't believe that there's a term of reverse racism. I think that it's racism, period. It's just racism.
Right.
We had anti-Semitism. Pro-Semitism.
No, but you guys will start noticing that like the media, they've been like working to normalize like anti-Semitism and shit. It's fucking mind-blowing, dude. Like it's like they call everyone a Nazi, right? The media, but they're over here telling people to hate fucking Jews. It's like, who's the real Nazi here? You know, like it's fucking hypocrisy, dude. It's crazy.
German.
Oh, white people are to blame for everything.
Only a Jew would do that. By the way,
let me say, I'm pro fan of coupons. Jews are very good at couponing.
A slimy, sneaky Jew.
Yo, my fucking grandfather, he wasn't even a fucking Jew, but he was in the stock market. You know who wasn't in the stock market? My other grandfather, who was a Jew.
Because your other grandpa knew to play it safe.
My third grandpa, who was actually my grandmother, actually had a movement.
Oh, you're Bobby. Do you mean you're Bobby? The 60s?
I heard about that.
They had a stock market in the 1920s in Tulsa. They bombed it and killed a bunch of blacks. That was 1920s. They literally blew it up.
I'm gonna call it. It's gonna happen again. I'm gonna call it. It's gonna happen again.
That's all a myth.
Like
Never
the U.S.
happened.
government
Never
bombed
happened.
the fucking
city.
Can we talk one at a time, please?
Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you? Oh, it's this liquid guy. Fucking Malden since like
you
fucking
fat Jew.
Isn't
you guys.
that town you're talking about where they made
Can
their
someone
own
baptize me so I can be
quote-unquote
less
stock
Jewish?
market? Didn't they get burned to the ground?
All right.
No, they got bombed.
All right.
They literally
All right,
got
stop.
bombed.
Well, that was very not a good conversation to have this morning. Good morning, Elijah Brown. Well, what stocks are you holding this morning? Lots of possible news, lots of mergers, acquisitions. Definitely you want to check out some of these stock tickers. WATT is up over 60% this morning after merger news. It's pretty crazy. EBIT will be trading on the Toronto stock market as well today. Wow. Gemini is going to be a clearinghouse for that ETF this morning. That's pretty good news. Did you sell some GME, or how did you lose your fingers Calipo. What did you buy GameStop at, Calipo? If you didn't buy GameStop under $20, I feel sorry for you right now. Personally. I had this weird dream last night that Dogecoin shot up to 30 cents and I couldn't sell because I was away from the computer and the phone. But somehow I saw the news that it shot up to 30 cents and that was weird. Man, taking a look at the Dogecoin chart over the past year, people would have made a lot of money. What? People kept talking about what had a potential merger, and then look today. Whew. A lot of people still don't think this short squeeze really happened, even though the media spammed that it's happened thousands of times. What do you guys think about Visalink? I like this green pre-market. NSPR is up 14% pre-market. I called the dip yesterday. Maybe some people got in. Let's see if this is a cup yet. Nope, the cup already happened. Beep, 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 beep. Dogecoin. Dogecoin is very volatile. Easy to flip Dogecoin. If you're new at trading, I suggest you flip Dogecoin a few times. Get used to it. It's pretty good. Pretty good crypto. Pretty cheap. You don't even need more than like $5. Start flipping Dogecoin for practice if you're a new investor. This is not financial advice. I'm just saying you don't need a lot of money to flip it. NSPR, please shoot up. PLTR. I'm holding NSPR. I'm gonna sell at over $2 at least. I may have to hold for a long time. Churchill Capital, in the Discord people called Churchill Capital and bought that when it was $14 per share. What are you talking about, Ernesto? I'm talking about Dogecoin. You don't have to buy and hold. You can buy and sell every time it goes up, because if you look at this chart even from one day, look at this dip. You have huge dips and rises. That's a huge gain right there. Okay, nice. Peru, you bought CCIV at 12. That's really good. Are you holding? What's your goal? You're going to long hold CCIV to get the most returns? I bought more oxygen when it was under $10 per share. There's an article yesterday titled, "Should you buy oxygen stock?" Oxygen is a very risky stock. Okay, Peru, you have a sell at 70. I have to add another ticker up here. This one's a really nice ticker that a lot of people did not know about. Okay, the price did dip on this one a lot. Woo! It kind of mooned aftermarket. Let me add ONTX on the board here. I like this stock. So these are stocks I'm just showing you to do your own research on. I'm not telling you to buy any stocks. I'm not telling you to sell any stocks. I'm just telling you, look at the tickers, do your research. ONTX. Most of these stocks I have on the board, they're under $5 for a reason. Most of them. I just want people to be able to see them. Be able to do some research. Merger, Kevin Lamb. We've been telling people, but they didn't believe it. There's been plenty of talk about this merger, but people did not believe it, so they didn't want to buy. Now look at this. It's already almost doubled in one day. If you want to follow their Twitter, I'll put it. Here's their Twitter. You guys want to read? Keep up to date with their tweets today. You know, in the military, they use the wireless charging that Energis Corporation has. It's amazing technology. Lots of use of Python. If you program, you know, Python machine learning. And it's really great. You guys want to see AMC? AMC may be doing an acquisition, may get bought by Amazon. It's just talk though. This is nothing confirmed with AMC. And let's just scroll the bottom up a little bit. You guys wanted AMC up here on the board. Yeah, there's talk about Amazon might buy AMC, but that's just rumor and speculation right now. AMC is still like holding around $5 to $6. Yep. Who's holding AMC? Let's see, do I have enough room? I don't really need this donation. Let's delete this real quick. What is this? Why does it make that sound? I'm sorry guys for your ears. Let's throw a CBAT up here too. CBAT is up here on the stream this morning as well. Today you may see a lot of green. Yeah, today you will probably see a lot of green today. Alright, let's refresh these bad boys, make sure everything's up there, nothing's hidden. A lot of stock tickers today, and I wanted to throw Bitcoin on there, but it was being weird. Alright, let's see if I can throw Bitcoin on here as well. It's being a little bit weird today. Alright, Bitcoin is not working for me today. It's a little bit weird. That window. Alright, I could use Firefox. Let's put Bitcoin on. Alright guys, I'm adding Bitcoin on here as well because it's interesting to keep track of Bitcoin massive growth. Just keep track of that value. Anybody else holding Bitcoin in here? Maybe I should leave some space on this right side in case it grows by one more digit up to the 100,000 mark. Probably not today, but over the course of let's put Bitcoin inside this chart. All right. Someone you know has 58 Bitcoin. That's really good. I hope they were able to buy them at a really affordable price. Bitcoin has grown a lot. I'm not saying it's grown more than other stocks. I mean, lots of stocks have grown more in percentage than Bitcoin has. Just a lot of people want to buy and hold Bitcoin. $300 per Bitcoin. That's good. That's really good growth. Is my oxygen frozen? We have about 12 minutes until market opens, and then we'll see a lot of volume change for all of these numbers.
That's funny. How much is your property tax for living in the sticks? Is it normally higher than like if you live in the city?
Yeah, well, out here it's based on parcel of land and what it could be used for, and mine is nothing. Very very low for the amount of land I have.
Because I don't know if I like living in the city.
We're live on YouTube now.
I saw you were like it was like a bunch of like chats from like I don't know, a lot of racism. I don't know.
Yep, those guys were very touchy on those topics about race. And they were very adamant about their beliefs.
Funny.
They were talking about their school and their opinions about people of other races, and it wasn't good.
Yeah, it was pretty degenerate.
I can already tell this video is going to be demonetized. But those guys, yeah, that's the problem with the internet. Sometimes people are like that because you don't know who they are.
Tane, do you know anything about neutral call option spreads?
Are you trying to like minimize your risk, or?
No, I'm not playing options. I was just wondering if you knew anything about them, because somebody yesterday in a video said that there was a bunch of neutral call option spreads that were expiring for CCIV today, and he said the price is probably going to go way down.
Ooh. I didn't check that. I didn't check into the spread today for CCIV. I don't really know that much about it. We'll see. Some people think CCIV is going up today a lot. I personally would have sold when it stayed at 60 for over a day and then reinvest in something a lot cheaper.
Yeah, that's what I want to do, but I'm not ready to trim my profits yet.
My goal is to pay the most capital gains tax that I can to support my government.
But you got a long year ahead of you, bud. You're gonna really stay in the red $3 grand the whole year.
What?
So you're gonna stay in the red for $3 grand the whole year? We got a long year ahead of us.
What do you mean? How am I gonna stay in the red for $3 grand?
You said you want to post the most capital loss over the course of the year.
No. I want to pay the most capital gains taxes.
Oh, I misheard you. I thought you were talking about quoting, like claiming the loss. Never mind, my bad.
No, that's the reason why I was buying and selling Dogecoin over 100 times per day. It's only like $12 to $50 profit each time, but it adds up.
Oh yeah, I thought that Doge was great for that couple of days there. I probably made $300-400 just by, pennies at a time.
Oh well, here's the thing: Doge is cheaper per now, so you can make even more with the same amount of money. The cheaper a stock and the higher the volatility, the more profit. So Dogecoin has a lot of profit, and the price is under 6 cents. You can make a lot of money. Although I feel something weird on Robinhood. The price is moving very, very slow.
It was showing very erratically for me yesterday because I typically use that for just the ease of access when it comes to looking at those pricing, because the rest of them are a little bit more convoluted, But like, it was very, it was taking several seconds to refresh. It wasn't fluid like it normally is. It was coming in choppy.
I tried reading up on the neutral calendar spread, whatever, and that shit's so confusing. It's like you're betting on it to stay the same price.
You're betting on the same? Oh my god. I would not bet on the same price.
Yeah, so you buy a call, a long-term call, for an amount, and then you write a shorter term call for like a smaller amount, and then math happens, and then you come out with like 150 or some shit.
I hope somebody else buys a lot of Dogecoin today or this weekend. Oh, there goes the teacup. I think if you're trading Dogecoin, use Crypto Watch. You can download it on your computer for free. It's called Crypto Watch, and you can see all the orders. So you can tell where you can flip it at pretty easily.
Which one was that, Tim?
Crypto Watch. I'll put it in the general channel for you.
Thanks, bud.
So this is going to be the most real time you've ever seen if you download Crypto Watch. You can refresh. It can do like every 20. It can do 20 times per second. Your processor is going to get a little warm, but you'll have the most real-time data that you can. It's going to be faster than any web page data.
You just gave me a reason to buy more water cooling components. I'll just blame it on you. Nope, don't know why, honey. Kane told me I had to download this thing, and it's making it too hot, so I had to buy more parts.
Hey, I use my computer in the winter. I don't even use a heater.
Oh yeah, so there's a vent in my heating system that aims to the basement to keep the pipes down there warm. I turn that vent all the way off and put my mining rig down there, and just with the heat generated from the cards, I've never had a single problem.
Yeah, somebody's asking me about Sundial. Sundial was pumped and dumped. I mean, people bought it for like literally 50 cents and then sold it at $3. If you kept holding after at $3, you're probably going to have to hold for a while because A, there's a huge difference in legalizing marijuana versus decriminalization. Totally different law, so I don't even see marijuana being widely sold in America within the next few years. It's just a pump and dump, guys. I didn't start it. I just watched it and then told you guys to be careful about it.
Is BNGO still good? Palantir probably good buy.
I'm just
I read something this morning that was talking about Palantir being the new hot topic on WSB, so just keep an eye on that.
I had a dream that Nvidia went up to like 20,000 a share. Not gonna lie, it was pretty jokes.
what is it now?
Almost 600.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Good morning, all. How's everything looking? Is it looking scary or is it looking great? I was just seeing how everybody else is doing. I'm just kind of here. I got a little bit of red and a little bit of green, but
I have a lot of green this morning. I have tons of green.
Damn, Churchill is dropping fast. What?
I tried to tell people to sell Churchill yesterday. If you know it's going to drop, sell it and then buy on the dip. Don't hold.
Does that have to do with that the whatever spread?
No, that's
It'll
irrelevant.
always drop off in the morning. Once people wake up and they see it's low, they'll buy back.
Look at WATT this morning, up 50% because of the merger. AMC is up a tiny bit. CBAK is already past $9 mark. It's gonna go. Woo. I'm about to get some CBAK. My ONTX is about the same price that I bought it for, 1.68, 1.67 range. I didn't sell yesterday at the 1.8 because I saw it went to 1.9. I was like, maybe it will go up a little bit higher. GameStop's back over $40 per share now. That's great.
Did it actually drop below 40?
It was in the $40 range, but now it's
Here
like
comes
41.
the Churchill rebound.
Nice. I was like really worried that like my only green is gonna go red.
It closed at 40 and 10 cents. I don't think it ever broke that.
Visalink is doing pretty good this morning. I thought it would dip hard. I just need OCGN to go back up to 12 so I can sell it. Also at 11 if it gets stuck around 11 today though. I'll be back. I gotta make something real quick. Remember Torchlight that I mentioned when it was like $1.68?
Yeah, I'm still sitting.
It peaked at $4 and about 65 cents, and people held it, and then now it's down to like $3.38. Dipping hard.
I'm waiting on the rest of that to push through and see what they still haven't announced the special dividends either, so. Give it another couple of days and see if they pan out any more information on it. Otherwise, I have a take profit set at 10%. So.
CCIB at 61.20. That's probably not happening, but I put in an order to sell enough shares to cover my initial purchase if it hits 70.
I did the same thing at 65.
Yeah, I wanted to.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, I can hear you. You said, is this thing on?
Yeah, what up?
Reading the funny news stories about Keith Gill, how they like his Game of Thrones gaming chair.
Huh.
If I was him and I knew I was going to speak in front of Congress in my bedroom, I would call up like Coke, Pepsi, trying to get sponsorship, and I would put their posters in the background. I would turn my room into like a NASCAR.
Shit, dude, that's fucking hilarious. I never thought of that. I don't know if you can do that. Like, maybe, I guess. Like, there's nothing really stopping you, right? I don't know.
You definitely could if you could get any company to sign on to want to buy it, you know.
Oh my gosh.
Get like Pornhub
the company, not you.
He should have reached out to like Gemini Trading, TD Ameritrade. Oh, that would have been brilliant.
Dude, for real. Have like a fat Fidelity, just boom, right there.
Have a sign in the back that says "Fuck Robinhood."
Oh, that
what's that gambling company that sponsors all that random shit?
Gambling, oh my god.
DraftKings.
Okay, guys, so
Pornhub.
So I told you guys about Ravencoin a few weeks ago at 2 cents. It's now at 13 cents. Had you thrown down like, I don't know, $1,000, where would you be now?
I don't know, like 26,000.
Not dropping $1,000 on a fucking random crypto coin.
It's not a random crypto coin though. It's extraordinarily useful.
It's still random.
They're all
It's
random.
not though. It's
They're
not.
all
It's
random
no,
until
no,
they're
no,
not.
no.
They're all random until they're not. That's the thing about crypto.
Well, they're random if you
It's
don't know
gambling.
what their actual
That's
use
like saying,
case
why
is,
didn't you put
right?
$1,000 on black?
No. I've been laying out, like, in the chat, I've been laying out the reasoning for, like, a long period of time, okay? So it's like, there's lots of stuff.
Right? Congrats, man. That's awesome.
I will say that I've been watching it climb, and that I've switched 15% of my mining power over to focus on Raven. I won't buy into it, but if I can mine it, then I'll.
Well, I've just
spend
been swapping
power
ETH for Raven. I just mine ETH because it's most profitable right now, and then I just convert to Raven. I'm doing it now because it's about. I think it's going to get harder to get a lot soon.
Well, with that kind of growth, if it sustains that trajectory, then yeah, it's going to be real. It could pop off, but until there's any big signers, it's all
Well,
just.
they're about to have a Coinbase. They're gonna, I think, gonna be launching on Coinbase when they IPO, so that'll be nice.
Guys, who's gonna get in on that Coinbase IPO?
Me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a definite buy for me as well. If crypto is going to be a serious player in the future, when, who knows? But if I would have kept the Bitcoin that I had when I was a wee back when, I wouldn't be here in this conversation right now, would I?
I think you would still be here because you love us.
So if you know who created,
I wouldn't have been involved with GME even one bit if I had a fucking island somewhere.
So if you're looking at Ravencoin, right? Like it's not a random coin. So Patrick Byrne, the guy who's created that video that goes into the fake shares, the phantom shares, through the looking on the other side of the looking glass, right? That guy that figured out the markets and what the problem is and how to fix it, created T0, also financed the Ravencoin core. So it's could end up being part of T0's securities trading, and if that's the case, it's going to be worth like, whoo-wee!
Oh, if that happens, yeah, it's infinitely valuable because
it was technically purpose built for that, but it's all hush hush like a Manhattan Project because it takes down the banks.
Hey, PTLR is up 11%.
Yeah, I got some of that on the dip. That was nice this morning.
PLTR, excuse me.
Main takeaway from yesterday, we need T0. If T0 runs on Raven and you have Raven, oh wee! It's like essentially a network of like a bunch of different companies that work together. Like, yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't know. It's hard to explain though. But I don't know, man. Definitely not financial advice.
I don't know. I would have to debate that CCIV is not the easiest day trades. I think Dogecoin's still easiest. The volatility is easy. The cash settles pretty fast. That's why I like Dogecoin. And people that have under 25,000 can trade Dogecoin without committing the day trade violations. I hope there's no legislation that makes crypto trading day trading. I will be devastated. If that happens, it's going to make the volume a lot less. I can tell you that. Inspire's fine. I'm okay with Inspire right now. I have plenty of time for that stock. All it takes is one news article and then it goes up like 30 to 40% and then I sell. You're going to hold CCIV for 10 years, CM? Okay. The logic of why I don't hold a stock for 10 years is because I don't want to miss out on the opportunity of gaining more profits from finding cheaper stocks. I don't see a stock like CCIV growing more every single day for the next 10 years compared to looking into newer companies. But it could be a safer bet for you.
Shoot. Morning, fellas.
Good morning. God, it's so cold. I hate it.
Man, I feel ya.
I was promised a warm, sunny day on the news. It is the opposite of warm and the opposite of sunny.
Today's our first day above negative in, I don't know, a week or two. So it's like a heat wave.
Hey,
If it was negative, I would have a fireplace. Not gonna lie.
hey, what's up with this Coinbase IPO? Any dates?
It's very soon. Let me check.
I'm trying to find something on it.
You see the valuation, $77 billion.
Holy shoot.
It's crazy.
Coinbase.
Like, they have the clearing price over $303 per share.
Oh my god, are you serious?
I'm serious. You thought it's going to be a cheap stock? No, it's giant. $77 billion.
Worth it.
I was gonna say, I think that's one of those things where even if you have to liquidate half your portfolio prior to the IPO, not financial advice, I'm definitely gonna be primed and ready to make a big buy on that because it's got solid potential for growth.
Yeah. Damn, 77 billion as Bitcoin soars to 51,000. Oh my gosh, Bitcoin is popping, bro. Jesus.
Inspire MD. That's a good stock. If it goes under $1 again, I would recommend that I myself buy more. I'm not going to tell other people to buy some, though.
I agree with that. I missed my opportunity yesterday when it dropped to 98 cents.
Yeah. I mean, it always bounces back up at least like 10 more cents, so it's pretty cool. Oh my god, Bitcoin over 53,000. Let's go.
Yes.
Look at it climb.
Yeah, Bitcoin is like, man, y'all heard about this Raven coin?
Yeah, Ravencoin's cool. Where did you buy it, on Binance or?
Shit, I was just listening to what's his name talk about it. I've never heard of it before. I'm like looking at videos right now to see if I could find an updated one, but there's they're all about a week out, which is, I mean, it's fine, but there's a lot of mining videos for it as well. Crazy.
So basically, Ravencoin 1 month ago it was 1 penny. So it grew 13 times in 1 month. So if you have $1,000, it would have turned to $13,000 just 1 month.
Oh my gosh. I don't even have it on my brokerages. It's not on Webull. It's not on Robinhood. Let me see if it's on E-Trade.
You need to get off those brokers like Robinhood and Webull. Get TD Ameritrade for stocks. Because let me explain. Do you know what the tick price is?
The tick price?
You can set your price to up to 4 decimals on TD Ameritrade. Robinhood only allows you to do 2, like to the nearest 1 cent. But you can do to the nearest like thousandth of a cent. And since you can build a little bit more, you'll get all the transactions before other people that are on Robinhood or Webull when you're buying stuff. You can still buy it really cheap, but like for a fraction, like a thousandth of a cent more, and then you'll get the exchange.
Shit. This is which one was that one?
TD Ameritrade, and it trades, from my experience, TD Ameritrade and Robinhood. So I did some orders, and I got it a lot cheaper on TD Ameritrade than Robinhood. I feel like Robinhood was scalping me.
TD Ameritrade is a great platform. Thinkorswim is excellent also.
What do you guys think about Fidelity?
It's okay.
Just go with TD Ameritrade.
TD is going to be bigger, though, and better.
Because I have E-Trade. E-Trade right now is okay, but...
Speaking of platforms, does anybody have any reason? I'm using Coinbase Pro right now, but I just keep hearing a lot about Gemini. Is there any real reason to switch to Gemini?
Gemini has insurance, so that's the huge thing to consider.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. I mean, other than the insurance, is there anything else? I mean, fees look a little higher on Gemini versus Coinbase Pro.
You know, Gemini is in the United States. You know, their CEO, their founder are in the United States, and easy to track down if there's a lawsuit or something.
I guess that's very true.
I think Tesla may have bought his. Elon may have bought from Gemini, or Gemini may have helped brokerage the trade. And Gemini is going to be acting like a clearinghouse as well for crypto.
That's interesting.
And if Gemini borrows your crypto and you agree to it, they'll give you 7% interest. 7%.
Oh, is that what they were just tweeting about, that 7% rate?
Yeah.
Well, it's variable what coin it is. It's 7% for Bit. It's 4% for ETH. It's
Wait, I'm getting 3.4 for Bitcoin.
Oh, the rates may have changed because I remember looking at it the other day or whenever it was.
No, I got Gemini.
It had been different.
It's pretty cool.
For anybody that switched from Coinbase Pro to Gemini, is there anything that you don't like?
I've never used Coinbase, so I don't know. I started off on Gemini.
I definitely think the idea of letting your crypto gain interest is nice because if you're not actively trading it anyway, if you're not making plays on it and you're just kind of using Gemini is your wallet storage /
Yeah.
growth, that interest is not nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, that's what I use Gemini for, just to store a few coins. But Voyager is better for trading. Voyager is the best for trading back and forth.
I've definitely found that there hasn't been a one-stop shop solution for any of my financial needs. So I just kind of I'll piece it apart like that, you know. So if you guys are recommending the idea behind Gemini being a good, you know, almost a cold storage where you're sitting it there and letting it grow interest, but then use a different platform to trade it with. You might have to pay a little bit to exchange it, but it's definitely worth looking at other platforms to get
Yeah.
you know, the most out of what you need.
Yeah, that's what I do. And then I also have a hard wallet that I store like all my most of my coins on.
And Gemini supports DeFi tokens, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they do. You can buy into DeFi in Gemini, which is pretty cool.
Oh my god, this coin's 0.001. Let me dump $1 billion. I'm joking. It's only 2.34 billion if you buy it all. Yeah, it's pretty crazy when you compare all the values. Most of them. Oh, this one's really cheap. Fletza coin. I feel like Gemini, you could get on there, buy some of these super cheap coins, even with the fees, and then make a huge gain.
TD and Ameritrade has commission free. Damn, hell yeah.
Yeah, the TD is good, but it's true
Damn.
cash account.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
So when I sell something, I have to wait for that cash to clear like 2 or 3 days before I can buy something else. It's real cash.
Oh, I see. There's no like margin or anything.
You can apply for margin. I don't use margin because I'm afraid of margin in case something funny happens to a stock for the price to drop and there's a margin call.
Okay. I see. Oh, it's good to have. I mean, Ameritrade. Okay.
But you can
yeah,
link. You can make a bank account when you sign up for the stock account and then link your cash, so it's more easy to access your cash.
Can you do can you get it transferred from your actual bank account? Like
Yeah, so it took me. I use a bank here. And it took 1 day to transfer my money. Well, it took 15 minutes.
Wow, dude. Okay.
I don't know if my bank's partner with them, but I transfer money and it took 15 minutes, and then I helped my friend set up an account. My friend did their wire. It took like 10 minutes, so it's pretty fast.
Damn, dude. Do you get free stocks if I use your link or something?
We don't benefit unless you deposit like more than $3,000.
Oh god, dang.
I referred like 9 people so far.
Shit. My whole Weeble account. I was talking to Project yesterday, and I was talking to Marduk, and my whole Weeble portfolio is nothing but free stocks.
Somebody,
It's like-
whose Weeble am I using on my YouTube? Somebody gave me their link I put on my YouTube.
That was mine.
Man, did you get a lot of free stocks?
I think so. I refer people other places too, so it's kind of hard to tell. But I have seen like an increase. So
Like,
I
are you maxed
guesstimate
out?
probably about. Oh no. I think I got 5 more before I'm maxed.
I think the max is what, 20?
Well, that's the max for right now with the promotion they're running now. But they'll reset it sometimes.
Oh, I see.
Robinhood had a max of $500. If anybody needs a passport, I can.
What the?
You can find them cheaper than that.
Do I get to choose? Do I get to choose my name? Can it be Jimmy Longbranch?
Alright, I'm gonna start my
No, you
trade.
you
Here we
should
go.
definitely name your son Richard Edward and call him Dick Ed for short.
You are crazy, bro. Oh my god. Most common individual. Okay, cool. Alrighty, here we go. Mare trade. Let's get this thing going. I mean, count. I hate all the bullshit you gotta do to open one of these things. So tell me more about this Raven coin, bro.
Where's he at? I mean, there's a lot of coins like Raven coins. If you get Gemini, you can look at the prices. They're very cheap. I'm talking about under 1 penny.
Gemini does not support Raven.
Yeah, they don't support Raven, but they have some similar for that price level. Where did you buy your Raven coin?
I haven't bought any Raven coin.
I am only interested in Doge and Camel Token. And
Where has Biscuit been?
I bet you can buy Raven coin on Binance.com. Actually, there's a lot of cryptos exchanges you can buy Raven coin on. Bittrex, Bitrue, Binance.
Binance.us.
Voyager doesn't hold it either. Oh, that's weird.
That's weird. Changely, they have their logo is like a free image I see on Google all the time. That rocket ship. Coin switch, simple swap, stealth ets. Oh, do you have to buy it with Bitcoin or can you buy it with USD? Could you imagine if the US dollar was very volatile and when you're in the grocery store, the price is just changing like every millisecond?
That'd be fucking.
You get to the register, like, oh, I can't afford that. I'll put this back.
That would be crazy.
That's what the Second Amendment's for.
Hell yeah.
You know what? Funny story. If you're listening, FBI, I was fishing with my buddies and accidentally dropped all my guns in the pond. Now I can't find them.
You want to give a return address?
So I'm not gonna pay that $800 tax if there's a new piece of legislation passed on gun owners.
Holy
Wait, that happened to you too?
Yeah, you lost your gun. Also, I lost all my guns. I've already reported it to the police station. It's fine. I got documentation. Yeah, my buddy is playing around. The boat tipped and the gun slid out, and I didn't want to go in the water. It is a risk.
You guys are so
Yeah, man,
crazy.
there's a gator in my buddy's pond, man. I can't go in there.
Thinking about getting like 5 more guns, but I'm afraid I might lose them. I don't know. But I definitely need to buy my guns before that new piece of legislation comes out where you have to pay $800 per year per gun for insurance.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's insane, bro. That's not gonna pass. There's no way that's gonna pass.
You scaredy gun people are fucking weird. Nobody wants to take your guns. Just settle down.
I'm not talking about taking my guns. They want to take my money to let me have my guns. HR Build 127. Look it up.
It's okay. Just keep it in your pants and nobody cares.
Man. I told you, I lost my guns. I can't put them anywhere. I don't have them.
No, right on.
Hey team, did any news come out about OCGN? I thought they were supposed to release some news yesterday.
It was the conference ad yesterday. I'll put it up for you. It did not give any traction.
I've been having that on my watch list, and yeah, I haven't really seen it go anywhere.
Those motherfuckers at Motley Fuel talking about forget Oxygen. Here's a COVID stock that could make you richer quicker. That's not the news article I wanted. They're talking about Novavats. This stock's already up like 3,000%. Let me get the conference though for Oxygen.
So what, are people just pumping and dumping Motley Fool stocks now?
I don't think so. I think Motley Fuel's trying to pump. I think they probably get paid to write about certain stocks. Yesterday, Motley Fuel did an article. Better buy Oxygen versus Zomedica.
Yeah, but they're two completely different products.
Yeah, the one of the subheadings in the title says, should you bet on the COVID-19 vaccine or veterinary test? It does make Oxygen look a lot cheaper than Zomedica, though. But Oxygen has the financial debt that Zomedica didn't have. And the article, they would have picked Zomedica to invest money in. But if they had their preferred choice, they would not invest in either stock. Man, somebody's just trying to short the stocks, that's why.
What you guys think about CTRN?
I'm holding. I bought up 100 shares when it was 88 cents.
Damn, 88 cents.
That's
Looks
pretty
like
great.
Looks like it has a pretty good dip at 125. I might buy in again at 125 if it goes down again. Think about getting my getting in it. I might put 100 down on it. I guess they just bought, look at like 7 vessels or something like that, or a good amount of vessels so far. So
Is that a U.S. company?
shit, dude, I don't even know. Let me check. Oh shit, whoops. Let me put my limit order real quick in. That way, if it goes down to 125, I'll get up in that thing. You know what I'm saying? I should have got it right there, but I was too freaking busy being an idiot. Probably missed my chance to get in at 125. Limit order 100. Beep. Enter limit price 125.
You want to talk about a beautiful moment? A week ago, this guy was asking about what a limit trade was. Now he's all running on his own, no training wheels or nothing. This is beautiful.
Ah, shit, bro. Hey, you know what, man? I'm telling you, bro, you guys have taught me so much. Like, I don't know, man. It's awesome, bro. I feel like I've learned a lot in these past like few months of just digging in on these apps and on these stock markets and stuff like that. So ah, it's probably not gonna go back down to 125. It's having so much momentum, dude. Oh my god, today's volume's already at 26 million. What the heck? You know what? I'm gonna cancel it. I'm just gonna do 127. Forget it. Watch it just start like skyrocketing and shit while I'm doing this. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of good news on CTRN, man. And you know what? Like I heard one of you guys were talking about CTRM not too long ago. Damn, it's fighting right now. 127 to 128. It's fighting. Okay. Cancel that order. Limit price 1.27. Okay. Get 100. I hate you. I hate this. It just really just went up to 130.
Well, maybe the CTRM short sellers are listening into our Discord. Maybe you shouldn't voice your strategies online.
I know. Shit. I didn't know I had such a big influence. Ah, shit. Okay, let me cancel this. You know, it's probably gonna dip here in a little bit.
Hey, any of you guys know what time that hearing thing starts today?
Are they doing the other one today, or is that next week?
Oh, yeah, it might be next week. Yeah, you might be right.
I don't know if they would do it back to back. They might though. I don't know.
I caught the ass end of it yesterday. It just seems like, well, I might be wrong, but it's adding up to them saying, "Yeah, we fucked up," and they're slapping them on the wrist and don't do that again. What can you do to not do that again? So basically, they're going to get away with it.
All I know is I'm holding GME.
I like the stock.
Hey, he was about to go in on GME though. He was saying all this stuff about like how big of a potential it has and like how
I love that.
Yeah, he was about to go in on that shit and they shut that shit down real quick.
What about when Huffman said, "Yeah, you're a liar"? He didn't verbatim say it, but when dude said there's a bunch of anti-Semitic stuff all over Reddit about him, the very next guy to present is the CEO of Reddit, and he says, "Yeah, that didn't happen. And even if it did, our mod bots caught it as soon as it popped up."
Yeah, they were
trying to play some fiddle song about how woe is me. They're picking on me for being a Jewish man.
Like we're supposed to feel sorry for them. I'm like, really? You gonna sit up there and try to make us feel sad because you got rich off us, or
Because you got bullied online, even if it ever even happened. So wait, you're telling me that you built people out of billions of dollars your entire career, and somebody called you a mean name, and you're going to tell Congress about it? Get out of here. Not to mention you're a liar on top of it.
Yo, somebody made like a GIF or GIF on on Facebook. There's a trending GIF, and it's Gil saying, "As for me, I like the stock."
Yeah, that was funny. I like that.
I mean, his subliminal message with his cat poster and the bandana hanging in the background, just like, this is the most polite way I can tell all of these people to shove it and still get my message out to my people.
love the cat poster. I mean, it was telling everybody what to do.
Hang in there. Hold. Not financially.
Alrighty, I have now finished my TD Ameritrade. Sweet.
Taking the time to sit down and actually watch it in action really kind of puts a microscope on the inefficiencies of our government system as a whole. Not to mention the fact that why are all of these people, like the leaders of our country, how have they not figured out a video conference yet? We've all been doing it nonstop for 9 months, right? Like, you haven't got it figured out yet? Maybe government's not the place for you. I got a box of crayons I can show you, though.
Or they're all overly paid and undereducated.
Well, there's another kicker for you. What's the gating criteria to actually get into serving in some type of government? Is there a IQ test or a potential dipshit marker that, nope.
I think they should have to take a swing at what now the standardized ACT and see what their score would be at the current education that we're given. That would be interesting.
Yeah, I think that would cause some serious shakeup if you were to tell everybody in big government that they had to go and take a high school standardized test for. Oh man. Yeah, at one point I remember Maxine Waters, the chairwoman lady, like berating someone for their mic bleeding through, and it was hers.
Hey, I'll tell you what, there was a girl, it was like kind of towards the end. There's this lady on there that was really like hounding the people. They were like, "You're taking my people's money, and you're gonna be fine." Blah 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 blah. She was going in.
Yeah, you talk about that lady from Michigan, the representative there. She hammered the crap out of him.
I was like, "Oh shit!" And nobody said not one word while she was talking. She just straight up. I like her.
They pretty much all were bashing in their own subtle way. They just built up to it. But I love it when they kept forcing them into the yes or no, yes or no. None of them.
Yeah.
Yes or no.
It's a yes or no question.
So that's what I was
I
asking.
reclaim my time. I reclaim my time.
That's what I was asking Maverick, because I had to go back to work and I got in a little bits and pieces. It seemed like the momentum was they were pretty much getting fried, but they were getting let go on it. You know, basically saying, well, so what are you going to do to fix it? Not now that we know that you fucked up and that you screwed people out of money, we're going to do this to you. It seemed more like we're going to let you go and fix it.
Well, and that's the real like messed up situation about this the whole thing. They didn't technically do anything illegal until we can prove some type of collusion. Until there's a document, an email, a text message, a smoke signal, anything that links Melvin or Citadel in telling Robinhood to stop those trades, or any like clear actual law breaking, naked shorts, market manipulation tactics, they didn't technically do anything illegal, and it just shady, and it caused a lot of instability.
Well, that one representative, he linked it out pretty good. When he asked him step by step what he did once he saw what was happening, and it pretty much proves that he covered the Citadel and those guys, and then sent an email out later to the Robinhood customers after he'd already sold some of their stuff or frozen their ability to buy. So to me, that was good enough. I mean, you don't really need much more evidence than that he helped the big guy then fried the little guy.
Well, yeah, what he did definitely helps the big guy, but unless there's a way of to prove that his actions were beneficial to them, but they weren't on their orders. It was just the choice. Like, it was a shitty decision, and it happened to help them.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean there.
Now, the story is completely different if anybody from any of those establishments had any conversations that said, yeah, pull the plug.
Hey, I told y'all it was gonna go back down. Damn, I'm learning a lot. Holy moly. I probably should have kept it at 120 or at 125, but 127 is cool. I think 125 is me just being greedy.
Are you day trading something, or are you just trying to get in at a low price and long haul it?
Yeah, I'm trying to get in on a low price just for the long haul. I just dropped like $100 on it. Or sorry, I just dropped 100 shares. So I think it was like 120, 130, something like that. I'm talking about CTRN. I had 88 shares of like 120. I bought in on Sundial. I had like 120 shares. I mean, sorry, at 88 shares. And I was like, damn, this shit only went up like $2, and I was already up $320. I was like, damn, dude. I can only imagine if this shit goes up. Which it will, hopefully.
Hey, Maverick, that CCIV, I think that's been like the best advice I've gotten the last 3 weeks out of this channel, because man, they just never do bad.
Yes. Yep. Excuse me. So, GME to the mother moon, baby. I'm holding that stuff till the day I desire. Man, I'm going in on AMC though. I am so bullish on AMC, bro. I'm to the point where it's like, if you're not in AMC right now, what are you doing?
Trying to put money where it'll make money back faster instead of long-term holds and unguaranteed income.
You smart ass.
I'm very bullish on AMC too. I have a pretty good position in AMC, but I think it's going to be a while until we see an AMC do anything spectacular. But I think when they do, we'll definitely be the right holders. I don't want to see AMC and GameStop make a merge one day. That'd be awesome. Somebody was talking about that the other day, and to get that out of my head, I think that would be absolutely awesome.
That'd be sick.
Some type of game center or something.
Cause AMC I think already does like those movie nights, and you can hook up your consoles or something.
Does anybody here have power to mute or unmute people? Oh, there you are. Captain Foreskin says that he's globally.
Yeah, I unmuted him. He was we muted him yesterday because his TV was bleeding through and we couldn't get in touch with him.
As long as it's all good now. Or in a factory.
Hey, sorry about that. So what happened yesterday with my TV?
Whenever you were watching the hearing, it was just playing, like we could hear it constantly.
Oh, my bad. I was taking a shower and I was getting ready to pick up some medication for my mom, and I didn't realize that. Sorry about that.
It's all good, man. Just don't let it happen again.
How dare you?
Hey, so
That
like
same
I was,
sort of thing.
like
That
I
same
was
sort of thing happened to
mentioning,
me yesterday, but I actually had push to talk on, but it was somehow still echoing through. I don't know why and how it did it, but
yeah, it looks like Palantir is the next Wall Street bets target right now. I actually held Palantir 2 months ago, and I got it all back on the dip yesterday. And it's actually a good long-term play, so it's not like a pump and dump or anything like that.
What's the symbol for that one?
PLTR, Palantir. I think these guys were the guys who helped catch Osama bin Laden, and they're good with the CIA, with the government. The CEO has crazy ass hair too.
Solid buy recommendation for crazy hair. Gotta go after the crazy hair.
Yeah, that's how I pick mines. I just look for the crazy hair people.
That's what got me in.
Just be careful. That stock's been being pumped by Wall Street bets for over 6 days.
Yeah, but unlike like these wheat stocks, it's actually a solid company. I think if you check the financials, and even Kathy Woods from ARK Invest, she bought up a shit ton the other day.
How much did she pay?
How much did she pay? I think it dipped down to like 27, because I guess the lockup date was what was it, like a couple days ago, and a lot of the insiders were allowed to sell off their shares, so that's why it took a dip, and it also missed its earnings by like fucking a little bit, by like a tiny amount, and that's what that sell off was about.
Yeah, guys, I recommend no price chasing. If you see a stock's already up 1,000 to 2,000% in 1 week, you might want to wait and not get in on
Yeah,
that
and Castor
2,000%
Maritime, I'm
climb.
holding that long term. I think once all this COVID-19 bullshit's over, I think they're gonna do pretty good. They're just like buying all these fleets on the cheap right now.
Look at GameStop; it's already up 6% today.
GameStop is gonna go back up.
Yeah, I'm just dying to hear what the CEOs have to got up their sleeves. They've been like quiet this whole time. I think they're cooking up something.
Okay, found your account.
Yeah, Palantir is freaking shooting up right now. The average volume is 77 million. Today it's right now currently at 125 million.
Which one?
PLTR.
Oh, PLTR. TD Ameritrade has a very extensive login process. No annual fees, minimum balance, first 20 checks free, standard 100 checks free. Man, it's pretty nice, man. Payments.
Once you get set up in there, check out Thinkorswim. It's their graphing system or charting.
I've heard a lot of people talk about that.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
it looks really good. I haven't used it yet.
I use it daily. It's awesome. Bitcoin's market cap just hit $1 trillion.
Are you serious?
Looks like a high of 53,750. It's honestly crazy to think that Bitcoin eventually will be $100,000.
Right. Are you guys kind of discouraged to buy in on Bitcoin or no?
No.
I feel like it's just maybe I'm just tripping.
I treat Bitcoin kind of the same way that I treat gold, in the sense that it is the standard that all other wealth will be measured against at some point.
Agree with that 100%. And it's, if I would have listened to myself early on, I wouldn't be buying in at, 2030. I would have bought in a lot earlier. So.
Well, and even now today, I don't trade in gold futures or anything, but I do have a sizable chunk of gold in my safe. And when it's on the cheap, I'll stop at the pawn shops and say, hey, you guys got anything for sale? And it's one of those situations where it's always going to be $1,000, $2,000, what have you, for the whole ounce. But in those times of little dips, when it's down to 49, throw $100 at it.
I agree.
I'm bullish on Bitcoin. I think the way it's going, I'm saying it's not advice, but I think it might hit 100K by next year.
Yeah. See, I mean, of course, there's going to be drops, and we're going to have a tank sooner or later, but it's just inevitable. But with all the backing from institutions that are getting into it now, and it's getting big enough to make a really big splash.
Exactly.
It's definitely on its steam engine trajectory. It's building force more and more, and as it builds force, it's going to build more force, because the more people that sign on, the bigger names are going to be willing to take the risk and change the plunge. And it's only a matter of time.
Good morning, y'all.
Morning.
Good morning.
It's looking nice today.
Morning.
We needed that green for the 3 straight days of red we had.
Good morning.
Sure. Morning. How does everybody feel?
Okay, so I have an official TD Ameritrade.
That's awesome, man.
Okay, so how do I find Sink or Swim on here?
Think or swim.
Thinkorswim, not Sinkerswim.
Yeah.
Oh, Thinkorswim. My bad.
Had to
Think
come off
or
the mute mic button for that one.
You just Google Thinkorswim and you'll be able to get it all set up. It's easy.
Okay. Damn, I think this might be my next go-to. Or swim. TD Ameritrade. I'm assuming this costs money.
Nope.
Nope.
No?
Thinkorswim's free.
Oh my god.
And it's amazing.
It's fantastic.
So
I love it.
You want to use Thinkorswim for stock and then cryptocurrency for cryptos.
Holy
Hold on a
crap.
second. You can buy cryptocurrency on TD Ameritrade.
No. But you want to use Crypto Watch to monitor crypto prices.
Okay. Let me ask you guys something. What do you guys buy your cryptocurrency with?
Some people use Binance if they're allowed to, or if they use a workaround. Some people use Gemini if you're based out of the United States and don't mind paying fees. There's dozens of good ones that you can use to buy cheap coins, though.
Right now, I'm only into Bitcoin and Doge. Doge is for the shits and giggles, but Bitcoin, I'm using Cash App, and Doge, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm using Robinhood because it's the only place I can buy Doge.
Listen here, sir. Doge
Why
is
don't you
amazing.
why don't you use Anchor to buy it? I mean, you could always transfer it to another exchange once you have it set up, but I was able to buy it on there very easily, and they give you instant deposit.
Are you talking Dogecoin?
Yeah, I bought my Doge on Anchor.
Okay, I'm going there now because fuck Robinhood.
You can buy
Yeah,
Doge on Gemini also, I think.
on what?
Gemini.
Yeah, but how long does it take to get verified on some of those?
Sure,
No, I just started the very. This is just now for Gemini because I'm going to switch over from Coinbase Pro.
If you can get verified on one of the other ones quickly, I feel like when I did my research on it, I was getting super frustrated. This was when Doge was around like 2 cents.
That's when I tried
And
to get on Voyager, and it took me like 3 weeks. I just got accepted like last week.
I
I'm
was
over
able
4
to,
Binance US.
yeah, I wasn't able to use Binance. I wasn't allowed to use Binance.
I use Binance.com with you can use Binance.com also. You just use a VPN.
Yeah, I'm just afraid about that because I don't know, because we're not, like, when I tried to sign up for it, it said it's not available. I guess, is it my state that it's not available in, or what?
I
Or
just
if it's
picked
like a US thing.
I picked a German VPN, did it all through there, did some day trades, and then transferred all to my other wallet.
Oh, okay.
Got to make sure
Yeah.
that you don't ever make sure clear out your close all your windows and everything so you're not on Binance.us and then Binance.com at the same time, and then just focus on the VPN platform when you're using it, and then you can do all your trades and you make whatever money and then just transfer out to your other wallets. At least that's what I did.
There's
That's
an
a
option
solid
if you're
idea for a
comfortable.
workaround, considering they freaking. I'm still waiting on my Binance.us approval.
US approval it's like I said, I'm at 4 weeks right now. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then they said, oh, well, they sent me an email saying, because I contacted them after 2.5 weeks. They're like, yeah, we're still working on it. If you don't have an answer in 5 days, contact us back through this email. So I did. And they're like, we're not taking emails. We're not going to longer respond to you. I'm like,
This is crazy.
contact you, morons.
So I know that my experience was that I was able to get verified that same night for level 3, and able to buy Doge on Anchor USD. I also like transferred in like $3,000 just like because I thought maybe I'm gonna buy other stuff on there, and then I found that their high yield savings account, their interest rate is like they're paying me 7.83%, something like that. Let me double check that. It's really high. And they
What
pay
coin?
me interest every day. No, that's just like for keeping my money in there. Yeah, it's a 7.83% APR in the high yield interest account. So I have like money in there that's just accruing interest every day.
That's interesting. Yeah, because I'm looking at the earn schedule for Gemini right now. Filecoin is the number one at 7.4. Then it goes on to 5.8 with AV. Litecoin's at 5.1. I mean, you get down to like Chainlink is at 4.4. Ether's at 3.05. Bitcoin's at 3.05.
I felt like for me, Anchor was just like a workaround till I got approved on I think it was Kraken. I wanted to switch to using Kraken. And the one negative that I found about it is that it's a little slow with the pricing, but if you set a limit order and you have a price, it executes it. It just may, not be as fast as some of the other. So I wouldn't use it for day trading or something like that. I would never do that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm only switching. I'm really basing my switch for Gemini for holding and for their insurance. That's pretty much it versus Coinbase Pro. I don't have any issues with Coinbase Pro. Gemini is going to be higher in fees, I think, in the long term. But I think with crypto still being, something you kind of have to worry about.
Yeah.
I think having the insurance is worth it. So just dropping it in Gemini would be worth it for now at least.
Right.
And I think I'll have to sit down and crunch the numbers, but there could be something said about the interest gain offsetting the cost of those fees for trading. So depending on your volume of trades, depending on what kind of money we're talking about moving around, it might one hand wash the other there.
I definitely don't. The fees didn't deter me at all, of course, and but when people are looking at it, the fee definitely looks higher for the transaction fee. But overall, having the security, again, a U.S.-based firm, we know who it is. The things that like Tame was just describing earlier today. I think it's just something where I'd prefer to back something that I know who the owner is.
Right.
Not to say Coinbase is huge, right? It's massive, but I don't know. It's just more of a personal preference. And again,
Well, there's also something to be said about the fact that the U.S. government was probably more likely to latch on to something based in the U.S. than something somewhere else.
I agree.
If there were to ever be a big push of making the government but making the government deal in crypto, I feel like they would want to be involved with somebody that they could have at least a tiny iota of control over versus God knows who with God knows where.
Agreed. And everybody knows the Winklevosses, so
Well, we all know that the government cannot print crypto, so they're gonna stick with the U.S. dollar.
Well, they can't print it, but if the government stands to make a substantial amount of money, they'll figure out a way to tell us that they're investing USD in crypto and growing the nation's wealth that way.
No, the U.S. is already working. They're already working on their own dollar. It's called the U.S. digital dollar.
Well, yeah, the USDC. Yeah,
but that one's not a crypto. It's fake. It's a fake digital dollar that can just be. You can add more through SQL. It's just so fake.
Oh my god. Of course.
Like you can write one line and add 1 billion more. It's so.
You can do that with the U.S. dollar right now too. You can add 1 trillion. You can add whatever you want to it if you're in the government.
Eventually, the hemp to make paper dollars is going to be worth more than $1.
The paper that it costs to make the dollar is almost worth more than it now.
Currency was just made up. It's just backed by the faith of the U.S. government, just saying, "Hey, yeah, we'll back it." Okay, it's not a real thing. It's just numbers in the air.
No, there's nothing back in the U.S. dollar anymore.
Interest. That's the thing that backs it. That's the only thing that backs it.
You know what's the opposite of interest? Inflation.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Imagine a house you buy for $10,000 and then your grandkids have to buy a house for $100,000. Inflation.
It's the worst. It really is.
Look at it just like you look at a US $100 bill and you give it to somebody that's never seen currency. They're like, what is this? It's a piece of paper. Yeah, it's worth $100 buying power. Well, who determines that? Well, everybody. It's kind of the same thing as crypto, right? It's basically everybody's determining the price of what it is. Just the fluctuation of the US dollar is not like crypto.
Well, for crypto, you have a set amount that you can have. US dollar, you can print infinitely.
The US dollar is more like Doge.
If US dollars are lost, or they say they're lost, they can just print more. If Bitcoin is lost, it's lost forever.
Yeah, so the comparison would be US dollar versus Doge. It's basically the same thing. You can basically just make as much as you want, whenever you want.
It is very similar. And if you're looking at Bitcoin, that's more like gold or some other commodity.
Now, that's what I always consider Bitcoin is. I just consider, when people are like, well, what's Bitcoin? And I'm like, well, you know what gold is versus the US dollar? They're like, yeah, I understand that. I'm like, that's Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the gold. Litecoin is considered the silver on that chain.
Yeah. Where's the palladium?
What was that?
Where I said, where's the palladium? Palladium is like 3 times what gold is right now.
Uranium's worth a lot more than gold too, but I don't want to hold it.
Nope. I'll hold palladium though. Or platinum for the longest time.
Could ever hold uranium.
Right. Platinum for most of my childhood was worth way more than gold. And now you're seeing gold surpass and platinum still staying around that same 1100 mark.
Well, I think part of that is the fact that gold is not only more scarce now due to its abundant usage, but what are we using palladium for? Exactly.
Palladium is used in catalytic converters, and so the price is very scarce, and so the price has gone up.
I thought that was platinum.
No, that's palladium.
Platinum is more scarce than gold.
Yep, platinum is more scarce, but the price is still. I remember when I was a kid, it was like $1,100, and gold was around like 300, maybe up to 500.
Yeah, I actually work with platinum and palladium. I recycle catalytic. So yeah, it's actually a lot.
Platinum being rare, don't you think it's more of just an educational thing? If more people would get into understanding, that platinum is actually more rare, it's stronger, it's more durable, it's there's more benefits to it. If somebody pumps up platinum, it could overtake gold again.
I think it's just the gold holds that historical value. I mean, it was the
pirates with gold and silver.
Yeah, the dinar and the dirham, like going back the dinari.
Change the term if we if we go back thousands of years and they were doing platinum coins versus gold coins, platinum would be higher. It's all about perceived. It's what the perception of the public is. And Bitcoin's going to hit 54,000 today.
All right. Savvy Ninja, let me prove you wrong. You can actually eat gold. I've done it before. You can take 10 thin layers of gold and eat it on crushed almonds, and it's delicious. Second, gold has a ton
You can
of
smoke
use.
it too.
Yeah.
And
Gold is amazing for skincare routines. Gold is important in computer parts or in aircraft. Gold has many uses, and it can be made into coins very easy compared to other metals. And gold does not rust. If you have a metal that doesn't rust, that gives it a lot of value.
Well,
Yeah.
platinum.
High school gold rolling papers were a pretty cool thing.
Did somebody just take a bong rip?
Hey, Tame.
Yep. That was me. No, I'm just kidding.
Ticker WATT. That's a wireless charging technology. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to come down, but you think it would still be a good buy-in though? I mean, it's $5 a share for a wireless technology or wireless charging technology.
I love all this green.
Well, I knew I should have just held on
To what?
my CTRM.
Damn. Oh boy, really out here.
Guy's over here batting his bottom lip over his CTRMs.
What happened with CTRM?
It's down 3 cents.
Oh boy, wow, man.
Oh my god. It's down 3 cents. Oh, did you sell it? Or you
Nah, so I should have bought in earlier, but for some I don't know what was going on. But I've been hearing a lot of like really good news on CTRM, and I was like, you know what? It's only $1.30. It was $1.30, and I was like, you know what? Let me put my limit order for 125. So I put my limit order for 125, and then it started skyrocketing up to like $1.30 again. So I was like, shit.
right.
So I was like, okay, let me just put my limit order to 127. So I put my limit order in, and then it started kind of going up a little bit more, and I was like, man, whatever.
Oh, you were buying right now. Okay.
Yeah, so I just kept it at 127. I put my order in at 127. So I got a little bit at 127. I got a little bit at 126. So it's not too bad. But originally I had it at 125, and I'm
I
like,
hate when that happens. Yeah.
but
And then it's gonna keep consolidating down and you're like, damn it.
Yeah, just like how GME was doing to us. That son of a.
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
exactly it.
if GME was a dude, I swear I would definitely fight him. Me and
What's
GME would be
CTRM?
fighting.
What's the target price for CTRM? I'm gonna Google it. Okay.
It's having a lot of good news on it, so that's why I definitely wanted to get in it quick.
So
So it's anywhere from
CTRM,
115 to 260. Anywhere from 115 to 260, with most saying maybe like 159. All right, so there's a potential for something.
Yeah.
Sorry, somebody was saying
just
something about
yesterday,
CTRM.
yeah, just yesterday they had put out. I know they had said it before, but just yesterday they put out an official letter from them about their agreement to purchase a 2010 Korean built, blah blah blah, just another vessel, the dry bulk carrier for 14.8 million. They bought that ship, and now with their full fleet, they'll have 12 vessels, capacity of 1.1 million dry weight. So I mean, it sounds like they definitely got a fleet on their hands and shipping something that's always going to be around. So it's definitely, I feel like it's definitely a good investment for a longer term too.
Yeah,
But they have been pretty.
actually
But they've also seen 260 also.
Gotcha.
So it's like it's kind of a.
Right.
I feel like it's something that's gonna go up eventually, but
Yeah, I've been looking to bite for a while. When I seen it go up, I think it was it had went up on the 11th. Yeah, it was up to 180.
I think there's also a lot of momentum behind it, a lot of volume.
yeah, the volume is huge.
Yeah.
Last time
yeah.
I checked, it was 26 million. I said, wait, hold up.
Scares me.
Yeah, that is something that I also looked at, and that's why I haven't really bought too much. I kind of want to wait and see a little bit. I feel like that. I feel like CTRM. I've been actually watching CTRM since I first started with Robin, and when I first started investing, it was just one of the ones that were up. It was a cheaper stock, so I feel like it's honestly something that. I mean, this might just be me, but being a younger guy, let me look on Robin. No, I didn't buy this. Was one of the ones because when I first started investing, I bought a whole bunch of stupid penny stocks. I had no idea what I was doing, and but Caster was one that I was looking at. So I mean, I feel like it's something that a lot of people might have money into and don't really watch it too much because it's a cheaper stock and they're not really too worried about it. Because with the younger investors, I definitely had that output, and I had just had a friend who lost a lot of money because he was just not smart, but he made a couple of stupid decisions that he immediately regretted, and there was no comeback. Yeah, that's why. And yeah, he's very. Every time I talk about stocks, he's like, "Oh yeah, screw that," and he's like, "I'm never touching them again." I'm like, "Well, if you wouldn't have stuck your leg out fully, wouldn't happen."
Look at this lateral move happening with Churchill. It's interesting.
Yeah, there's a bunch of options contracts that expired today. So somebody was saying that it was going to drop like crazy.
Let's see. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look up the chart to see what's going on here.
Yeah, it's just funny because those option spreads had a strike price of $60. So
Did they? And it's sticking right around that $60.
I've got losses for 50. I'm in at 30.
I'm in it from before at 17, and I decided to pull out like now, like this morning with it being so flat through the end of the day. I backed off 30 shares to cover my in, and now I'm just sitting there watching it.
So you guys think it's gonna potentially drop because of that? How does it?
I haven't looked into it enough to know one way or the other. I just heard people chattering this morning, and I figured I'm already well enough in the profit area. Why
Right.
risk it? Take the win now, and
For sure.
I could set another profit target for 50% more or what have you while I'm still I'm already unexposed.
Oh, this is a reversal pattern, it looks like. Let me see if I'm reading this right.
Oh, guys, I forgot. You know how Weeble you get your little spins or whatever? I ended up getting 1 month of level 2, so I could see
Nice.
so I could see these charts here.
That's great.
But
Well, your
the
Weeble account starts with a free 3 months of level 2,
Yeah.
and then you added an additional level 1 month access to it when your first free
Good
3 months
morning,
went up.
everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
Coffee is a wonderful thing. Look at all this
Yeah.
green.
It's fantastic.
Okay, can somebody teach me how to read these charts here? It says shares, bid, ask, shares.
Okay, well, the bid is what people are buying the stocks for. The ask is what they're selling them for. And I forgot the next one.
Machine.
Okay.
So I've got a
Go ahead.
Oh, I think they just sold.
I've
They
got
just sold.
a ticker that you all might want to put on your watch lists. It is HCMC. Depending on your broker, you may or may not even be allowed to buy it yet. I know that Fidelity does, which is where I'm getting it at. But basically, they are in a lawsuit with Philip Morris, and there's a ton of speculation on it, but there's a lot of people that believe that they're going to walk away from this, the winner. And it's currently at 0.0035. And it's Yahoo Finance projected their 52-week yesterday to be at $6. So it's a really, 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 really cheap thing to get into. And if it happens to even hit $1, let alone $6, it's a long hold for sure. But I mean, you're talking potentially, not financial advice, obviously, but a really big reward.
I was looking at that stock like weeks ago, and I was thinking about it, and then I was like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just so much misinformation. Like, I understand that. Okay, so Health Choice Management or whatever, the HCMC, used to be Vape Corp or Vapo Corp or Vapor Corp.
Yeah, they own four of the largest vapor.
They had a patent apparently for a type of soft-tipped e-cigarette, and I looked into it, and they never actually had that patent signed. They applied for it, and then there was just a bunch of red flags in their finances and stuff. So I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, well, nothing solid, right? But I saw it yesterday. I've seen it before. I was actually turned on to it actually over a week ago. And I've just been kind of keeping an eye on it. But yesterday it piqued my interest again because Yahoo Finance popped it at a 52-week $6. And I was like, huh, that's pretty interesting for Yahoo Finance to put that out. I mean, and it wasn't like $1. It was like $6. And I'm like, that's a lot for a 52-week, considering that it's not even worth a penny.
Going back to the CCIV thing, why again do people think it's gonna dip today?
Okay, so I saw a video last night, and the guy was explaining that there was a bunch of neutral call option spreads. I don't know what that means, but I mean, sort of, with a strike price of $60 for that all expire February 19th. So pretty much what he was getting at is like usually these things get sorted out Wednesday or Thursday, and he was saying that it's very likely, according to his data, that CCIV is going to see a big sell-off today. I'm not too worried about if it does, because like I'm just gonna
I
buy
think
when it goes really low, because there's no merge. There, like I don't know why the fuck it would sell off. Like if there's, like the merger's not going to get announced until next week or maybe over the weekend.
the way that the stock is moving right now, it's moving in like a reversal pattern, like just in this lateral way that it does. I mean, there is the potential for it to go down. But right now, these look like rectangle bottoms.
Yeah, so I was watching this one too, and like noon, what was it, yesterday? Yeah, yesterday it looks like it went into what we call price discovery, where it went up to like $64.85, and then it took kind of like a downward turn, and then it looks like it came down to about 58.80, like 58.75.
28,
Yeah.
58, 28
And
today.
then it kind of bounced off. I don't mind lateral movement as long as it's not a wedge, and I'm not seeing a wedge. So
Right.
like a wedge to me, like typically, especially in the stock market with candles, if you get a wedge movement, then you're probably looking at like downward turn. For example, like we had a wedge. If you look back on the 17th, between 10:15 and 11, that's a wedge. And you can see where it kind of just like went down, and then it went lateral for a movement, and then it went into price discovery at 1300, and then to 1300 to 1500. So you can kind of.
I'm trying to get there. So you said it was at 10:15.
Yeah. So on the 17th at 10:15, from 10:15 to 1100, this is a lateral, like this is what you call a wedge movement. Okay.
Right. Okay.
And you can see how it dips down. Now, the other thing is we have kind of two things going on here, because if you look at the beginning of the 17th to 1 o'clock to 1300, this is like a double hump. Do we have our camel corn guy in here?
Right.
So
Exactly.
double humps are always good to see, at least in my opinion. When I see a double hump, I always expect it to almost. I mean, obviously nothing's a guarantee, but when I see a double hump, typically it does go up. So for me, like looking at the candlesticks, just the way I look at them, I don't mind this lateral movement. I think what it is consolidation. Typically, consolidation means we hit a solid line of resistance, which is good. And we saw it test at 64. We were right at this same lateral movement of resistance at 59.96 before it went to price discovery. So it just reconfirms to me, that line of resistance. And I think probably $66 would be the next, probably the next line for me. And then it would settle back down and consolidate around 64, which is where it tried to peak again. We could see like another touch, but just like looking at the comparison, the way this consistently moved up, it really doesn't do a whole lot of touches before it does another price discovery. So it kind of like it touches, it does a price discovery, and it kind of goes lateral, and then it kind of moves up, and it only does it in like a double touch. So theoretically, if it's consistent with what it keeps doing, if we get another touch, then we can expect it to come back down and settle down, and then go back into a price discovery. Of course, if we can get some news, because that's where we had the jump. That's where we had the jump, was when that guy went on Yahoo Finance.
There was a nice article. There's a nice article. So that's what the first thing I did was look and see, are there articles out? What's going on? And Bloomberg, is that the Bloomberg opinion one? No, this one just got posted. So this is a Bloomberg opinion. Michael Klein hits the SPAC jackpot with Reddit adored Lucid. I mean, it's not
in
entirely
my
positive. It's talking about like, you know, the city Rainmaker, you know, Rainmaker can't be entirely comfortable with the way shares are being sold, but it's still like, yeah, I didn't think it was that negative. I felt like this
so
was,
I think this is just like there were a bunch of people that were probably looking at CCIV. I know several of us, myself included, we were in this thing and talking about it. I know I jumped in when it was 35.44.
yeah, I was in at 30.
Yeah, so I know there were several of us in here that were talking about it and well invested before this happened. I think this is a baby bump. I think this whole entire from the 16th at like 1:30, even to currently where we are now, this is just to me, this is just the baby bump. This just confirms what we were all talking about, or most of us, back when it was 30, you know, between $30 and $34, you know,
Yeah.
and when the
And there's
when the
people that
merger.
are in, there's people that are in at like 17 with CCIV.
God, that was
Yeah.
awesome, man. I would love that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I bought a week and a half, 2 weeks ago at 17 when Bullish was still here talking about it.
yeah, I mean, like I truly think that this is just a baby bump. I think that this is it's not even FOMO as much as it's just confirmation of the earlies, where we have, once we get the initial, you know, once we actually get the confirmation of the merger, then we're going to see, or we should see, you know, the real, and then it'll settle off, you know, and consolidate where it probably should be and get a price adjustment. I guess what I'm saying is I'm diamond hand and I ain't doing nothing. I don't care if it drops today. In fact, if it drops today, I might pick up another 10 shares.
So yeah, so it went up around $38, $39 is when it had that sort of rocket move to like 54. If there is any consolidation,
that's
it's
when,
not going to
dude,
go. It's not going to go below that. It's not going
that
to go
was
below like
literally
40.
at the Yahoo the guy did an interview on Yahoo Finance.
Right. Oh
Like
yeah.
literally, like it was the exact timing, and it actually happened during the interview, because remember we were all sitting here and I was watching it on Yahoo Finance, and
I think where he did it, or he didn't hide it, right? Is that the interview where he didn't have the poker face?
oh, he didn't hide anything. Well, I think that's why it jumped so much, is people were like, okay, there it is. He's basically saying it without saying it, but he basically did say it.
Right. I mean, yeah, it doesn't seem like there's negative news, so people aren't necessarily just going to drop what's going on. Right. I think people do have hope that it's going to hit like 70.
We just broke 54K for Bitcoin.
Jeez.
Damn, 54K.
So I recently got into crypto at a week and a half ago, and it is insane. So my initial investment, I went Bitcoin Cash, Chainlink, Litecoin, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. I just picked the top 5. My Bitcoin Cash is up 35%. My Chainlink is up 24.4%. My Litecoin is up 26.8%. My Ethereum is up almost 10%, and my Bitcoin is up at 12.5%. And I haven't touched any of it. I just put it in there and just watched it.
Yeah.
My crypto account is so pretty. I got into it like the first week of January, and I've more than doubled my money.
Same.
Yeah, it's insane. Like it is. I personally, like, my buddy that finally convinced me to pull the trigger on crypto, he was like, in a month you're not going to be in the stock market anymore. I was like, I don't know about that, but I mean, because I'm still going to hold on to my really long positions that I have in the stock market, but I definitely understand what he meant by like now, because it's like I haven't seen this much return in this short amount of time, like ever.
Yeah.
A lot of times what I'll do is I'll go through periods of day trading like activity with my crypto and then take some of those gains and dump them into long-term, your Amazons, your Teslas, your guaranteed growth, and just park it there kind of.
Yep.
Well, I
think
was
that's a
trying
good
to
one.
find we can't get into that what is it, BTCC? That's the Canadian Bitcoin ETF.
Let me check.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way for us to buy it right
No.
now in the US.
Because that thing exploded. Like as soon as it went live, it was just like it was just a straight rocket. And then well, that and like I personally think what's driving the research I've been doing about Bitcoin or just cryptos in general, like we're right smack dab in either in like kind of like the beginning to the middle of the bull market right now. So I mean, like that's why everything looks like it's kind of going up. And it looks like this happens in it's like a 4-quarter phase that happens every 4 years. But then there's a lot of people that are saying that this year is like completely different than the last 8 years. So
Well, because there's a gang of millennials sitting at home with stimulus money trying to get them pendies.
well, that's the other
Well,
thing
and
too.
I
I
think
mean, that next one coming,
Yeah.
dude, if we all get that next one, I mean, that's going to be a big one. So I'm expecting to see some of that hit the markets. I would hope.
If even 1% of all of that stimulus money that goes out ends up directly in the hands of people like us, retail investors that actually take it and grow it, and not buy a pair of Jordans or a TV or whatever bullshit they think they need right then, you'll see a massive influx within the first 2 weeks after the checks start going out.
See, that's what I mean, that's what I'm speculating too.
Well,
I mean,
that's across the board. I don't mean to cut you off. It's not just the stocks themselves in the sense that retail people are buying. You're going to see an uptick across the markets with people actually shopping.
True. Okay,
Well,
so
and I think you also have a fear that with the stimulus money that's going out, it's inflating the dollar. And the dollar isn't, that's just my personal belief. I don't feel the dollar is all that safe to be holding.
Yep.
yeah, I agree. That's another reason why I finally jumped into crypto. Like specifically,
When I get my stimulus check, I'm gonna put it all on Bitcoin.
There's a strip club here.
Well,
I'm helping to convert there.
I'm telling you, like, okay, so check this out. This you guys might find this interesting. So if you guys want to be in the top 100th%, okay, all you have to own is 0.018 of a Bitcoin. If you own 0.018, then you have more Bitcoin than the majority of people. If you want to be, it says less than 500. Is it less than 500? Less than 1 million people own more than one Bitcoin. And there's not enough Bitcoin. If every millionaire in the world wanted to have one Bitcoin, there's not enough Bitcoin. So think about that for a second. If every millionaire all of a sudden just said, I want to have at least one Bitcoin, there's not enough Bitcoin. And it would drive
Does that
the price to
include
the
all
roof.
the ones that are lost?
Well, technically that's going on a 14 million Bitcoin because yes, it does. That calculation does include it because the guy that I'm watching, basically he says that there's only 14 million in circulation because of the ones that are lost. There's 1 million that, are hidden that people think, that Satoshi hid, in the blockchain somewhere. But yeah, that takes all that into account. And then this guy actually, he does a ton of research, and the reason I like him versus a lot of the clickbait YouTube people, nothing against that, they're entertaining, but this guy is really into the numbers, and I really like that because it helps you figure out not just what he's saying, but how he's getting to where he's going, right? And he does it for Ethereum and he does it for Bitcoin, and it's really interesting. I'll put the link to his if Tame the Art doesn't mind. I'll put a link to his channel in the thing. I'm not affiliated with him in any way,
I
and
don't mind.
he's a non-monetized channel too, by the way. So he's not, and he doesn't really have a whole lot of followers because he says that, because he doesn't monetize. So now I will say, it's not that he's monotone, but it's a lot of numbers. So just be prepared. But
I love numbers. They're my favorite.
yeah, me too. I like hearing good advice. You know, I like hearing good and happy, optimistic things, but I also like seeing the math behind it and how he gets there. It's really cool. He breaks it down, like, depending on what country you're in. Like, if you wanted to retire by 2030, which, if you think about it, really isn't that far away, how much
Yeah.
Bitcoin, if Bitcoin goes the way it's going, and based on the predictions, he doesn't, not just one, I'm talking like a whole bunch of predictions, and then he does his prediction like super conservative, and that's what he bases his on. So if he's wrong, hopefully he's wrong on the front side, right? And these other people like predicting, I mean, like, what's her name with ARK? She's saying it's going to hit 500,000 a coin.
Are you talking about Kathy Brown?
Yeah, she says it's going to hit 500,000 a coin.
You should subscribe to her only. Joking.
Kathy Wood, by the way.
Yeah, Kathy would.
He said Kathy Brown the other day, and I was thinking about Mary Brown's fucking chicken and biscuits.
Yeah, those are good. Damn, AMC was all the way up. Fuck it. AMC was up 574. Dang it.
So, do you guys like strip clubs? I mentioned before about my thesis about Rick, R-I-C-K, when it was only $49, and now it's $62 per share.
What is Rick?
So they're from my city. They operate some of the best strip clubs in the region, from Charlotte, North Carolina, to New York, and then some down in Atlanta, Georgia. And basically, I went in there, did some due diligence, saw that they were operating and had a lot of cash flow coming in, so they are making profit.
Are they even allowed to be open right now?
Oh yeah, they sued the state, and it was found that the lockdown was unconstitutional, so they're open.
I mean, strip
They're
clubs
open
are
until
one
4
thing
o'clock
that's
in the
never
morning.
going to go out of style.
Oh, Rick.
The bar here closes at 10 o'clock, but the strip club, Rick strip
Whoa.
clubs, they're open until 5 o'clock in the morning. They're selling a lot of alcohol and lap dances.
I mean, pretty much anything to do with sex is never going to go out of style.
Agreed.
Oh my god, Bitcoin's going to be 55,000 soon. Look at that climb.
I need a dip so I can dump some of my house money into it.
It went
It'll
from
do it.
54 to
I'm telling you.
54.6 fast.
Listen, I'm telling. Okay, so I did this last night, and I literally sat here waiting for the dip. Oh my god, it took forever. The last 2 nights in a row, I'm on Eastern time. It has been between 12:45 and 1:30 in the morning. And
So
that's
is that 10:45 Central?
yeah. You're Central's 2 hours, 2 hours difference, right?
Yeah, because I think Mountain's only in between.
I'm gonna buy $1 of Bitcoin right now.
I don't do it right
Oh, wait, did you say
Oh
Eastern or Pacific?
now. Eastern.
So then it's 1. I don't know. I hate time zones. As much as I love numbers, I hate time zones.
Okay, I don't really think it. I'm telling you, like, regardless of your time zone, unless you're in California, which I know is 4 hours difference, right? Three or 4 hours.
No, it's 3.
Okay.
3.
3
So
hours.
I'm 1.
3 hours.
I'm 1
Okay.
hour difference.
I know California because I go to California. Well, I used to go to California before COVID all the time. I
Yeah.
actually miss the West Coast a little bit.
Central
So
is
the
1
market
hour
here
from the
opens
east.
at 8:30.
It's going to be between 11:30 p.m. your time. If it's happening at 12:30 a.m., then it's going to be 11:30 in Central.
Well, Bitcoin, I'm telling you right now,
We're getting a dip. We're getting a dip. We're getting a dip.
That ain't a dip. It's in price discovery. It's been in price discovery literally since 10:15.
Oh.
10:09. Yeah, it went into price discovery mode at 10:09. So when it if it does what it did last night, it'll bounce, and then it'll come down. Because last night it went. Was it last night? It went all the way down to like 50,000 at one point, and that's when I got some more. Yeah, it went down to 50,700. Yeah, 50,700 last night, and it was right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I waited forever. Like it was
just 30,000.
Do you remember 2 weeks
lateral
ago when
movement.
40,000 was the all-time high?
Well, dude, I got in it. I got in at 38.
I got in at 34.
When I the first amount of Bitcoin that I bought in was at 38K, and then like literally within 2 or 3 days, it went up to 45, and I was just like, oh my god, this is insane.
See, I'm in my average cost right now is at 32,000, but I only have 67.98 of equity.
So what's different about this? So it's going to come back down, right? Like people are thinking, oh, I miss Bitcoin. Oh, I miss Bitcoin. No, you didn't miss Bitcoin. You just have to do what's called, well, first off, there's a couple things. You can do this with the stock market too. Dollar cost averaging. I know I've heard Tame, I think Tame, you've said it several times. Somebody hasn't here.
You mean when we buy high and then sell low?
Well, no, dollar cost
averaging
down.
Yeah, it's averaging. Yeah, that's exactly right. It's averaging your average of your average, right? So you sometimes, whenever you get paid, you just take, $50 or $100 or whatever you would normally spend on, coffee, and you don't figure you're going to go to Starbucks for the next month.
Cards.
Hey, now wait a minute. That's a huge investment. Don't mess with my trading cards are up right now.
I know. I got 3 more packs of Pokemon cards from McDonald's yesterday, and I don't know if I want to open them or just keep them sealed. And it's really hard because I want to open them so badly.
No, trust me. Do not open them. They are worth. So I got in. I'm gonna go nerdy for a second. My first major investment was Magic cards.
Oh, I remember those. That mana.
You remember those, right? Okay.
Yeah, Magic cards.
Yeah, so I hadn't touched my cards in 10 years after I graduated high school, and all of them were at my mom's house. And I had just like completely forgot about the game entirely. I went in the military and I had other things to do, and like I got out, and a buddy of mine that I went to high school with, when I came back home, he was telling me, he was like, oh yeah, man, he's like, he sold all my Magic cards, made a whole bunch of money, bought a house. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, what? He's
you
like,
got a house with Pokemon or with Magic cards?
He's like, dude, do you still have your cards? And I was like, yeah, they're at my mom's house. He's like, we got to go get them right now. And I was like, what are we talking about? He's like, thousands. I'm like, really? He's like, oh yeah.
Nostalgia.
And he was right, man. Like, not all of them, obviously, but I had several that we sent a handful off to get graded. And then there's a humongous following. And literally I went into one of their marketplaces and I showed up to one of the events they had, and it didn't take long. Like, I literally had a buyer. He was like, I'll just take everything. I was like, yeah, no problem. No problem. And I'll tell you what, other cards, like physical cards, like baseball cards, basketball cards, they're making a huge comeback right now. Huge comeback. So, like, don't forget about those secret stashes that you got at your folks' house or in your attic or in your basement or whatever. Don't throw any of that stuff away.
I still got a shitload of Yu-Gi-Ohs. I don't know why.
My art teacher in I think it was elementary, her husband used to work at Marvel with Stan Lee. So we took a class trip to Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Yeah. So Yeah, we took a class trip across the river to the city, and we got to Stan Lee's office, and they just like were like, take whatever you want. You know, there was like, you know, racks with like comic books on them. So I had a bunch of comic books from Stan Lee's office that were in like, I had this little like suitcase thing. And when my parents sold our house, they didn't take it with them. I feel so bad. It was like in the basement.
Oh my God, somebody's gonna
Yes,
find that and be like, Leprechaun jackpot.
so horrible.
I know I have a air, one of the Vivid Voltage air cards. I need to find out more about it because it's like they they printed the, like, not the holograph, but the like 3D dimension part of it wrong. So like the layers were messed up. So like they should have printed the card first and then put the like 3D on top of it, but they did the 3D and then printed the other one on top of it. So like it looks normal, but you can tell like it's really distorted.
I can tell you right now that there's a whole inner market inside of those card markets. There are people
For the airs, I
specifically
know.
that only collect, they call them misprints.
Yep.
Like there's people that specifically only collect those, and they will pay just dumb money. I'm talking like miscut. Like you look at it and you're like, oh man, they messed this up. They cut it wrong. It's like sideways, but it's still like a regular shape of a card, but like
You have
somehow.
the crimping at the top.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm telling you, like the guy that ended up buying my cards, he like you would have thought that I had like just, I mean, his reaction, like he was like all stammering and stuff. Like I mean, it was like a weird and cool moment at the same time because I'd never seen anybody get so excited over cards like that. But at the same time, I was like, yeah, this is really cool. He's like really into this. He's going to buy them all. And he did too, man. I mean, he bought the whole kit. At first, he was interested in like 5, and then he was interested in everything else I had. And he was like, he's like, how much for everything? And I was like, oh, we're going to sit down and talk about this.
Same thing
One of my
with
friends
Hot
was, she was buying Pokemon cards at Walmart in the self-checkout, and there was this older lady who's like noticed it, and they started talking, and she ended up selling her a bunch of old 90s binder for like super cheap and made a ton of money off of that binder because it was just someone who wanted to get rid of her, knew nothing about it, and was like, oh, here, you like Pokemon cards? I'll sell you this for $50. And there was like a $700 card in it.
Dude, Bitcoin is pushing it. Like Bitcoin is pushing Ethereum. I'm sorry, I don't mean to change the subject.
I was
but
about to say that. It's just going
Bitcoin
hard,
is,
dude.
it's pushing Ethereum too, though. Look at
I know,
Ethereum.
I'm looking at it.
Ethereum's like piggybacking,
but I was looking at the same thing right now.
Ethereum is piggybacking on the back of Bitcoin. It's just like do 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 do.
Shit's gonna break to $2,000.
I'm trying to use my Bitcoin gains to buy more mining equipment to mine more ETH.
So, since you brought that up, though, I was curious because I read an article the other day that said that because of ETH 2.0 fixing to like be here any day now, that it's moving from a proof of work (POW) to a proof of staking market, which basically it's not going to say that they don't need miners, but miners aren't going to be as, I'm trying to think of the word.
The hash rate is going to drastically plummet any time now. So the mining is going to become far less efficient.
Yeah, so is it even worth investing the money to get a rig? Because I was reading another thing, it would take you 600.
Well, I already have a setup. I would just be
you
adding
can
add
mine
another
different
card,
coins.
or
It's not
exactly
just
that,
the
mining
Ethereum.
other coins. You know, it's one of those things where, in my opinion, if I buy the cards now at a proper price, if I could line up a good deal, I found 8 of them for like 300 a crack the other day.
What
But
kind of cards?
if I could buy them cheap enough now and make some money off them, maybe return my investment, you know, to at least break even. Those cards still exist and it's a tangible product. Right now, cards that were selling for $200-300 last year are selling for $500-600 this year because of the scarcity. So as long as I don't get anything too old or wait too long, it's still going to be able to get me out clean or make a nice little chunk on top of whatever I still mine.
Question for you: Are you buying used cards? I'm assuming because the scarcity.
Well, yeah, I troll the local markets. I'll travel, 100 miles round trip, 200 miles round trip if I can find something that's, reasonably priced. The last one that I was talking about, I found a guy that he was selling his mining equipment, so it had already been worked on pretty hard, but I'm not buying it to game on, so as long as it's,
That's what I was
reasonable.
going to ask. Like, are you worried about if they've been overclocked for too long? If they're going to crap out on you? How are you testing them before you even, before you give the guy cash?
My general rule of thumb is transparency and feel. Like, just come straight out and tell them, hey, listen, I know you're mining on them. You're like, there's no other reason for you to have this many. So come to terms with me. How much hash rate are you getting? And just kind of feel the room, I mean, obviously anything you do, there's going to be potential risk buying from some random dude off the street. But if I get a vibe from them that, either they had been mining and now they need cash to get out of it or whatever, I'll definitely weigh the risk versus potential reward.
Yeah, it's just one of the things I was thinking about when I was looking for cards, because it's like there's no indicator if the thing even works at all, when you buy it.
Well, yeah, I'll
You can't
definitely
just
never,
plug it
I'll
in
never
and
do a
test
dry
it before you
purchase.
take it home.
I won't ever meet somebody in a parking lot to buy a graphics card. I'm going to find them in your house or mine or a public venue that we can physically test it, or we can do a video call screen share. You could show me the card working, something. You're going to give me tangible proof that it works.
I was gonna
before I
say,
take it home.
I was gonna say, I would straight up just create a test bench. Like, I would just legitimately I mean, it would cost nothing.
Well, yeah, just have a portable rig on top of a wicked cheap, motherboard tray, a wicked cheap motherboard, just to be able to post it in your car.
Yeah.
I guess that's not a bad idea. I do have spare PCs. So.
Yeah, if you have a way, like if you're uncomfortable meeting at someone's house or having them come to your house and you want to test in the field, it's not ridiculously expensive to have, say, a USB monitor, a small inverter to plug it into your car, and whatever, just basic components, a motherboard with RAM and a CPU in it. Literally, all you're gonna do is proof test, make sure they power on, make sure they show up right in BIOS and all that, and that'll remove a lot of the risk, I think.
Well, I guess I found a new purpose for my PC that just sits there that I built just for my Oculus, because I don't use my Oculus anymore, so I can use it to test all graphics cards now.
Or you can mine.
Yeah, I'll end up mining that one. That one's on an old TX 970. It's an old card, but it runs an Oculus Rift perfectly fine. I'm just looking for another RTX 2060. I can't even find those.
Yeah.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Super.
I know my husband wants one for actually video editing, and he's like, all these people who are mining are taking my cards. I can't get it to do work.
I think I just got really lucky finding this one particular guy's ad that, had 8 different cards from an old mining rig that otherwise it's completely invisible. And even then, I think he was trying to sell them individually for a markup. I think he wanted to sell them for 5 or 6 a piece at 1s and 2s, but I told him I'd take the whole grip, and he said he could go for $350 or $325, I think.
See, I just got super lucky. I scored a 3090, but I wanted a 3080, so I found another guy, luckily, that wanted a 3090, but he had a 3080. So we both mutually, we both made out basically. It was a good trade on both our parts. It was a win-win.
I saw a fellow posted a PS5 this morning. He got the digital edition, but he wants the disc edition. He wants 750 for the digital edition because I guess like whatever line you get in on PlayStation Direct, he was only given the option to buy the digital version. So he's like, yeah, whatever. At least I got one. And now he's trying to flip it into a disc version.
He could do it
With
here in South Carolina,
substantial-
man. We got a
Oh, you can
bunch.
do it everywhere.
There's a
There's a ton
bunch,
of
man.
people.
They're everywhere. Like,
I'll tell you right now, I'm not buying fucking a $400 piece of equipment for $800 ever. Never.
oh no, you can get them cheaper than that. Oh, well, at least down here you can. There's so many scalpers down here that are sitting on them, and they know that the longer they sit on them, and the prices just keep dropping. I mean, like they were at 1,000, then they went to 850, then they went to 700. And I think the one I saw last night was like 615, I think. But they're all negotiable, man. If you barter with them, most of these guys are kids, and majority of them are sneakerheads too. Like they're just using their little bots from buying sneakers to gank all the PS5s and
99%
Xboxes.
of them are sneakerheads.
Yeah, like I told
What is a sneakerhead?
because they've
No idea.
got the bots, because they've been using bots for years to get sneakers.
Yeah. And the thing is,
Bots to get sneakers? What?
Okay, a sneak.
Oh, man,
okay,
they
break it down.
trade
Break it down. A
sneakers like commodities.
sneakerhead is somebody
are
that
insane.
purposely scours the internet to buy specific shoes when they launch or what have you like that. They're trading in
Wow.
gym shoes like we trade in stock. And there's these bots, these programs, these scripts that have been written to purposely scour all of these websites when they
Oh
hit
my
retail.
god.
So it just runs in the background. You pump your credit card information into it. You tell it to buy these at this and that, and it will scour the web searching for these shoes. Well, it's only a matter of changing the search
That
term
is the
from
reason why they have
shoes
the
to
captcha
PS5.
verification. But most of the websites don't use it, and that's why you're able to get bots and just ultimately buy
Wow.
shit before the normal person can even reach the buying option. By the time you're already on the freaking checkout list, it's already sold out because of the bot.
Yeah, because they can run like hundreds of transactions in the time that it even gets you.
Wow.
You can't even get it in your cart.
Search YouTube for sneakerhead.
That's why the captcha
I'm
thing's
just about
so
to do that.
popular, but websites don't even use it. That's what happened with the graphics cards too. They
Well,
burn
that
out
and
so quick.
captchas
Holy
without the
shit.
intelligent captcha, there's
Oh, it's a
limits.
whole thing, man. It's ridiculous.
Oh
There's
my
programs
god.
that read the captcha and then like transmit it back. If it's one of the text style ones and not the clicky picture ones.
Yeah, there's different kinds, but usually, like I know some websites now, like Nike, they like redirect you when you're opening, so you're only able to buy like one item. It opens
Wow.
multiple sites to just open and buy one item.
That's also why it's impossible now to get a PS5.
It's crazy. It used to
Oh,
be easier.
exactly. That's what I
It
was
used
gonna
to be
say.
so
Is that what they
easy to
did?
freaking buy online, like all these, but the trend just is horrible.
I need to do that for my Pokemon
Yeah.
cards.
You can't get anything. When I tried to build my PC, I couldn't get graphics cards. I couldn't
Wow.
get the AMD Ryzen. I couldn't get certain motherboards.
So
I
so
mean,
they're using this stuff to do their sneaker commodities? Like
Yeah.
yep.
like what's
To
it?
build
Well,
a
that
sneaker
was the
collection and
Wow.
selling
inception of
it.
it all. Yeah, that's when it started, and then they slowly but surely added the ability to change search terms and add other vendors and stuff like that to make the bots more efficient at doing other work instead of just
Is
sneakers.
there futures in sneakers commodities?
Yes, it's huge. It is fucking insane.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
like
that
Nike,
isn't that
You
Under
got
Armour,
grown men
Adidas.
paying thousands
that
of
sneaker
dollars for
from Back to the Future, right? Isn't it like $50,000 or something?
those
Yeah, let me tell you
Jordans. Yeah,
something. If
Yeah.
I'm like a reformed sneakerhead, okay, I've never been more butthurt.
Reformed.
I've never ever been more butthurt in my entire life, okay, ever, and I will never go back. I will never go back. There's nothing that the stock market or cryptos can do to me that would be worse than the sneakerhead
Sneakers?
community.
Were you
It's-
the ones that were standing on the line?
Dude,
Like-
it's ruthless. I've stood for lotteries. I've stood in line for
Bro, I done heard people
lotteries.
get
For
shot over shoes out here.
well,
It's
luckily,
crazy.
we don't have to worry about that in South Carolina because everybody carries a gun here. But I mean, you dude, you don't want to play those kind of games here, man. You'll be outnumbered real quick.
Shit's wild.
But yeah, I've stood in line, man, for just a lottery ticket, just for the chance. But then when the bots, it really all started about
when you were able to buy the raffle tickets to see if you
Three,
can buy one?
3 to 4 years. I would say about 3 to 4 years ago is when it really got bad, and that's when the bots really started coming in. And like,
You know when it got bad when the baby blue, I think Jordan 11s, what was it called, came out? That's when it got really bad. It was like some baby blue ones.
well, and then that's what I was gonna say. Like once Travis Scott's came out this past year,
Oh yeah, the mocha.
then you were done. It was done. like if you didn't have a bot, like you just weren't getting them. And then the thing is now, like if you like StockX and
StockX fucked it up for everybody.
what's the other one? Oh, StockX just made the secondhand market just
Yeah,
a million times worse.
horrible.
I mean now they're getting into everything. Now they
Yeah,
don't
you
even
got electronics. You got
dude,
everything.
they've got GPUs. They got GPUs on StockX.
Yeah.
Like
you can
that's
bid up to them, dude. Dude, the biddings are horrible there.
that
It's
is
insane.
fueling this I consider it very predatory. I mean, look, I have nothing wrong with capitalism. Okay, I don't think any of us do. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in the markets. But there's a difference between being pro-capitalism and then just like absolutely just taking it to somebody.
But just
I
bending
mean,
over.
Unfettered capitalism,
It's horrible.
unethical capitalism.
Who
Yeah,
is investing in
okay.
technology that
Here's
prevents
the
bots
thing.
from buying?
Like predatory
thing is,
lending.
The big thing is we mix up our power as the buyer. Like if everybody just stopped buying those sneakers for a year,
Well, the thing is, it's
then
kids.
they would be out of
It's
it.
trendy. It's so trendy that people buy into the trend. They don't even care about the product. They just care
You're
about the
right.
trend.
But your argument is based on logic, and it's an emotionally driven market, not logically driven market.
That's true.
It applies to all different types of commodities. It's not just sneakers. The thing is that we're looking at the sneakers as being ludicrous, but then we're buying things that people who have less than us are going to look at us like we're nuts.
It's
like
to the moon.
Like graphic cards.
Yeah.
NFTs. Look at NFTs. Like if you don't know what NFTs are, basically they're like digital trading cards that are imprinted on crypto tokens.
Yeah, those are.
So yeah, I know. Yeah, you're gonna be like, oh, why would anybody want that, right?
No, they're.
But at the same time, like, dude, the NBA Hot Shot, okay, it was $19 for a pack of digital cards. I'm like, why would I do this? But then even the commons are literally selling for half an ETH. That's like $900 right now. It's ridiculous.
The thing is, they sell.
And they do sell, and I don't understand it. I'm like, are people literally sitting in front of their computer, like looking at these things, going, he, look at these digital cards I have? I mean, I mean, like, I don't get it. I personally do not get it. I don't get it. I don't see why anybody would pay for a digital piece of art that you can just right click and save to your desktop anyway. I just don't. I don't get it. But they're selling. They're selling for ridiculous amounts of money. So it's an emotionally driven market, and that's why logic doesn't apply to it.
Yep, that's right.
Let's see. How are things doing?
I guess
Checking in.
my point was that they're not taking advantage of people. People are allowing them to take advantage of them.
Oh, most
Agreed.
definitely.
Agreed. Yeah, completely agree. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I mean, it's the basic supply and demand, right? I mean, we all know how that works, and unfortunately, the demand is high enough where people are willing to spend 2 to 3 to 4 times a graphics card that's only worth $600. That's, and then same thing applies to sneakers, and especially for kids, man. I mean, even though I don't know, the majority of them aren't even in school right now, but I guess
They
street
got too
cred.
much time on
Hey,
their
man,
hands.
street cred's a thing. You got to get those Instagram posts,
That's a big fact, dude. Your followers, if you got them 1K, 2K, 3K, you out there doing
No,
things.
that's what I'm saying. Like if you're the first kid, man, with whatever,
Especially in
Travis
your town,
Scott's,
yeah. If you're in
Travis
your
Scott's,
town,
whatever, man, you get that picture of you licking the bottom of your sneaker,
you got a few pairs of those, man.
dude.
popping.
You get all those likes, man.
I got turned on to the whole
some
sneakerhead
Supreme, some
phenomenon
I got a
I don't know,
quick
probably
question on
Go
this
ahead. Go ahead.
TD Ameritrade real quick. So I'm trying to work through here just to kind of mess with the interface here and just to see where all my money's at and like how to buy and sell and just kind of messing around with stuff. And I have so it doesn't give you like a notification that when your limit order goes through, or am I tripping?
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
I'm
one
doing
more time,
chart
please.
analysis right now.
Does anybody
Okay.
use TD Ameritrade, and do they know how it notifies you whether or not your limit order has executed?
Okay, so go to your account at the top. Let me check real quick.
Okay. Alrighty. My dashboard.
I'm trying to log in to look at I know you click positions. If you check positions, you can see what you own.
Let me see. Positions.
I would say get the TD Ameritrade app as well for your phone, so that when you do execute an order, it should send you a push notification on your phone. Even if you're dealing with all your stuff on the browser, you can link your account to the app as well.
Yeah, because I have it. I actually have to get it on my computer as well. I have it on my phone right now.
Okay, so do you see the My Account button? If you see My Account button on your phone, click that and then click Positions, and you'll see what all you own.
Okay. And then the shares, it has it right there on the bottom in little numbers.
Yeah, and it will show you the price that you bought it for, the change, how much it cost you, market value.
Oh, dang. So, okay, so let me see if I'm reading this right. So it's my CTRM. I just bought $10 of it. It was at 1.21 cents.
What does quantity say? QTY.
I actually. Oh, you can move it over. Oh, okay.
Alright, so it looks like you found your stocks now, and then you can check if your positions go through.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Right on. I was like, where is everything? But I guess you can scroll over and it's like a slide. Oh, okay. Oh, that's tight. That's tight. That's tight. That's tight. I'm starting to like this app. Okay. What is net change?
I like how much it changed from the beginning of the time you bought it.
Okay.
It could be negative or positive, depending on if the price went up or down. Man, I hope Keith Gill gets to do like TD Ameritrade commercials and stuff when he's done being investigated.
Are they doing the hearing right now?
Is there another one today?
No, didn't they had 5 days to submit all questions for the next one or something like that?
Oh, maybe you're right.
They have like a week to submit their questions, then they have to submit
Oh,
to everybody, and then they have to get reviewed, and then they have to schedule another hearing. Is what is my
gotcha. Okay.
It was a very interesting hearing, seeing our congressmen and women use technology and not be able to use
God.
push to talk.
absolutely
Oh my
ridiculous.
God, it was just.
I think we have no chance for blockchain if they can't even figure out mute.
I love it that she's like water. Who was holding it? It was Maxine Waters, right?
Yeah, she had a mic open, and she was the one that was ragging on the fact that, oh, you know, we got to make sure we're doing this. You're the one that has the open mic every time with your little banging on the table. Like, notice every time they got close to their time being up, it was, okay, we got it. I reclaimed my time.
Well, and they would pan over to her, and she would be like, "We got technical difficulties. Okay, we're good now." I'm like, "Well, you just had you."
It was 6 seconds of technical difficulties.
Yeah, like I don't understand how you muting your mic is a technical difficulty.
I spoke on this earlier this morning. I think that it's absolutely absurd that the leaders of our country haven't figured out, for the lack of a better term, Zoom, because obviously they're not using Zoom, but you can't figure out a video conference in 2021 after all of us spent the last 9 months doing it. They made parents stay home and teach their kids doing it. They made, you know, like it became the norm for all of us.
It is a little bit ironic, though.
I just found it funny that the only people that actually had decent mic and a decent webcam was AOC and Roaring Kitty.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, when you saw me, I did a thing with AOC. I followed her Twitch, and she spent the first hour setting up her microphone and camera.
It was awful.
And she spent like only 7 minutes talking about the GameStop controversy.
Yeah, it was.
You know, we've been under COVID now for a year. You would think if you were somebody that's going to be on TV using a webcam and a mic, you would have invested $200 for a Yeti mic and a 1080p camera by now.
Or you would have hired someone to set it up for you.
It's ridiculous that, like, I don't, like, I have a better mic and camera for playing video games than you do for talking in a congressional hearing.
One on my phone.
Oh my
Also-
god, the
also
people that
the
were
thing
using
that
their
too-
laptops.
Like the thing that really bothered me about the whole thing was that they made it out like Robinhood only stopped trading on one day. That's not true. They minimized
Yeah.
owners from owning stock, and they limited them to 10 shares for several days after, which completely manipulated the buying and the selling and the holding. Like, and that was never mentioned. I was so pissed. I was like screaming at one point at the television. I was like, please,
Yeah.
God, somebody mention that this was not just one day. Like, there
Yeah,
were
I'm
people,
telling
like,
you, we need to get a list
I
of
moved my
questions.
account. I moved my account over to Webull. I was one of those people, and I had my money stuck in limbo.
Mhm.
Okay, and that was like, it was never
Sucks.
discussed.
It was
Sure
just
it
the
will,
whole.
because this next time around they're having like actual traders and all that stuff coming on, so that's going to be very interesting.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, so I'm really excited because I'm
And
sure
that scum from Citadel sitting there trying to make
Oh
it
my
out like
god.
he's
Yeah.
like, oh, we provide the best service for our customers, and our customers are we provide, you know, da da da. I'm
Yeah.
like, come on, dude. Man,
Reading from a teleprompter.
whatever. Like, what? No, did you hear
Reading.
him at one point? Maxine Waters, was it Maxine Waters asked him how? No, it was one of the
Somebody
other
asked
congressmen.
him.
It was like, how
Yeah,
many
yeah.
people do you have in the room with you? He's like, I
Yeah.
just want to count right now, and he was
Yeah.
like 5. Yeah, no kidding, man. He had 5 people sitting there
Exactly.
telling him exactly what to say.
Yep.
Well, he was reading everything. You can watch his.
He was reading the answers.
It was
That's
ridiculous.
And then they said, you know, but the Robinhood people have made more than $34 billion or whatever since its inception. Yeah, but how much? But you know, like what percentage is that gain? What do you mean? Oh, well, that's also unrealized gains.
Well, then at one point,
Give a real number on it at all.
Straight up called him on it because he wouldn't answer the question.
He
refused to answer the question about whether or not there was a difference between best and enhanced best, and there absolutely is. There absolutely is.
Yes.
Because that's why we pay a premium on Fidelity, and that's why we pay a premium on TD Ameritrade, because
Yep.
we get faster transaction time. That is a reality. The fact that they changed the definition of best.
Well, no, but it's based on how big the order is. No, I said the same order. But no, see, but you're not understanding. It's on 2 different concepts. No, what I said was in the same order. Which one happens better first, more accurate?
Well, I think he was on it, but he didn't explain it to where people who are. See, here's the thing: they changed the definition, right? So the SEC says that they have to provide the best transaction time. Okay.
Yep.
So the lowest that you can give now is what's called the best transaction time, and then they created this enhanced and best enhanced. So technically, by the wording of the SEC, they're still providing best transaction time, right? Can you hear my air quotes when I say that? Okay, but the thing is best transaction time is actually the lowest transaction time because there is a enhanced and a best enhanced, and that's what he was trying to convey. And I don't think a lot of people understood that best transaction time isn't like, think of it like best is the lowest, like level 1. Enhanced is level 2, and then you have best enhanced, which is level 3. And these brokerage firms pay, okay, a premium, and this is why it depends like which brokerage firm you're in, and the premium you pay, helps pay for that premium that they provide to their customers. And that's, that's what he was trying to get at, and that's where this guy was dancing around the fact that, and he flat out refused to answer the question, which basically answered the question for many of us that were sitting there watching it.
So I learned
Jimmy,
a few
the
phrases
moon.
yesterday as well, like to the best of my recollection, I don't recall, or I'll get back to you. That's a good one. I'm gonna try that sometime.
Thank you for your question. No.
I
appreciate your
Yes,
question.
thank you for your. That's a really good question. Oh my God, dude, that guy.
He said it for every single one.
I can
and
answer
how
that,
much
but
time
let
did
me
he kill?
pause.
That's a good question.
Let
Thank
me
you for
pause
that
for a
question. That's a
minute
good
to
question.
waste time.
Well, and that's the
So,
tactic as well. So they got the 5-minute response time for that whole person's block. So every time you ask me a question, if I burn off 6 seconds, I'm just that quicker to getting away from you grilling me.
And who's
Hey,
that
so did the
congressman right at the
numbers
end?
did the numbers
That
ever end up coming out about GME's the short interest percentage?
no.
Well, no, but that also wasn't the
God
topic of
dang it!
conversation. First of all, Citadel's still standing by the fact that they cleared all of their positions, which is probably bullshit. But also the fact that nobody from the SEC, nobody from the DTCC were there, regardless of why they weren't there, those are the people that ask those questions. This was more, asking Robinhood what they did and why, and all of that.
They basically picked up Robinhood and threw him under the bus. Although as much as I think they do deserve that, I don't think that they're the only culprit. Melvin Capital absolutely said, because I heard it, that they had closed their short positions.
Yes.
2 days. It was two days prior to the 28th event.
Mm-hmm.
And he did say that. Now I think that's a lie. Because they would have had to have billions. I mean, I'm talking billions of dollars, and none of us were selling. That's the thing. None of us sold.
He also said later on that he lost a bunch of money when it hit that 2, 3, 400,
Exactly.
which doesn't make sense.
They did say that. Yes. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. He also said, didn't he say in a statement that they do mainly long positions, but that they've been short on GameStop since they first invested in it?
Since they first invested.
Since 2014.
Yeah. Exactly.
When they started,
They've been
took
shorting it.
a short position then.
So it just contradicted their whole thing that they go in and they invest and they build businesses up. The first thing he said about GameStop was that they were shorting it from the beginning.
Well, then what about the fact that
he said as early as 2000 and what did he say? 2013. I think he said.
He said 2014.
2013.
Yeah.
Or 2014.
The price
and
was
the
really
thing is
high in
that
2014.
the price was high back then. And so they could have contributed, like this is the thing that they do, is they contribute to bringing prices down.
And one of the congressmen actually said that too. And again, the whole time limit thing really kind of overshadowed the fact that was brought up. I think that there were actually some excellent points that were brought up, but unfortunately, I think they were also overshadowed by certain members like trying to, make a name. I don't know, by being a part of
The
this. Or something.
Yeah, theater.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
theater.
There you go. Yeah, the kabuki. Thank you.
Like that one congressman that offers
basically said
Melvin Capital that goes, let you finish your thought. What you were trying to finish. It's basically like advertising for Citadel dude to like just continue and read off.
Yep, I remember that too.
That was
Absolutely.
super
He was like,
frustrating. I'm like, who is
I'm
paying
gonna lend my time to this guy so he can
to
finish
get up?
puffering himself.
Exactly. It was so disgusting to see.
Yeah, I had
And
a
then,
major
so the one
cringe
thing,
at
like,
that moment.
why did he say that we needed to clear out positions at a loss, but we also didn't ever have any kind of capital issues?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Why are you taking a loss on anything, anywhere in your portfolio, if you don't have a concern about money right now? Because I know all of us right now are probably in the red pretty severely, or at least to some extent. And we're not selling off because we don't have any great need for it right now.
Nope.
So it would be the dumbest thing ever to just go selling stuff if we have no need for that capital right now.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't lost anything because I ain't settled. Diamond hands. I ain't letting it go.
Guys, I have some news. I don't know if anybody saw this. Nobody's been talking about it, but I mentioned NVIDIA before earlier this week, and they are producing new chips designed to mine Ethereum, and that's going to be really great for the NVIDIA corporation, having these new chips.
My bad, Time. I didn't know what the hell you're talking about. Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, those cards actually, it's not even just chips. So they're actually going to be making cards that have no like graphics output IO for and like and because of that they're actually able to fit more ASI ASCI or ASIC chips into the card because they won't have any output. It'll just be used for for mining purposes. So hopefully that will actually help people like myself and others who actually want the graphics cards for graphics versus mining.
Yes, please, because I just got an email yesterday that my stuff is like it's been pushed back because they can't get components or something, and it's like, yeah, GPU, gotcha.
This is why I build my own computer.
AMC is back up to 5.71 right now.
Did you order a pre-built rig?
I sort of, kinda. I spec'd out the parts I wanted in it, so.
Well, but you ordered from a builder vendor then.
Yeah, essentially. So yeah.
I just buy chips and cards on eBay, and if they work, that's great. I use them. If they don't work, I just return it, and I build my own computers that way.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to build my next one. I didn't
think-
trust myself enough on the first one, so.
I think right now with the way the market is, actually, there's a lot to be said about going with a system integrator because of the fact that they're going to consume the cost of that GPU spike and still sell you the same horsepower at the face value and not the market value.
So did we get any news on Biden's move for the whole semiconductor thing though? I thought they were supposed to do something yesterday.
I didn't hear anything on that. All I know is there's a whole bunch of people ticked off because he said now that he's going back on his word about the $50,000 student loan forgiveness.
Well, he's
What's
not
new?
necessarily going
What's-
back on his word per se, but more so trying to find what legal power he actually has to do anything.
Oh no, he flat out said that he is not for it. And I quote.
This isn't new. He is owned by the banks.
He flat out said, like, now the other Democrats are pushing for it.
Yeah, he's not a socialist.
But yeah, he
I'm gonna have
came
to go
out.
back and look again because I thought I read something yesterday or the day before about him talking to the JOD, trying to figure out what his legal powers are in regards to
Now,
executive
he
order.
held a town hall 2 days ago, and he was asked about it, and he flat out said that he was not for the $50,000 student loan forgiveness.
I thought that they had said somewhere that it was going to be something like 10,000.
Yeah, but that's not what he ran on. He was telling people when he was running that he was running with a $50,000 debt. I have friends that voted for him specifically because they believed that he was going to do $50,000 student loan debt
Yeah.
forgiveness.
I would have never believed that about Biden. Biden is not a socialist. He's
I don't believe anything that any politician says, to be honest.
Yeah.
I was gonna say anybody that says I'm gonna give you
He's
50 grand, you better figure out why.
Republican light. No. So it says that it's I think that I found an article. I'm going to post it in news, but basically the key points are that he'll direct his administration to conduct a review. This is the same thing that we heard the what's her name, Jen Psaki, say, that it's going to be a review of key US supply chains, including those for semiconductors, high capacity batteries, and rare earth metals. The White House plans to review gaps in domestic manufacturing and supply chains that are dominated by or run through, quote, nations that are or are likely to become unfriendly or unstable. Though the order does not mention China, the directive is likely in part an effort by the administration to determine how reliant the US economy and military are on Chinese exports. I wonder what that means for the whole Taiwan business, because like Taiwan Semiconductor is huge. And we read the other day about how the Japanese company is actually the top producer.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut in for just a second. What did something happen to the stream? Because it went black.
Oh, I don't know.
Hit that live button. It went black for like 1 second. I guess you're a little bit delayed. I have it on real time.
Huh. Maybe my thing just froze. I typically when I'm in here, I just watch it on my television and then have it on mute. It's weird. I'm still getting the chat.
Okay, I'm posting this on news.
Okay, yeah, I got it back now.
It's pretty crazy though this year. Stocks that were at $1 and they climbed all the way up to like $30. It's really bizarre.
Bull market. Bull market.
So there's also so I posted the article from CNET because I don't like C-SPAN, and CNET actually has more details in it. Well, it's not that long, but it has a couple more details in it because it says the move likely signals a strategic reevaluation of American dependence on foreign trade, particularly with China. As a candidate on the campaign trail in 2020, which we know, whatever, bullshit, he noted that the US was in need of new rules and new processes to dictate trade relationships with foreign countries. And he also said that the US is looking to counter Chinese military expansionism and human rights abuses. The effort could also would also echo a 2016 move by Obama, which under the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology launched a semiconductor study group comprised of industry veterans to examine supply chain issues. It says some countries that are important in this domain are subsidizing their domestic semiconductor industry or requiring implicit transfer of technology and intellectual property in exchange for market access, the Obama administration said in a statement at the time. Sounds like Huawei. They do that shit. The uneasiness with foreign leverage over access to semiconductors and other critical supply chain continued into the Trump administration, which saw fit to impose steep tariffs on Chinese trade. In 2020, the Trump administration sent a letter to U.S. companies instructing them to seek a license before exporting certain goods to Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corp., China's largest chip maker. Wow. Interesting. So any text of any final executive order could ultimately vary from the current draft.
You guys remember that BLSP place stock that I was telling y'all about, the Blue Sphere?
Yeah.
So they're gonna be having some sort of information come out within the next few weeks, and that's from a different company that Blue Sphere is working hand in hand with. So I was like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Hey guys, I have a quick
But
question.
will it happen? I don't know.
Where's the cheapest way to buy Bitcoin?
Cheapest or most secure?
Both.
So personally, if you just want to get in and like, let's say you just want to invest $1,000 or less.
Yeah,
If you're
we're gonna put $1,000 in Bitcoin, but where's the
I would
cheapest,
I
safe,
personally
secure way?
would recommend Coinbase because it's very user friendly, and if it's going up, you'll make the fees back in less than 5 minutes, literally.
Coinbase or Coinbase Pro?
Okay, so that's okay. So Coinbase you have to have. Coinbase Pro is a wallet. So you start with Coinbase. Your funds have to settle, although you can use them immediately. Okay. Once your funds settle, which typically takes about 5 days, and it will show as your available balance, what you can do is you can transfer that Bitcoin to Coinbase Pro. But I would highly suggest that you get what's called a cold storage wallet before you do that.
Right.
I put a bunch of links in there about a week ago, but you can. This is Neat Freak. You can shoot me a PM or whatever, and I'll send you a bunch of links. And the one that I've got, it's actually be coming here in a couple of days because now that I've got what I have in there, I don't. The thing about it is for me, this is like a super long hold because I truly believe that Bitcoin is going to hit 100,000. This is purely not financial advice. It's just
No,
pure speculation.
that's why I want to put money into it.
So,
but I just wanted the most efficient, cheapest way to
the best
store
thing to
it
do
and with the little fees.
is if you want to go ahead and get in now and just lock it in at the price that you have now, the best thing to do is just buy it on Coinbase, and then you can look at what's called the Ledger X or the Elipal is a cold storage wallet where you can move your coin with your keys to a cold storage off the net device, and that way it's secure. And nobody, the thing is if you don't have the keys, it's not your coin. If you leave your coin on exchanges, those exchanges, although it doesn't happen as frequent anymore, can get hacked. Most of the funds in the most recent hacks have been recovered. However, it's still a thing. If you put it on a cold storage wallet, which is like off the net, like it's actually
right.
Some of them look like a USB drive, some of them look like a hard drive, whatever. Then it's safe. It's there. Now the only thing about that is usually you have to have just a little bit of Ethereum because there's going to be what's called gas fees. Like if you want to move it off your cold wallet onto an exchange, and then you want to kind of dabble, maybe you want to make a trade, maybe you want to do a conversion, maybe you want to buy more Bitcoin, and then you can. That's why personally I went with Elipal because I can buy more Bitcoin through Elipal's app and just immediately move it to my cold storage.
How do you spell that?
Ellipal, I think. Elipal, Ellipal.
Perfect.
But yeah,
Okay.
Ledger is another good one. It's a little bit cheaper, but personally I like the Elipal because it has like a cell phone type screen and stuff like that. And I did a bunch of reviews or read and watched a bunch of reviews and stuff. You can't really go wrong with either one. There's another 2 or 3 of them I linked in the Discord. I've actually top 4. Kobo Vault is another one. Kobo Vault, Ledger X, Trezor, Trezor. They have a Trezor T and a Trezor S. Just depends on how fancy you want to get. I personally like the screen and being able to see what I have. So, and I like the fact that it uses air gap technology, where, like with the Ledger X, you actually have to physically plug that little USB drive into, your computer, right? Well, with the Kobo Vault or the Elipal, you don't. You just take a picture of a QR code, and that secure QR code basically stores your keys. So like that cold wallet is never on the net. It's completely air gapped. And that's one of the things I really liked about it. So, but again, there's tons of options out there. That's just what I went with. But
So which one, if you were making that decision today, which one would you choose?
I would buy coin. I'm on Coinbase, and I would get the whatever your initial investment is, and then I would order the Elipal or the Ledger X, either one. Personally, I want the Elipal. I would go with the Elipal. So it's more expensive, but
What
again.
about hanging out? Go ahead.
And the other thing on the Elipal, you can, if you're interested, which I am, because
Ledger X has futures.
ETH 2.0, we're doing a proof of staking with ETH 2.0. So, and Elipal allows you to do proof of staking through a cold wallet, which means
that's what I want.
You can do proof of staking without the risk of your coins being on the net.
Right. You sold
and
me.
there's also something to be said about a paper wallet, which you could start in, test the waters, feel if you like trading in crypto, and then move it out of the paper wallet into a cold storage. And a paper wallet can be generated in seconds just online, and it's still your wallet combination, your key, so it's secure. You're not hosting it on any exchange.
Yeah, you can. For me, my thing with a paper wallet is from my research, it was easier to make a mistake with a paper wallet.
They're very easy to make a mistake because you don't have that physical connection of plugging it in and telling it, okay,
I want the
copy and paste
physical
or whatever.
connection.
But and that's, if you're ready for it, willing to spend the money on the device and all that, then full bore ahead. But if you wanted an alternative option to, instead of buying a cold storage or parking it somewhere that is not technically controlled by you, a paper wallet, you have the full control over it, but if you lose your key,
Yeah, so the way the cold storage wallets work, so you have your account ID, right? And then you have your password to get into. Most of them will have an app, like Ledger has an app, Elipal has an app. Yeah, actually somebody just brought up in the chat. Yes, Cash App is an instant transfer to your wallet, and it's very fast. They do have fees though, just like everybody else. You just pay attention to the gas fees. You're going to end up with a 12 code passphrase. That's never backed up. That's never on a device. You never take a screenshot of it. That's the one you write it on a piece of paper, those 12 words, and then you put it in a safe. And they actually sell like metal ones that you can use that way in case like there's a fire in the home, it doesn't melt, if it's in the safe or something. So like it's called a mnemonic passcode, and it's 12 words.
I mean, I have my accounts. I just haven't. We're putting a larger amount into it, and so I want to make sure it's safe. Because like right now, my couple $100 is not worth it. But if we're putting larger chunks of money into crypto, I want it secure.
Well, and now the couple hundred that you have, do you actually have currency, or are you more like with Robinhood? Oh, okay, so you do have, so you could withdraw your coins from Coinbase
Yeah.
into a wallet if you chose. Okay.
Yeah, and I have some on Voyager too, and
Oh man, I'm still waiting on trying to get access to Voyager. I've been waiting like over a week and a half.
I think I can pull them out of Voyager too.
You can.
Yeah, I love Voyager. That one's my favorite.
Yeah, I've been on the wait list for over a week. My buddy said it took 2 weeks for him to get on.
I got in like the same day, but I got in a long time ago.
I have a question on LFL, please. Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt. About the LFL there, is there one? Should we get on the website if we were to order it? From the website is the maker itself, or Amazon is okay, or any other place? I was thinking about possibly potentially a hack or something like that, or like a faulty key or something. But
So
if
all the research I've done suggests you never, ever, 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 ever buy a cold wallet from a third party because it can be tampered with and the seed could have been changed and or like stolen or not, maybe not stolen, is the right word, but more like copied. And then basically, you could be sitting there depositing in your cold wallet and then all day wake up and then all your money's gone because somebody has that seed.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Like
Yeah.
you only ever don't ever ever buy a cold wallet from third party, eBay, especially Amazon, none of that. I mean, like it's so easy to plastic wrap packages today. Like it's that machine costs nothing to buy. I mean, it like for the way I look at it, I made back the cost of my LPL literally in 2 days of trading crypto. So for me, it paid for itself.
So how much can you store on that? Like, is it worth getting do you just need one? Is it worth having like two if you can buy both of them cheaper together?
I mean, I didn't see any advantage of having more than one because I mean, like, as far as I know, the only limitation is on the actual coins, which they support over 1,000. Currently, they support over 1,000. And the other thing I like about it is you can do exchanges within your own app on the LFL, which you can do on Ledger also.
So if you lose your cold storage, you can't access it. Like you have to keep that.
As long as you have your mnemonic passphrase, you can restore your account on another cold storage wallet.
Okay.
The most important thing is the mnemonic passphrase.
Okay.
I know that sounds confusing because it's like, well, wait a minute,
I totally
like if
get
it's on this wallet, but it's that passphrase is your wallet.
So you're better off getting the bundle that comes with the
mnemonic metal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got that. Yeah, that's what I got. I think it was like, I don't know. I think it was like $159.
Yeah, that's what it is right now. That's what I'm checking out.
It's gonna be like 178 with shipping, just to let you know.
They don't have any promo codes or referral codes, do they?
Nope. I looked everywhere. Unless somebody else has got better Google food than I did.
Does the LFL update to like if somebody makes like a new camel coin or something like that? Is it like updatable if that's an
Every month. So they do firmware updates, which you can do securely offline with an SD card. And the SD card actually isn't on the device itself. It has like a little attachment that you use to charge the device. And then the SD card goes in that. If there's not a coin that you want and you want it, you can actually email support with the coin, their logo, etc., and their information, and request for it to be added to the marketplace.
Interesting. Thanks.
So they have a coupon code that says use buy crypto to get $20 off LPL Titan, and it doesn't work.
Because you're probably already trying to get the bundle.
Oh, gotcha.
So I'm gonna post. Right now, currently, Elapel has 36 blockchain. Oh, and just so you know, I have no affiliation with Elapel. Just for like, I'm not trying to push anybody to it for any reason. There are 36 blockchains and 7,000 plus tokens supported. And I will put the token support link so you can do a search and see if the tokens that you want to buy are supported currently. In the, I'll put it in the Discord.
Thank you.
If you would please, yeah, can you please post the link of the official LPL website just to check it? Because I looked at it on Google. I think it's lpl.com, but just to kind of cross-check, make sure it's like not a fake website, if you would please.
Dang, it's crazy.
Yep, just make sure it's the HTTPS, but I posted that in general as well.
Cool.
And I mean, I also suggest I'll find the video of the guy. I watched tons of videos on reviews, and some of them you can definitely tell like nobody put any time into it. But the couple that I really liked, he actually has like 5 or 6 cold storage wallets, and he lists all the reasons why he likes the Elipal Titan better than all of them. So I'll find that. I'll put it in the general as well.
Thank you.
Look like Bitcoin kind of slowed down a little bit.
Had a lateral movement into 54.5. Yeah. It looks like it dipped, but then it came back up, which is good though.
I wonder like how big these dips are really gonna get.
CCIV doing a little hitting like 58. The last point of when it went down and got support was 58.25, and it's just gone slightly below that. 58.20 right.
I think I might throw 100 on Bitcoin coming up pretty soon here.
So if you're interested in investing in Bitcoin, so in the general, I put both those links to the guy that I watched. He does a straight review, a 1 year later review, which is really nice because he used it for a year and he can tell you all the things he liked and disliked about it. And then he does it also versus the Ledger Nano X, which is another very, very, very popular cold storage. And I ultimately was debating between those two, and ultimately went with the Titan. But if you're, I've got another video, the guy I was talking about earlier, that went into all the numbers and everything with Bitcoin and like how much you need in order to retire by 2030 and stuff like that. It's a really great video, even for just entertainment purposes only. Like it's got some great numbers in it. All right, all those links are in the general for everybody now.
See if we can hit this. Get past this here. 54,809.
Well, the thing you have to remember too, like, so like it's almost guaranteed on these touches at 55, you're gonna have people sell. Like it's gonna happen. So that's why you see these touches. You know, like it'll like it went up and it touched and then it came back down and it kind of came up and it almost touched again. And you like those are people that probably missed the first touch and they're like, I want to go ahead and take my profit now on that kind of touch. And then it should consolidate. And then if it wants to keep doing price discovery, it will keep going. And then you might see a little bit of lateral movement just because people are kind of like, you know, plus you can really see if you look at the trade history, there's really just not a lot of major volume. I mean, I say that, but when you think of it, like there's a lot of 0.00s. That, you know, it's not like there's a 0.1. That's actually a pretty decent amount, but there's not really a whole lot of solid coins moving, which is good to see.
Okay, now we see CCIV trying to go make a move up with some buys.
Yeah,
Dipped down to 56.75.
That 57 line is a pretty good resistance, or has been. It's touched it like four times.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some volume, big volume right now in the buys. There it goes. Oh, sell.
It's a lot of people buying the dip right there.
Yeah, there's a lot of people buying. There's a 5K order at 58.49 for sell.
They're looking at that last dip.
Yeah.
Right before the end of market yesterday, because that's where it touched. I bet you there were some orders at that point, because if you look right at 1550 yesterday.
Yep, I'm looking at that point right there, that 57.13 point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's probably some people that put some orders in. That way, if they ever touch that point again, it would automatically process those orders.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's something in general for you guys to take a look at and do your DD on.
Cool.
Also, I'm gonna put another one in the Discord.
Boom! I love it. Thanks, Mouse.
Just to keep an eye out for the Starlink IPO.
Oh, you know what? That's my partner sent me that this morning. Starlink. We were talking about specs.
That's not supposed to be for another year or two, though, correct?
I don't know,
Did you hear
man.
something different?
Yeah, it's getting a lot of talk, and typically, I mean, yeah, it's normal to get a lot of talk about, you know, an up and coming IPO, but with Elon, man, he doesn't really rest on his laurels too much. I mean, and when you have this kind of momentum in the media like this, it's a really good time to pounce on it. I mean, and he's got some really good press.
Oh, it's Osprey. Oh, I'm buying that. Osprey is the one that's going to be with that one. SFTW. Yeah. I'm going to look for a good entry point. Wow.
Like it dropped down to 15.
Yep. I mean, it was just at 11, 10.99. 11. So hopefully there'll be some consolidation.
Dude, this crypto is insane, man. Like, if this keeps going even for like another month or two, like this, it's just incredible. I mean, I know it's not going to go like this forever. Like it does go in cycles where like it bulls, it bulls, it bulls, it bulls, it bulls, and then you basically try to cap out at the top and then take your innings, and then it's going to drop down, and then that's when you can like really get into crypto and start buying them really low, and then just hold on for the long term and just wait for the next bull run. But I mean, this is just insane. I can tell you right now, if it does do like a major drop, I'm gonna go like super heavy into Bitcoin and Ethereum, like both, because this is just, I mean, this is the kind of thing that you're just like you wait for.
I feel you, brother.
Damn, there's a lot of
Bitcoin popping off.
the volume on this is
Hard
like 10
support
minutes.
line at 54.5, which is great.
Damn it. Why did I see this so? This SFTW went all the way up to 1747 coming back. That's too high right now.
What is that?
This is the SPAC that's rumored to be actually I don't know if it's no, Black Sky is merging with, this is another Seattle-based satellite imagery specialist. It's the latest space venture that will soon begin trading publicly, with the company on Thursday announcing a SPAC deal. It's going through Osprey Technology, which is ticker SFTW.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get a share right now. Well, actually, no.
Yeah, I think it'll dip.
Climbing up.
It is climbing up. I mean, this was just trading at 10.99 yesterday. Let's look at this.
Wow, it had a huge jump.
Yeah.
And then another huge jump at the beginning of today.
Yeah, the volume is really.
It's always in the beginning of the day, though.
Yeah.
That's
And then
I wonder if that's pre. So that to me tells me that's like pre. That looks like it's pre-market.
Well, some of the, I think it was in at 1467 at 6:30. So right when market opened, it was already at 1467. So whatever happened, there was some movement overnight, but to go from 1467 all the way up to 1747, which was at 641, that was within 10, 11 minutes of market opening.
The news of Black Sky came out yesterday.
Yesterday.
So that's why there's so much drastic movement in the last 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
It came out pre-market yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I didn't get it till aftermarket yesterday.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
One day, I mean, I usually give normal media 5 to 7 days for FOMO because
It'll consolidate.
They are so slow. I mean,
I'm just interested in this one for long term.
For sure. But I think where it's at right now, so 1452. So 925, 1452, and we see this spike going up. I think it'll go hopefully a little bit closer to that, as the folks that have been in it for so long at this, they may take some profit. Who knows?
I wouldn't. Heck no. Two big
I
jumps.
wouldn't.
Two big jumps like that. I would ride it.
Yeah, there is selling happening though. I would too. I would hold.
I mean, there's always pay. I mean, that's why we have up and downs all day long. It's paper hands
Yeah.
always. I mean, but then you have people that invest different ways too. I mean,
Yeah, it's for different purposes, you know. That's probably what they were waiting for. That's it, and they're gonna move on to the next.
So did they already merge, or is it just
It's just an announcement.
announcement?
It's just that it's gonna happen.
I could see this probably falling back to 1520,
Mm,
at least
let's see.
for today, because it looks like it's kind of consolidating a little bit, going.
I mean, it's at like 1520 right now. I think it'll go closer to maybe 1498, 1499, $15.
it'll
It
be
touched that point earlier
yeah,
too. It
it'll
may
be
go a little bit.
interesting to see what it does at close of market. If we get towards the power hour, right? If it starts
Yeah.
to go up in the power hour, it's probably going to go up in the after hours. If it starts to go down, then we may see some aftermarket or pre-market, but I would if it goes down in the power hour, that's probably where it's
Yeah.
that's where the true consolidation is. But
Yeah, it's so crazy. So I'm looking at my my Facebook page, um, that my financial some stuff is in my financial information I get from, and this guy, his name is let me see what his name is. Yeah.
I mean, let's see. Oh, was that change
oh my gosh, Ripple
1098.
just had huge news that just broke.
Ripple?
Yeah.
It actually.
What happened with them?
Ripple X's Vice President James Wallace disclosed that the company has expanded by building a core ledger which can be used to mint central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, which like Canada's already done one, China's already got theirs. Now both of theirs are based on Ethereum, which is interesting because they're saying now that Ripple is to build the core ledger that will power central bank digital currencies. So, but Ripple's got to get out of that lawsuit, man. XRP's got to get out of that SEC lawsuit.
And it says that what is real-time market data?
You have to pay for that. That's level 2 and level 3. There's a delay when you're going and playing with options. You really need real-time market data. It costs about $3.99 to $5, depending on which broker you're going through.
I see.
It's
Is that
more
why?
so for options, but I mean, if you're going to be anything of a trader, I mean, you should just have it anyways.
You can get level 2 through Webull like for almost 6 months to a year for free, like super easy by referring like 3 to 4 people. Just if you think it's like something that you might be interested in, like you can just make a Webull account, and I think they'll actually give you level 2 for free for like a month. But then if you refer
Yeah.
like 2 or 3 friends, first off, you'll get free stocks. They'll get free stocks if they deposit at least $100, and it's 2 actually. And and then they have like this little spin the wheel thing now that they just came out with, and every time you refer somebody, you get a free wheel spin, and there's level 2, level 3 free for 3 months on there. There's actually 800 stocks of Google on there, but yeah, I spun it and I got like a couple free stocks, and I got like 3 months of free level 2.
Yeah, I actually just did that yesterday, and I spinned it, and I got some $2 stock, and then I got the level 2 for the month. So I was like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's what I use to watch. It's pretty. I like it. I like the formatting of it because I can customize the windows and everything like exactly the way I want it.
There's a big cluster of people that got ADT from Weeble as their free giveaways for sign-ups and referrals and all that stuff. That might be one of the best free giveaways you've ever gotten. In my opinion, there's a good potential for them to see some pretty nice gains over the next little bit here. They got a deal in with Google to make
Nice. ADT stock, like ADT, the security company?
Yes.
We had that growing up.
And so they have a deal in now with Google to be making a Google ADT device or something along those lines. So if Weeble just handed out a bunch of, I know a lot of people that have started Weeble very recently that got ADT as their gimme, and
I got 2 for referral.
I ended up with 6 of them, 2 for starting my account, 2 for a referral, and then I think 2 for another referral. But for doing nothing, just opening an account essentially, I was given $40, $50 face value right now, and quite potentially could see some growth.
It's great.
Yeah, so since all this, like within the past 2 months, there's been, GME really, and the controversy and everything has really brought a ton of new investors into the market. Not just like FOMO, but like people that are just, especially younger. I would consider younger, like with outside of their normal 401ks, right? And several of my friends have reached out to me, and they're like, "Hey, do you do this?" And I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Well, how do I do this?" And I'm like, "No, just get on Weeble, whatever." And I've gotten like 7 free stocks in the last month from people joining. And I got, so I was going to see right now. So I got, they gave me 2 ADTs. They gave me 2 GNW, which I don't even know what that is. They gave me an F. I don't even know what that is. I'll have to look it up. A ZNGA.
F is Ford, dude.
Okay. ZNGA and then SWN. Those are all the free stocks.
Oh, Weeble is owned by Alibaba? I didn't know that.
Hey, I got the F too.
Did you get that? You got, so F is just Ford? That's funny.
Oh shit, I
you
did
guys
get
know
the
that?
ADT. Look at that.
Yeah, Jack Mao always owns this.
Oh damn, I got 3 shares of ADT.
That's why
on
there was
Weeble.
issues in the news. How I don't know if it was the first of the year or right before the beginning of the year. Everyone was like, "Oh no, don't go to Weeble because Weeble is a Chinese company and blah 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 and this and that." Well, it's like, okay, well you guys say it's a Chinese company, but yet Jack Ma is the only billionaire in China right now that's basically getting sideswept by the national government over there for basically speaking up. So out of all the brokerage, if one came out of China, I'm really not worried about one like this actually any of our information getting back over to China, just on the fact of who is actually is in control of this company,
Gotcha.
I like Weeble.
And when
I have
normal
no
brokers
problem
get
with
shut down, Webull generally won't be shut down because they're not a part of this actual system that's over here.
Yeah, we got
It's essentially a Robin Hood with a
SFTW down to
lot more money.
150. Oh, sorry about that.
And they
We
do
got,
crypto.
And they
We
do.
got Osprey down to 120 right now. I mean, 1520. I'm looking to get into SFTW most likely by the end of today. Maybe not
Yeah,
something
it's
big, but
it's up 8.95% right now from opening. I would I'm watching it, waiting for Power Hour. I'm very curious to see what it will do in Power Hour, because
Yeah.
that's when the day traders, like right before Power Hour, they'll either get out of their positions for the day, and stuff like that. So a lot of stuff can happen. Actually, the last 10 minutes of Power Hour, it's like insane.
Yeah.
At least in my opinion.
So I have my IRA with Fidelity. Should I just use them?
Yes. Fidelity is great.
Okay.
So Fidelity is one of the only ones that didn't restrict anything during the
Oh
GME
yeah,
fiasco.
yeah, I know that because my partner was able to buy. Well, he had Charles Schwab, so he was able to go, but the pricing that he got, and he always gets way better pricing than I get on stuff. It's just the way that the trades are executed, I guess, right?
Fidelity held a
Yep.
huge stake in GameStop.
Mm,
They have like 12% of it.
interesting. I just don't like the way that their platform looks. It's just not as
It's not as intuitive. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, all of those, like Charles Schwab too. Like it's just so ugh,
Boomer.
seriously.
It's the old style stuff.
It's really like
Well, there's something really to be said about all the big names in the game having shit apps because they're ran by dinosaurs.
Well,
Hey, Connor.
well, they give us the shit apps. They're all running on terminals.
Yeah.
this is true.
So I don't trade on Robinhood anymore, but it's still the first thing I open to like check. I'm just viewing things.
Does Webull does Webull average out your stocks or does it allow you to sell in like lots? Because like
It averages your cost down. You can't sell your $10 share for $40 when you bought a $30 share. If that's what
yeah, that's what I'm
wow.
asking. Because like on the other brokerages, you sell by your lots.
Well, yeah, no, the so far at least I've not seen anything on Webull that's different from that. You basically just throw all your stocks into a pool, and then your
It's probably first.
cost basis. Just your cost basis works off the average. I don't
Is it-
necessarily think they a lot or assign a price per actual share.
Yeah. Because like Robinhood does first in, first out. That's their like way of selling, which means that they average it down. It's benefiting them, obviously, doing it this way.
I'm still trying to figure out how much buying power I have on Webull.
If you look at if you go down to where it says, are you on desktop or app?
On the app.
Oh, you should just be able to click the trade button, and then you'll have your order ticket. And if you look at the bottom of your order ticket, it will actually tell you like at market price of that share, or excuse me, at market price of that ticker, like what your buying power is at the bottom, the amount, and then the max shares that you can buy.
If you put anything under $1,000 in there, you'll have the full amount in buying power. And Webull, anything over $1,000, then your account needs to be a certain limit to be able to access.
AMC, man, holding strong at that between 560 and 570 line.
I know. I done messed up on AMC, man. I freaking I was going to buy at 40. It dropped down to 35, and I was like trying to do my limit order so it actually gets it at 35, and I done messed up. And then it went back up to 40, and I was like, let me put a limit order on 40. And then it freaking went higher and higher, and then obviously I'm not gonna buy anything else when it's that high, when I'm pretty sure it's probably gonna go back down. So I'm just kind of waiting.
Well, there's been a lot of speculative news about AMC and Amazon, and like it's pure speculation if you read the reports. Like they're saying, why it would be smart for Amazon to actually buy AMC. But again, it's like they're just articles based on pure speculation. They're not saying that even exists. It's just saying why it would be smart for them to do it, or maybe the reasons why it would be smart for them to do it.
Yeah.
Imagine GameStop buying out AMC and converting every single movie theater into something like an Epic Game type of situation, dude.
Esports rooms, man. Esports
there
rooms.
you go.
Esports rooms. The only problem is we're still in COVID. Dude, like COVID, do you realize like the buying potential, like somebody mentioned it earlier, like, like why stocks are all like, we're pretty much all up in an uptrend right now. It's not just necessarily a bull market. Like you have to remember last year during 2020, like everything fell and a lot of people sold. A lot of people sold a lot of their positions because
They sold and they moved.
Swapped. Well, some people just moved in the money market. Like as soon as they saw the market dipping, they just moved it in a money market. So it's like in a placeholder, right? So now that the market is down, you see a lot of that money starting to come back a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. The smart money is actually coming back and they're investing in things that they know will come back once COVID is like, I don't necessarily think COVID's ever going to really truly be over. I think it's going to be like kind of like the flu. But
yeah, we're going to be dealing with this forever.
I mean, I hope not, but I mean, I kind of think of it like that. But because I mean, we get the flu vaccine every year, and then it's still around.
You have to understand this. There's a good third of the population that will not get vaccinated, just because you got 10 to 15% of the population that is the crazies that think that you're getting injected with a computer chip in the vaccines. So they're not going to take it. Then you have another aspect of it to where you got to understand there's a lot of families, there's a lot of females out there that are pregnant, that are looking to get pregnant, that don't know what this vaccine is going to do. They're not going to get vaccinated either.
Yeah.
No, you're true. Guys. Unfortunately, I have a family member that is, I didn't think they were that crazy, but they're definitely anti-vaccine. And I'm like, you're so stupid.
I accidentally exited out. Did you guys hear my little speech on Amazon and AMC?
I think so.
About AMC.
Right. I heard the GameStop and AMC.
Okay, so I was really impressed to hear that Amazon tried to buy into a few movie companies, but ended up getting like, I don't know, shot down by other competitors like Netflix and Disney Plus ended up buying out instead of Amazon. So I was like, damn, I didn't know Amazon was really going for movie type of stuff. And then it had all these companies that it tried to get into, but obviously it ended up getting shot down by them. So I was like, damn, that's pretty cool. So at that point, I was like, damn, maybe Amazon might have their final chance to get into AMC now. But that being said, I just saw a movie trailer, and it said coming to theaters on February 25th. So at that point, I was like, wait a minute, did I read that right? Maybe I was tripping. But are they opening up movie theaters now? Because
China's movie theaters are open right now.
Yeah, China's
The
that was
theaters
the
are open.
yeah, they had the best box office sales ever. So I was like, damn,
And
dude.
I think there is places here, like I was talking last week. I think you could still buy out the full movie theater for the movie that you want to watch. So, like, if you come in with a group, I think it's only like $300 or so, like that. So I think there is still like
They were
limited
doing it for
movies.
$100 a crack. They were
We
doing
can
it for
still
you could do it for $100 a crack here to rent out the whole theater. But it's also like the biggest thing to take away from COVID right now about nationwide, coast to coast. There's not the same thing in your state as my state, as his state, as her state. There's no governmental control on any of it. So all these little different states and towns and counties have made up their own playbook, and there's areas in that are an hour away from me that never closed a single business, that never said put on a mask, that never said no. It just acted like it never friggin' happened.
South Carolina was like that, and we're paying for it hard right now. We've had more cases in the last 2 weeks. Like I think they rated us like number 3 now, and like instead of going down, we're actually going up, and
I
that's
think it's
because
happening.
like they never, like you heard it around and stuff like that. And I was lucky because I took this time to get surgeries that I needed on my wrists, so like I didn't really have to go out and about and like be. But I've noticed it. Like my wife and I go out and we grocery shop, and there's people that just don't care. Like they're walking around with no masks and nobody say anything to them. And I'm not talking about like one person. I'm talking like a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
and like I told my wife, I was like, I personally don't like going to Walmart anyway, but I was like, you are not going to Walmart.
Whoa.
Like you are not
Whoa.
going to Walmart.
I'm not a controlling husband, but I put my whole house on lockdown back in like April. The only person in and out was me. My wife's an asthmatic. We had a baby in December. So to me, it was like super high risk because,
Dude, I don't blame you, man.
you know,
You got a brand new baby and a wife
I
who has underlying condition. That's not being controlling.
I
That's
was the
called
only one
caring about your family.
the only
man.
one in and out of the house. I have a mud room that acts as a basically an airlock. So I come in my back door, and then there's another door to actually get in the house. Well, every day if I left the house, I'd come in through the mud room, quarantine myself while I stripped down all my clothes and threw them in the wash. And like
Yeah.
it was super serious in my household, even though my community acted like nothing was happening because I'm only an hour and a half away from Minneapolis, and they were having a massive outbreak. So it doesn't take much for somebody to walk across the border and sneeze at my McDonald's. Now all of a sudden my nuggies aren't so fresh.
That's why you
It
got to
was
get
like
them
that when I
tendies.
went to. It was like that when I went to North Carolina. Yeah, nobody was wearing masks.
Like our movie theaters and everything are open, but pretty much everyone wears masks here. You don't see a whole lot of people not wearing them.
Hey, Tame, you got a question in the chat. Somebody's asking you if you're doing a long hold on AMC and then what your exit strategy is.
Were you talking to me?
No, he said that somebody in the YouTube chat was directing a question at Tame. From my last recall, I don't think Tame is holding any ANC right now. I could be wrong, but I think he steered clear of that whole kerfluffle when GME cracked off.
The only reason you're in AMC was for GME. So if you're still in AMC, I would honestly say at this point, and you should have already been, I would honestly take the loss, move your money over somewhere else, and recoup it back in whatever stock pick that you choose to do with that said money. It's only going to keep going down for right now.
I'm stubborn and refuse to ever admit loss at any kind. So the $500 worth of AMC that I have sitting there, or at least $500 to me, I think I bought around $3 or $4 when it was going. I'm still gonna sit on it because I like it personally long term. The boom is gonna happen when COVID restrictions lift and people go back to normal lives. I think that's gonna be one of the first things that jumps off. Personally, think.
Dude, I totally miss theaters,
I'm with
man.
you.
I'm sorry. Absolutely love seeing a movie that I know I'm going to like in a theater. I do. I absolutely love it. Like when 300 came out, there was no way I was not going to see that in a theater. Like I was one of the first, like Star Wars. Yes, I'm going to see that in a theater. You know.
Yeah, there's
That-
definitely a
that-
handful of titles across the, that come out that are like, I have to see it.
Marvel
in the theater.
movies, like, yeah, it's cooler on Disney Plus, but I want to see them in the theater, man. Like, I was able to see Endgame in the theater, and that was epic. That was awesome. I mean, it's about an experience.
Yeah,
That's
even
what
with
you're paying for.
an awesome TV setup, an awesome sound system, even that, you're never going to have that experience, It's the whole
No.
deal. The $20 popcorn, people walking in front of the screen, babies crying at the most important part of the conversation. That's the best experience ever.
Now, wait a minute. Now, wait a
Has
minute. Now,
anyone
wait a minute. Now,
heard-
wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Now, if you cough up the extra $7.50 and get that RPX ticket, not guaranteed, but most of the time, you don't get any of what you just said, except for the $20
What the hell's an RPX ticket?
It's so at AMC theaters, you have what's called RPX. It's IMAX with RPX. It's $27.50 for a ticket here in South Carolina, and it's upgraded sound and audio, or it's upgraded audio quality. And what my wife and I have found out is that most of the time, the parents don't want to cough up the extra money for their kids for an RPX ticket. So typically, it's the majority of mostly adults. And you don't end up with like people carrying the babies into the theater and the younger kids that are screaming and people who don't turn their cell phones off because they paid the extra money for the ticket.
Well, yeah, you spent $30 for a movie. You're serious.
Yeah.
Right.
When I lived in
But
LA,
I look at it as paying a premium to get away from the general admission crowd.
there's also 18 plus or 21 plus, screenings that happen. Some theaters will have those. I know that we have
Those
it
are
here in
different kind of
SF.
movies.
In LA, there's a theater called ArcLight, which it is known for that. It is, I think it's 18 and over or 21 and over. And in SF, we have one that's Kabuki. It's owned by Sundance. So that one is also, I think it's a 21 and over theater.
Did
Because
you
they
hear
serve
anything
alcohol.
about Disney coming out with their own?
The Star Service add-on to Disney Plus. Right, Kat?
I don't know. My husband just said that Disney was coming out with their own adult streaming service.
Okay, well, if the articles and the headlines are super misleading because when I read it, I was like, Disney/porn? What? It's very misleading.
I was
It's
about
adult,
to say, describe like when you
it's
say
adult in the sense
adult
that it's
service.
targeted at. It has nothing to do with any pornographic materials. It's adult stuff from the standpoint of Family Guy and more PG-13 and above content, but still nothing past R, I would assume. But it's opening up more content that's not traditionally seen as Disney per se, but not like a adult quote unquote service. Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's launching in the UK and Australia first, and I think your bill is going to go from like 8 or 9 to like 11 or 12, and you'll just have more content available, but still accessing it through the Disney Plus everything. It's not like a different ecosystem.
Are the parks open yet? Probably not, right?
I think in limited capacity they are because like Florida they were one of the longer holdouts on restrictions on stuff, and I know there's certain so Cletus McFarland, a guy watching YouTube, he just opened up a racetrack at the start of all this, and he's just now able to have his first event there. So and it's in Florida, the connection. I think that they have the ability to start letting people come just at a much reduced capacity.
I know that is a absolute ton of money. Like I think somebody told me it costs them 12 million a day to operate, but they bring in 21 million a day from each park. And obviously this is pre-COVID, but I was just like, wow, that is a ton of money.
So Mouse, what are the target prices for Clovis?
I don't know. I just stumbled upon this. This is a guy that actually is a moderator and runs the bots for WSB. So this guy knows his shit.
Yeah.
I have no idea though. I literally just came across it right before I posted it.
Gotcha.
I've been looking into this is something you guys can help me with too. This is something you guys can jump on right now. The United States Postal Service is looking to hand their contract for their new vehicles nationwide to a car manufacturer. They've been in talks with somebody in Germany, some kind of car company in Germany. But because of the new restrictions of how they have to be now, they have to be more EV versus the gasoline. There's some kind of restrictions that the United States put on them. So now the contract has to adjust slightly. I'm trying to find the first 3 or 4 good front runners. I know they gave money to about 5 different companies. I'm looking for the first 3 of those companies, and the one that actually has basically some kind of tangible, tangible vehicle already halfway built. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, you got Workhorse Group, Turkey-based Carsan, which makes commercial electric vehicles, and then the third team is Oshkosh Corporation.
Okay, so you guys found it. Can you guys post that link somewhere?
Yeah, I got you. I'll put it in the general. The 3 teams left competing for the contract are Workhorse Group, a small Loveland, Ohio electric truck builder, Turkey-based Carsan, which makes commercial electric vehicles, teamed with longtime USPS supplier Morgan Olson of Sturgis, Michigan, and third team is Oshkosh Corporation of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and Ford Motor Company.
That was it right
Dearborn,
there.
Michigan.
Yeah,
That's going to be a
Oshkosh is
$6.3
looking.
billion.
Yes, and I think Oshkosh is the closest person to it. That's what I was trying to confirm right there, because I've had Oshkosh somewhere else in my DD I've been doing.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yes.
I think it's crazy. They used a picture of a mail truck on fire. So
I know, dude. I was like,
oh yeah,
what the
there they
fuck?
are. I got the photos. Yeah, Workhorse, Carsan. Look at these, the way they look. Carsan, Morgan, Olson. Yeah. Okay, so they tried and failed to win the contract to build the New York City taxi of tomorrow, but brought in a ringer for the mail truck. Its American partner in the endeavor, Morgan Olson, is a corporate descendant of Grumman. Now, Grumman already had the contract, right? I thought the project to replace the Grumman long life vehicle. Yeah. So Grumman, okay. So let's keep going. Oshkosh and Ford are working together on the only finalist that started out as an existing production vehicle based on the high roof Ford Transit van, which can be had with a diesel engine and will be available all-wheel drive soon. The van has been modified with the required sliding doors. They have photos of these. It's really cool. I'm gonna post. I think you may
Yeah,
already.
give me the photos. I don't see the
Yeah,
photos.
I'm gonna post it. This is a
Okay,
Fox
and now
Business.
in some of my DD I was doing, they were saying the closest front runner was the Ford Oshkosh Group because they have a tangible vehicle that can easily be converted.
Yeah.
Workhorse
Yeah.
and Carsan, I think, has to completely redo their vehicle, but they're stating also that they're probably going to give them a little bit of time to basically pivot. So, but either way, I'm just looking at the stocks to basically get in on this long term.
So what it says about it is Workhorse, the company that spawned electric pickup startup Lordstown Motors, had been teamed up with commercial truck specialist Hackney on a battery-powered prototype that could potentially use plug-in hybrid technology, but Hackney dropped out, leaving Ohio-based Workhorse to pursue the project on its own. The other one that's up here, the Carsan Morgan Olson, I don't know. Its American partner is Morgan Olson. Yeah.
The article that I just posted was updated on February 1st. That's the most recent that I can find right now.
Yeah, this is from December 7th, but this one has like the photos of the vehicles and little like blips about them as well. I heard something. So it seems like 180,000 of the new trucks will be purchased over a 5-year period. You know that it's going to be like $6 billion.
Those are ugly.
The original request for proposals called for a right-hand drive van with an aluminum or composite body, sliding curbside doors for both the passenger compartment and cargo area, a payload capacity of 1,500 pounds, ceiling height of 6 feet 4 inches, and overall length of 19 feet. All-wheel drive option and U.S. production. U.S. production. Yeah.
So it looks like Workhorse, even without the contract, is already making progress because there's a group, a startup called Pride Group Enterprises that's buying 6,320 of their C-Series all-electric delivery vehicles. And the deal was based out of Ontario, Canada, leasing and sales company. So it looks like, I don't know, at bare minimum, Workhorse is already putting them out, just not for USPS yet.
Wouldn't they go with like Ford? I don't know. Oshkosh and Ford. Who knows?
Top takeaways from yesterday, anybody? I asked that last night, but there was not as many people.
Here? Theater. Hmm.
You said theater?
I think it was theater. Yeah. But and that like are we talking about the hearing?
Yeah, I'm just like, I mean, I just wonder what people think about it. I have like my own thoughts. I'm in my head a lot, so I just wonder what others think about like
I'm
what
really
needs to happen.
I'm really into finding out this thing though right now that Mouse brought up. Like this is super exciting.
The
I mean,
mail
overall,
trucks.
I don't like to bet against the home team like Tesla, Ford. So I want to side with Oshkosh on this and Ford, but then again, I also want to get ahead of this too because they're all good
Oh
stocks
yeah.
to get in right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oshkosh's volume is only at 280,000 right now.
The thing is that like it's public perception. It's going to be where is the money going? They're going to want to invest in something American. I don't know. Like we'll see. We
I
gotta look at
remember
the spec.
this happened like maybe a month ago. That's when Joe Biden basically said that. Excuse me, hold up real quick. So Joe Biden basically was saying that in order to buy from anywhere from the anywhere else besides the United States is basically secondhand. So he's basically saying that you're gonna have to buy American products first before you can buy anything foreign, and if it is foreign, he's gonna I don't know do something.
That's usually the regulation. That's usually what the regulation is. But you'll find that a lot of times they find loopholes around it. For example, there were contracts when I worked for an airline that military service people had to fly on American owned airlines unless there was no alternative, right? At one point,
You never want to lock
there
yourself into stupid deals like that are such blanket things. Like, I don't know.
but
You want to
let me
be able
just
to get the
continue with
best deal for your people, you know?
let me just continue because I mean it's also about keeping money within America, right? What ended up happening was that so there were there were a few airlines that were based in the United States that had operations running in the Middle East, particularly like in Kuwait, in Dubai.
Turkey.
But the ones that I'm talking about are Kuwait and Dubai particularly, because there were US based airlines that were flying there, and they had staff, and they had, like they had invested in that, and the people that were flying on these flights were people from those countries, but mainly contractors and service people that were going to those destinations. Then they had to shut down because when the time for contracts came up, they ended up awarding it to another quote US based airlines. It went to JetBlue. Now JetBlue does not fly to those countries, and JetBlue barely is making any profit on that. It's a code share flight. So they found a loophole and allowed this to go through. The money was actually going to Emirates. Now Emirates is owned by the government of the UAE. So now Emirates Airlines was flying our service people and contractors to these countries, and the US based airlines had to shut down their operation in those countries. And they lost jobs as a result. So, I mean, it's super frustrating when stuff like this happens and contracts go to foreign countries through loopholes like that. Anyway, that was my rant right there about that. And I think that there needs to be more stringent sort of use of taxpayer dollars.
Well, the
Because
idea that a regulation,
That's funny.
that a regulation could cause that. So what the cause of that was the regulation that caused these bigwigs to backroom it and do it a little bit differently, so that they could
knew
still
what they
line
were
their
doing.
pockets. Oh yeah, they
Yep.
did. They didn't.
They
It wasn't
knew
an
exactly
accident.
what they were doing. And they don't care that you have American workers and pilots, flight attendants, those that have they're losing their jobs, and American based companies are losing capital that they invested in opening up those operations in those countries because like lobbyists and shit. It's political theater, even that. You remember back when the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, you had this thing that they were saying that a UA based company was going to buy the port, right? This was back, I think, in the early 2000s. There was all this drama that was drummed up, like you had Schumer and all these people making a big fuss about it. But when stuff like this happens, nobody cares. They don't care.
And a spin-off on your Port Authority, he just reminded me over here, Mazrec XC SE. They're the world's largest shipping container. They have just came out in the news the other day, 2023. They're making the first carbon neutral cargo ship. So that's something to be looking into, because that's where all our cargo ships are going to be going to, is that carbon neutral crap.
Nice. Which one is that? Do you mind posting that in tickers?
Yeah, it's SCSE. Hold on.
Thank you, man.
Dude, shipping jobs to that is dumb as shit. That's not what I'm talking about. But I'm saying if somebody produces an item for a better price and we can get it, there's no reason not to. You don't want to we're talking about dumping. If you're talking about dumping, push to talk sucks, but foreign steel, right, was dumped in our country for years. You don't want that. That offsets the price of our own steel and throws everything out of control. Yeah, no, that's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about fair trade deals balanced. But you don't want to blanket say you have to buy everything from America, because that may just screw us over. You just want to do it the best way possible.
But I mean, I think investing in companies that are based here, it helps to improve the industry. If you're pumping multi-million, billion-dollar contracts to a foreign government, basically, it's disgusting.
Yeah, that's cancer, and you should be literally probably jailed for whatever the hell. Yeah, no.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened, and nothing does.
It's in general.
Thank
Yeah, I had my hopes set on stuff happening, and we're not there yet, but there's still a possibility, so we'll see.
So I've decided that since it's Friday and some of my portfolio is green, I'm gonna put a heroic dose of the hash oil into my coffee while I'm at work.
Dude, I'm looking way better than yesterday. I was like, oh man, yesterday, but today is looking much better. I'm like, okay, all right, I can breathe. Anybody buy anything on sale that went really well for them today?
Shining Fates goes on sale today, and I'm currently looking for that. Does that count?
I do not know what that is.
Pokemon cards.
Dope.
So if anyone finds Shining Fates in the store and you want to purchase it for me, I'll send you money to ship it to me. Because we can't find them anywhere.
These Shiny Fates booster packs or box sets or
Anything. Preferably the ETBs.
well, I actually happen to have a shopping trip slated for this afternoon. So.
Oh, the Elite Trainer boxes?
Yeah, Riot fell down quite a bit earlier. I was able to stack some more of that on and it bounced back.
Oh.
Yeah, even our local card shop marked up the ETBs to 120 and retails 55.
So, just to be just certain, volume is basically the amount that people are like selling and trading and stuff like that and buying and stuff.
Yes, it's how much movement is going on with that stock per day. You are correct.
Man, I feel like by the end of this year, I'm gonna be like freaking genius at this stuff.
Yeah, man, it's throwing the stone every day, dude. You just got to wake up and just keep doing the same thing over and over again, even when you don't want to do it. You know, it'll click eventually, just like you've learned to walk and talk and everything else. This can become second nature.
Yeah, dude, it's cool, man. Because I know, I think somebody else was kind of pointed it out. Last week I was trying to figure out freaking limit orders and shit, and now I'm over here placing limit orders and doing all
See,
this.
there you go.
Well, yeah, I had pointed it out this morning. You know, I mean, it goes back to the same kind of concept that we've been talking about for 2-3 weeks now. Is that we're just a group of people that are getting together, sharing knowledge, and I think it's really friggin' beautiful that a week ago you were an invalid when it comes to stocks, and now you're actually trading. Fucking awesome.
Ah, shit. He said that boy easy backpack, dumb as hell.
No.
Ah,
I mean, there was one time where I was like, "Is this guy for real?" I dead ass thought you were trolling when you were talking before, and then I realized that no, he just hasn't had the chance to experience it yet.
Oh shoot. Yeah, man, I'm definitely trying to get in this game, boy. I tell you what, man. There's a lot of people on my Facebook page that are like, I don't know, kind of thinking about getting into it, but they haven't really quite buckled down. And I try to tell them like, hey, man, like, this is something to kind of look into if you got the funds for it. I mean, why not?
I think if you're interested in trying to get family and friends interested in investing, break it down to simpler terms and don't point them towards any of this nonsense that we're doing. But like, oh, what if you give up 1 cup of coffee a day or 1 blunt a week? Or just break it down into something super minute that you think that they could part with. A few dollars a week would make a massive difference by the time they're ready to retire.
Oh yeah.
So an easy way to get started too, you can just like throw $100 in Robinhood and buy $5 here, $5 there. Buy companies you like and watch how it goes. Watch it like you threw $100. Watch it through like you threw $500. I think that's a pretty good way to really get a feel for how it's working and things like that.
Don't pump Robinhood. Don't.
I know. It's disgusting, but like that's actually it. Technically, is a good
Go
way.
to Cash App. I mean, shit. Something that is not right.
I will preface that like I wish you had already done that because fuck Robinhood, but you know, definitely not pumping the hood.
Robinhood for the win.
Well, I will tell you one thing. The only thing I'm doing on pumping Robinhood is if they do go IPO in the next 3 to 6 months, I'm actually going to take a position on them. Not to short it, not to game it, but because all of this hype and hubbub, negative, bad, positive, good, whatever, it's still press, bro. They're still going to be talking about them, and they're still, before all the shady stuff, they were an awesome platform.
No, they weren't, man.
If we
They
get
just
the
didn't
real
have
fix for
anything.
this,
Go ahead.
Well, no. No, okay, not from the sense of what they were doing in the back rooms, but their UI and the ease of access, that kind of standpoint.
I'm
Not
impressed to
some
be
of the shady
American.
stuff.
I like the ease of simplicity of Robinhood. I think it doesn't give you enough information to make the right decision.
Well, yeah, and there's something to be said
Fidelity's
about
pretty
that.
good
You
for
have
that.
the best of both. So like I compare Webull as like the best of both worlds. You get level 2 access. You have more
Weeble's
data.
Chinese. That's like
But
TikTok.
who gives a fuck who owns the bank? You're still gonna put your money in a bank.
You should definitely give a fuck. That's like literally what this whole GME squeeze is about. It's about giving a fuck who's like controlling your shit.
China's not doing anything with your money that they're not. To say that they're gonna take like just to disappear it, to act like the entire thing doesn't exist anymore. It's not a reality.
Money doesn't work like
No, don't trust China. You don't trust China because it's the CCP. Chinese people, amazing people, great people. I love them to death. They're the best. CCP, cancer, scourge of the earth. They run the companies. ByteDance, don't want any part of it. Sorry, no. I'm not saying you wouldn't make money doing it, but I don't know. I think it's just terrible, and it like leads to like
There are
more of
capitalists
less
there,
freedom.
but there are capitalists there. There's been a move
There
just
are
like in Russia.
capitalists there. You say that, but that's like literally an impossibility in their system.
No, it's not.
Okay, small pockets of
So is
capitalism
gay
that can be
rights.
crushed
So
whenever
was
they decide.
transgenders in the
It's
army. So was putting people on the moon. There's no such thing as impossible. There's fucking lazy and choosing not to. There's no such thing as impossible.
what are you talking about? Lazy and choosing not to? I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is in the communist system in China. If there's a company that is worth its salt, the CCP has a stake in that company. They can sit on the board. They have a controlling
And
stake in that company. So they are not. It's not fair market capitalism. It's communism. It's totally different. It's not the same.
But I don't understand what that has to do with Webull as a trading platform from the standpoint of I'm just using them in my capitalistic setting to do what I want to do. What does the CCP
Well, because you're the customer. You are the customer. You're not like. I mean, like they're selling you. You're not their customer. Like
I'll be back.
they sold your data.
So you mean to say I'm the product, not the customer?
Yeah, I mean that's what I meant. I meant product. Yes, I said it backwards. Damn it. But yeah, you get the point.
I think for Robinhood showing their cards, that's a more accurate assessment of what they're doing. I don't know that there's been any proof that Webull is doing anything in that same vein to say that they're
You just don't
using
know about it, but that's
my.
true. They are.
I mean, I don't know what the government's doing. I don't know what's in the shot. I don't know what somebody put in my coffee. Like there's a million unknowns. But just to say that the entire platform is shit because of something you don't know.
Somebody get tame.
No, I'm
Somebody
not
get
saying
tame.
it's shit. I just say I wouldn't trust my money there because, like, long term, I would not trust my money there.
What's wrong with Tame?
Somebody get tame because Inspire just fucking had a huge erection in like 5 seconds. It went.
Inspire had an erection.
It shot up to 12%. Well, Tame's in Inspire, the ticker symbol NSPR, and it just shot the fuck up to like.
Tame.
You see that?
Oh shit!
I don't know what happened, but I just wanted to throw that out there. He's probably sleeping, but yeah, look what happened to freaking what's his name? Alibaba, Jack Ma.
He's the owner of the Webull also.
Yeah, but he's super stupid. He's like one of the dumbest people. Look at the interview with him and Elon Musk, and when Elon Musk realizes how fucking stupid
Yeah, I
he
saw
really
that
is.
one.
Yeah, but there's not too many people on the face of this earth that can compete with Elon Musk. So anyone you really put up against Elon Musk, unless it's something of his IQ caliber, I mean, there's not too many people that can stand up.
No,
against
no,
him.
no,
But
no. I
yes,
promise you'll see it yourself. You'll be like, "Oh, that was dumb. Why did he say that? That was really
No,
dumb."
no, I understand what you're talking about. I've seen the same thing. I'm just saying in the general context, though. Yeah, he is not as smart as Eli, but he still runs billion-dollar corporations. So there is something there to his talent.
I heard that
Sometimes people fail upwards, man.
Yeah, I can vouch for that.
GME to the moon.
No,
I
man,
can't believe they
Riot.
shut him down like that though. When he was
Riot to the
talking
moon.
about the partnership with GME and freaking all that stuff, they shut that down real quick. Y'all heard that right?
Yeah.
Hmm?
I was like, man, he should have kept talking about that because that would have been some good stuff that a lot of people didn't really know.
I think we're gonna get a replacement for the DTCC. I think people are gonna be like, "Yeah, well, you're done." But I thought that people were gonna go to jail for all their crimes, and that didn't happen either. So maybe I'm just super wrong about stuff.
I love that you have high hopes, but the DTCC is not going anywhere.
No, I mean technically, well, if we move to, I don't know, that's tokenized securities. I'm on about it a lot, but that's what I'm hoping will happen. Tokenized securities on the blockchain literally removes the need for the DTCC because the blockchain is the DTCC.
The problem is our Congress men and women can't figure out how mute works.
I'm with you, but they could definitely figure it out. That is on purpose.
Listen,
That was a
it's
troll.
above all that. Even if they figured all that little shit out, you guys got to understand something. When we're talking about the DTCC, we're not talking about the average everyday retailer. We're
It's
not
already
even
been plumbed into the network, dude. It's everything's built.
Yeah, we're not even talking about the millionaires and billionaires you see on Forbes list. We're talking about the families that are behind the scenes that run the globe. That's where their books, their money sits that they don't want messed with.
I'm with you,
They're the
man. It's a
essential
war
sense
right
stuff.
now. That's for sure.
Bitcoin, 55K.
Is it really at 55?
Fuck yeah.
Damn!
Holy crap!
Dude, this shit's going to 100K by December.
Man, I'm glad I put in a little bit at least.
Same here.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
So
Man.
yeah, if you look at that Ravencoin one, man, I got it at 2 cents. It's up to 13 cents. That's a 600% return on $100. Woo!
Dang.
Dang. Yeah, but
Yeah.
seriously, man, somebody knows something about Inspire.
Look up the company Speedroute. They're supposed to be connected into the DTCC or something like that. I can't remember exactly how it works, but there's a bunch of different companies all connected together that don't say they're the same company, but they're all funded by the same people that are supposed to technically be a blockchain replacement for the DTCC. It's all been set up and approved. It's just like I don't think anybody's like pushed it that way yet, but I think the regulators may be forced that way if people get pissed enough about this current situation or if that continues to escalate.
I feel like YOLOing into Riot right now because that's what we do here. We buy at the high.
What's
Don't do
Riot
it.
at?
Riot's at 73.
Yep, I bought
So-
in at 17 and sold at 19.
Oh man,
Damn.
this is nuts.
It was way down earlier today, like it's 60 something.
It was down today.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't buy the peaks.
What's the what do you guys think of with blockchain? You think it's just gonna keep climbing up for the most part?
When
in the long
people
run?
understand what blockchain actually does and that they don't have to trust an institution and that they can trust the math of
Yes.
blockchain,
Yes.
the institutions will evaporate.
Well, I don't think they're going to evaporate, but I do think
Oh, they
that,
will.
like Morgan Stanley coming out saying that they are going to put 500 billion into Bitcoin is them realizing that if they don't get on this train, they're going to be left in the dust.
It's truth.
Yes, big banks
Ethereum
are
is being
obsolete.
used for smart contracts right now because it's like the most well-known and the most developed currently, but it's not that good at smart contracts, and it's also not very well regulated from the regulation standpoint, from like SEC, things like that. That's specifically why I like Raven, is because it's built with that purpose in mind, and like with regulators and everything. I'll just shut up about it, sorry.
Yeah, not really having much of an eventful day today, huh? CTRM's on the move. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
I got a bunch of green for the day, but not really dug out of the hole from yesterday.
Yeah.
Yep, same here.
I made one day trade. I think I made $4.
Nice.
I just didn't get any entries this morning.
I took my CCIV profits. I sold off half. Whatever happens now, I don't care.
Yeah. Oh man, I still have a few trades left. Shit, I might as well knock them things out. What should I trade? Should I buy GME? Hmm.
If you said GME, that sounds like a good plan.
Fucking buy the dip, 39. Shit, what? I still can't believe like nobody really knows the short interest percentage yet.
I've through this whole thing, I have still been loading up. I have made my money off of GME. Don't get me wrong, but through this whole thing, through these dips, through these past few weeks since that Thursday, I have continuously been buying, dude. I'm waiting for the next.
There hasn't gone more than 2 days in a row without me buying at least 10 more. I'm right there with you, Mouse. I'm going to average down my way all the way to the next launch or even into just being a long-term holder.
Like I said, I'm not with this, dude. If it's going to take a lot, and there's going to have to be a major catalyst for there to be a squeeze like it was on that Thursday. But beyond that, dude, like I said, even at the $40 it's at now, it's still undervalued. It had a good, nice floor at around $50-$60, and then all of a sudden it started getting pushed down. That just keeps reiterating to me how they're moving this. By the volume that's being traded, it's still undervalued. In my math from doing my DD on it, I mean, I put it somewhere in between $146 to $425 just alone as it stands right now. Yeah, I know. So
I'm right there with you as far as the moon launch would be nice, but even still, I keep talking about Cohen might be the second coming.
yeah, no, there will be another moon launch. It just ain't going to be like it was on the Thursday, man. It's going to be slow. It's going to be gradual. It's going to be more so like Tesla. Once Cohen and this news comes out about exactly what they're doing, why they've been shutting down stores, because they haven't even really came out to say anything on why they were shutting down stores, just besides consolidation. So once everything gets pen to paper and they say, okay, this is what we're doing, we're already implementing this, this is where we're going, I mean, the stock's going to shoot through the roof. We're basically waiting on news to come out. We're waiting on them to actually speak, not Melvin, not the news that's going on with GME right now, nothing like that. We're waiting on Ryan and his board to come out and say something. Because if you guys remember, they haven't said anything through this whole ordeal yet.
Yeah, not like one thing. Holy shoot.
Yeah, the only thing I've heard out of GameStop was them talking about the Switch console bundles and restocks on PS5 and Xbox. They haven't said anything about the market.
Ryan
Yeah.
Cohen following Roaring Kitty. That was the biggest play.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, there hasn't even been any update videos on anything as far as that goes as well. See this one that's 2 weeks old. Man, oh man.
Yeah, I was down like freaking $400 yesterday. I'm up 300 today, so I got most of it back. But I'm still like, you bastards! Did you guys make a? Seems like somebody took a dump to buy some Bitcoin because it's like the same number.
Short week, man. Short week. It's always a red week every time we have a 4-day trade week.
Oh, is that true? I don't know
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't done this for long enough to know the little intricacies.
It'll get better next week, man. It'll start popping back up.
Oh, no, I'm planning
Everyone's readjusting their positions in stocks, man. It's been happening, and this is now the major catalyst week, and because of the 4-day work week. It's just the one factor after another. We'll start picking back up and we'll start seeing the market move up, within the next few weeks here. You guys got to understand, Daddy Powell came out and basically said that, we don't have nothing to worry about right now. And I honestly really do believe him when he says that. So until Powell comes out and says, yes, this is what interest rates are doing, this is where we're going, this and that type of situation, something outside of the norm, I'm not worried about it. The market's going to keep going up, dude.
Man, this Bitcoin is freaking insane.
Ravencoin is Bitcoin 3.0. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Ah, shit. Oh, there goes a little bit. Little dip here, little dip here. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yep, you see a lot of people made a lot of money off that dip. Or off that peak. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
You guys go to general and take a look at this. You guys are going to have to update it as the day goes and this and that, but this is going to give you a general basis of what's going on with the market right now.
When you put that cap on that dude's head, I was laughing my ass off, bro. You have me rolling.
Mm.
I forgot I was watching the stream on your shit. I thought I was like just watching it on like whatever Fox or something, you know? It's like, oh, what the fuck?
like Bitcoin's having a pretty big dip right here.
Holy moly, what a roller coaster ride. The SFTW dropped down to 1511.
Damn. Yeah, SFTW is really going down. Ooh.
I mean, it dipped down to 15 and then it kind of, oh, well, it just got another hard punch right there. That's why I said, man, like, I want to see what it does when it gets closer to power hour. Because that's where, you know, you can get lucky and maybe get in and see where the correction might be. Because like during the day, you get a lot of up and down and up and down and up and down, and then towards the power hour, you can kind of like, okay, is this where it should be more? Is this where the correction is? You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, bro. I'm with you.
Yeah, honestly, I could definitely see this hitting 15 or maybe even 1490 by close, because it's had some pretty significant dips.
I'm trying to see if Bitcoin's gonna go under like 55, 300. Right now it's at 55, 353.
Got a pretty good support line there at 55 260. Between 55 250 and 55 260. It's got a fight going on right now. But again, that's because it pushed up. Like I expect that. Like anytime we break through, like we broke through that 55,500, you're gonna have people like that downward slope matched its upward slope. That's just people taking profits. And
Yeah.
all that is a little bit of an avalanche, and then you're gonna have a couple more, which is what it's doing now. And if we can hit a hard line right there at 55,000, it's probably gonna keep going up. Because what'll happen is the same people that sold at, you know, what was that? that was basically at 55,750. Yeah, it was exactly 55,750.
Mm-hmm.
The same people that sold at 55,750 will be the exact same people that buy the dip right here, and that's a way to secure those profits on today's gain.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like you start the avalanche, you wait for it to come down, and then you reback buy in, and that way you can secure those profits.
It's really impressive that it's literally breaking every single threshold.
Oh yeah, it's insane. Today has just been. It's so like I was telling one of the other people in the Discord like a week ago. I spent like a lot of time into learning how to read candles, and you can pretty much almost throw it all out of the window except the basics, like what actually a candle is, and an upper wick and a lower wick and a cap and stuff like that. Like that still remains, right? But like
Yeah.
reading them as far as like when you have, a red with an upper wick and a lower wick, and it's next to a green with just a lower wick, like where it should trend after that, like none of that applies to crypto. It like, because especially now, like one of the most identified. Okay, so like if you go back, put it on 1 minute, and look at between 10:30 and 11. This is between 10:30 and 11 a.m. Specifically, this is what's categorized as a rising wedge. Technically, it should fall. Like it should fall after a rising wedge. But it didn't. It just kept going.
Yeah.
Now, technically, you could say at like 11:26 to 11:46, like that's another rising wedge, right? And we did see a fall there. But then we had another rising wedge from 12 to 12:22, and then it didn't go completely linear because it still continued to climb. And then we get this perfect lovely hemispherical climb starting at 13:30, and then right almost at 2 o'clock on the dot, we get almost the exact opposite hemispherical. And
Yeah. Damn,
there's, I mean, that's why I said when I first got back on, I had to step away for a second. This is a heck of a roller coaster ride today. I mean, it's a great one because it just continues to keep going up. Personally, I mean, we have a ton of volume though. Like, look at the amount of volume between 1348 and 1405. That is a massive amount of volume. Like massive. See,
you're reading on Webull right now?
Yeah. If like that's a massive amount of volume. I mean, that is huge. Look at the amount of volume. Like within just 1348 to 1404. I mean, that's so much money moving right there. I hope it doesn't fall below 55 right now. I hope we really hold strong at 55,000, and then we see it either go linear with a slight increase, is what I'm thinking it's going to do. I think we're going to hit 55,000. It may dip below just for a second, and then we get that linear for a little bit, and we see the next climb.
Yeah. Oh, I'm looking on Webull right now. It says that I have to like sign a disclosure to do cryptos.
Yeah, basically so that you understand the volatility of cryptos and that they're not FDIC insured and blah, 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 blah.
I see. Cool. Your crypto trade application has been submitted. Normally, approved. Oh, that sucks. I gotta wait to get approved.
It doesn't take long. I wouldn't be surprised if you got approved by this afternoon. I think mine took like a day. It doesn't take long. I mean, well, I don't know how much you have in your account either. I don't know what they base it on.
Damn, we're at 54.
with as much bullish activity we've had today, I would expect this to be a fight like right here to hold this 55,000 line. Like I said, it might dip below it for a second, but I think it's going to come back up fairly quickly. If you look back, this downward trend that just happened right now looks almost identical to what happened at 1142.
Yeah. Shit.
Yeah, it's just a cascade. These are two separate avalanches. So it's just people taking profits, which you can't blame. I mean, dude, this run's been going all day.
Yeah.
Okay, so for example, like you have people that will look, like I can see what I've made today, and you have people that are like, you know, $100 a day is great for them, which honestly, $100 a day is, if you can do that every day, technically don't really need to have another job, you know?
That's
Yeah,
my
that's
goal.
actually really good.
I mean, if you can make 100, and you could have definitely made $100 today on just Bitcoin, because I know I have. So you've got people that are like, hey, I don't care if it goes up more. I'm going to go ahead and take my $100 now, you know? And you can't really be mad at people for doing that either. I mean, that's the game.
I'll do it $1 at a time sometimes, where it's literally I'll throw 100 down, make $5, and pull it right back, and do it again on the next rip.
No, I hear you, dude. Sometimes you have to do that, man. Like I hear you.
Gains are gains.
I took a freaking hit bad on one of these altcoins, like bad, like bad, like $900 bad. And I was like, I need to make this back up, and I did, and I was literally making like $5 at a time, $10 at a time, you know, because I had to pay for the gas fees. But I mean, like it took me. It happened. I took the hit 2 days. No, whenever that last big slump was, it just annihilated me. And then it took me the last couple of days to get it back up. But that's actually what I love about the crypto market, is that it's not. Some people would call it volatility. I like just calling it movement. Like you never see this kind of movement in the stock market. Like never. Maybe in penny stocks, but not. You know, like there's a ton of movement. So like, you know, you can make money if you look at what happened on, you know, right here at the 1143 mark, you know, and it dropped down to 1156. You can be a day trader right there, drop in $100 and then sell it at 1220. I mean, the stock technically went up $600 there, you know. So I mean, you're making profit if you do that. There we go. Now we're back above the 55,000.
Yeah.
That's what I thought, man. I knew we were going to dip below it just for a second, because
Oh,
that's
wow.
people taking profits, and now here we go. It's coming back up.
Whew.
It almost did identical to what happened at 1143. Incoming email. Like almost identical. It did a double dip.
Yeah.
It did a double dip at down at 1156, and then it did another dip at 1204, and then it just kind of climbed right up back out of it. This time, this may have another dip, but there's your one dip right there.
Yeah.
I'm glad I doubled my 0.0045 yesterday to 0.01.
Dude, me too. I cleared out a couple altcoins yesterday. Actually, no, I cleared out 3 altcoins that I had profit in, and I moved them all, and I split it between Bitcoin and Ethereum last night on 2 big dips that they trended with each other. So I was like, okay, here's where I can I can take my profit from these 3 altcoins and I can move it on these dips on Ethereum and Bitcoin. And then I left it alone and went to bed.
So I'm on like my quantity. I'm at 0.015.
So I mean, obviously the goal is to have more coin. The video that I posted in the general, if you, according to this guy's numbers, conservatively, if you wanted to retire by 2030, right now, at this moment, you need to have at least 0.018.
0.018?
Yeah, watch that video I put in the general.
Damn, dude.
Oh shit! I'm gonna fucking retire next year then.
No,
Well,
that's not what they mean by it. A lot of people will talk about that and not know what the hell they're saying
No,
with it.
I was being facetious. I understand that if you have 0.108 today at today's current market value in 30 years, the projection is the exponential growth will make it comfortable to time.
Yes.
Right, but for me, like, I'm literally, as I have income coming in, if I know I can shave $100 or $200 off of that income check, then I just get more coin. Like, I wait for a dip, I try to do it. I don't just pop in and just buy $200. I'll look at the market and be like, okay, it's high right now. I'm gonna wait till it kind of comes down a little bit, and then I'll pump it in, right? Because why not make that little itty bitty little bit better,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you.
That's where the dollar cost average comes in.
Yeah.
And then you just need to set alerts, like, check your alarm just like you would check your alerts just like you would check your alarm clock in the morning, for work or whatever. You set it for 65,000 or 60,000 or 57,000, and that way, if it hits that mark, and then set a below line, and that way, if this ends up being the tippy top, of this quarter, and it starts to take a major downward trend, you can go ahead and move your coin into stable coin and then wait for the bottom, and then rebuy back in. Because that's what I plan on doing. Because at some point it is going to come back down. It came back down after 2017. It came back down, like, what was it? Last year it was $3,000 a coin. I think that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's going to come back down, and then it will go back up. That's what it's historically done for the last 8 years.
Damn. I don't know. Man, to be honest with you, it's hard to see this coin going back down as dramatically as 30,000.
Well, people said the same thing when it hit 30, and it came back down to 3. So,
damn.
I mean, that's the thing though. But as long as you do it smart and realize that there's going to be a top at some point, like, it just can't be this bullish forever. Like, it can't be.
Morgan Stanley's probably going to be putting in 150 billion into it.
The report that I said 500 billion.
Shit, that's even more.
Golly. You know what I'm saying? AMC's up 2%. I'm liking it.
SFTW is down to 15. It slapped $14.85 for a second. And that's it. Yeah, I'll be really curious to see what this is going to do in the next half hour.
So, oh shit, my crypto has been approved. Hell yeah!
Yeah, it don't take long, man.
Nice. I didn't know you had to get approved by Webull to do that. I would have did that shit earlier.
Most exchanges will have that. Exodus, Kraken, Gemini, Voyager, they all have a verification identity process that you have to go through. Some of them are super easy. You just like take a picture of your driver's license front and back, you know, stuff like that. I mean, nothing crazy. I mean, if you think about it, that's public record anyway. That's why I'm not really, it's like, if somebody wants to have your driver's license information, it's like literally public record. So I'm not really concerned with that.
Yeah. It looks like it's a 55,117. I think it's a pretty fair spot to get into.
I kind of asked this before. What is kind of a good exchange to do the coins, like a well-known one? What do you use?
I use Coinbase, Voyager, and Qcoin. I use Qcoin for trading bots, Voyager because the fees are a little bit less, but they also have the Voyager token, which I'm currently obsessed with, and then Coinbase has just more options.
So have you noticed the trend with the Voyager token?
Yes, I've made a ton of money off of it.
Well, what I mean is, so I wouldn't necessarily call it manipulation. I think it's actually just smart. So like I've been waiting for a week and a half to get approved on Voyager. Okay. The funny thing is I think they're approving people in batches. And if you notice the trend line, because my buddy got in exactly a week and a half ago. And that was another big jump in the Voyager token. So it looks like every time they allow the next batch of participants to come in, the Voyager token goes up again.
I just got approved this morning, so you can look at that trend to see if it's true.
I will look at it right now.
You're probably going to want to hear what my average cost for my Voyager token is. It's $2.42. And I placed another $50 today. That includes that at like $5. So my original purchase for Voyager, let me see. I originally purchased Voyager for 63 cents. So I'm very happy with it.
So what time did you get in on Voyager?
Let me look. I'll see, because that was one of the first ones I bought. Just because it was like under $1.
No, what the gentleman who said he got approved this morning.
Oh.
When you say this morning, what time this morning?
I would say maybe an hour ago. I was just setting up my Coinbase, and then I finally got approved with Voyager.
My first. I got in January 12th.
So yeah, so check this out. If you look, this is so crazy, man. I'm telling you, this is why they're doing it. It's like every time they approve a bunch of people, it jumps. If you look right at, what is this? Right after 8 a.m., all of a sudden it goes, it goes all the way up to $5.50. And it was at $4.92. Like right after, a little bit after 8 o'clock. And it jumped 50 cents. Like for the day, it's up 17.6%.
I love it.
That's what I'm telling you. Like every time a batch of people gets approved. Now, I'm curious, like, so are you transferring other crypto to Voyager, or are you buying on Voyager?
I'm buying on Voyager.
See, I'm wondering, do they convert your buy-in to
Voyager while it's holding?
Yes.
Maybe.
Because everybody has to make additional deposits when they're getting in.
So like I have $162 now. That's like waiting in my limit orders.
My buddy that got in, he was like, dude, I'm telling you, he's like, my buddy got in a month ago, and he's like, whatever you do, he's like, make sure you buy Voyager at when you get in. He's like, because every time they approve a batch of people, it goes up like 20%.
I might just put more into it. Yeah, so I originally,
At least while they're doing limited people getting in, you know? Now, once they don't limit people getting in, then it's probably not going to be able to do that. I guess that's
so I've
maybe a
put,
bonus for getting in. Like every time they approve a batch, you can literally just watch the Voyager token go up because you can literally see it. I mean, they approved a batch of people today and it went up 18.2%.
so I bought some at 10 for $10 USD, and I sold it for 13. And then I bought in again at $10.
So here's the other funny thing. Okay, so today's the 19th, right? Look at February 11th. Look at that straight vertical. Okay, and then like January, what is that? Maybe the 29th? What is that? The 30th? Maybe. There's like another straight vertical there. Because it was 70 cents.
Not counting my order today, it looks like I put in $40.
I'll tell you what, it looks even, if you put it on 1 year view, then you can really see it. Put it on 1 year view, and it's literally like steps. It literally
it does.
It literally is straight vertical steps. It's like shelf step, shelf step, shelf step, shelf step.
So I've essentially put in $50 USD. If you add my buys and subtraction of what I put, like when I was kind of day trading it, and I've made $86.
Yeah, like I said, I check it every morning. Every single morning.
And then the other one that has been really good to me is do you have access to Voyager now, or you're still waiting? The HBAR is another one I've made a lot off of.
Kat, what's your referral code on Voyager? DM me, yeah?
You refer a friend. It's 7747E3, but I'll throw it in the chat too. I know a lot of people have used it.
7747 Echo 3?
7747 Echo 3. Yep.
Oh, there's our double dip. There's our second dip below 55,000. So if it wants to stay on trend, we should see a nice. We should see a nice a wedge forming here in a minute. Maybe, hopefully.
Almost coming up on power hour too.
Yeah, but I don't mean nothing on the crypto. This is like we're in peak. We're in the peak time right now for actually from about mid-morning until I'd say probably 5 or 6 in the afternoon. It does slow down a lot in the night hours. The volume does. Which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me because it's 24/7. But for some reason, even
I think because people have like breaks. Like you look at this, like somewhere between like 12 o'clock ish. No, I guess I'm wrong. Some people just get out of work or like on breaks or something like that. Sometimes like around 1 o'clock, people take breaks. They're 15-minute breaks and shit.
We look at the CELO chart and say if I should keep, I have a limit order right now for $5. Do you think it'll go to 5 or should I just buy it now?
For what stock?
Crypto for CELO.
CELO is at $5. It's at $5.32.
I know, but I have a limit order at 5 even.
Oh. Damn, my CELO says it's at 1 cent. I must be looking at the wrong one.
CELO.
Well, when did you put that order in? Because it dipped at $5 at like 4:47 a.m.
No, it was like right when we were having talks about cold wallets.
Oh, because it's been actually CELO's been doing really good all week.
I know, but do you think it's going to drop?
I mean,
to below 5, or should I just take it now since we're on a slight rise again?
I mean, anything could have another dip, but it's trending further up. The over 24 hours, it only dipped to $5 twice, and then 1,508. So statistically, it shouldn't hit $5 again.
So just do it now.
Not financial advice, but I mean, if
Maybe.
you're sure you want to get in, you're on a downward slope right now for the last hour.
I know, but then it just started to kind of move upwards again, which is why I was thinking maybe it was the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could be. If you look at the 24-hour, it kind of hits a bottom and then it goes up for about 2 hours and then it goes down.
My original thinking was this dip that we currently just had would go back down to 5. But I think that bottom might have been that 5.
I'm going to pull up another chart. I want to see.
5,299 might have been the bottom.
So there's so many people trashing Voyager in the reviews on the app because they weren't aware that they were going to be put on a waiting list.
I love Voyager.
It's been on a waiting list since day one.
Well, I mean, these are probably the same people that don't really understand most of the concepts behind all of this in the first place. But why would you trash an app? Like, how can you give something a bad rating because you haven't
When you
used
don't have
it
access
yet?
to it?
Yeah, you haven't even used it yet. So how do you know if it's good or not? Oh, you're mad because you had to wait? Well, guess what?
I wonder when. I got in right away. I didn't have any wait on Voyager. I signed up January 12th and I got access January 12th.
Oh my gosh, that's so awesome.
Because I'm not seeing anything else. It's like, thank you for signing up. Verify your email address.
What's your price per average, if you don't mind?
On
Voyager?
the Voyager token,
Yeah.
it was like well, I just put in another order on it. It's still
that raised it up.
$242, and I just bought $50 worth.
That's still awesome. Like you're still at 100%, and it's probably going to go up another 100% with the next people that are in, which most likely is probably with me. That's awesome, man. Because you cannot look at that year to date and tell me that that's not a shelf step.
That's exactly what it is. I wish I had bought more when it was at 69 cents.
That's what I was going to say. Again,
How could I should have bought more. Like, that was the perfect number to buy it.
But Cardano and Voyager token are the only two tokens I want Voyager for. Like, I have money sitting right here waiting because I am going to get.
What was the other one? Oh, ADA.
Oh, yeah. Now, that's just.
Take a look at Avalanche too.
I've watched Avalanche though. Avalanche, it had really good gains, and then it had a really big dip. But
yeah, but I got in at 29.
But the thing
and
about
I should have sold
ADA,
it at 60.
The thing I like about ADA is, so they're going to do a fork here called Mary, and once that happens, I think that that's going to have a really dramatic effect on the price. And
yeah, my average on that is 36.
They're going to do smart contracts, and once that also starts, that's going to have a dramatic effect on the price. And see, that's another thing, like learning about each coin and like what it's used for. And like if you've just watched Polkadot since its inception, and like, oh man, I don't know. I've done a lot of research on ADA, and I just feel really confident in it. But again,
Polkadot, my average on Polkadot is 1550.
Yeah, DOT, ADA, and
I also like UMA. I sold at the top.
That's what I did with my Uniswap. I had Uniswap when it was like.
And so I just bought in again.
9, 10, no. Somewhere around 10.
I still have my Uniswap.
It hit 21 and it hit 22, and that's when I was like, all right, I'm good. But I wasn't planning on being in it for a long hold anyway. It was just an altcoin I just wanted to play in.
So, like my strategy, this is my personal strategy. I have like at least $10 in everything.
So
when some of them go up,
I kind of did that this past week until last night. And I watched that video that I posted in general in the Discord. And literally last night, I cashed out three major altcoins that I was in profit in and moved them all to Bitcoin and Ethereum. And then this morning happened, and I'm like, oh, thank you, Lord. I'm so glad I did that.
So I have like at least $10 in everything, and I tend to take out my profits occasionally and put them into like Ethereum is one of my favorites.
Yeah, I like Ethereum
Voyager.
because a lot of other tokens are based on the Ethereum
Yes.
blockchain.
Yep. You can't
So,
go
I
wrong
mean,
with Ethereum.
Yeah, and it's like it's so overdue for a big pump. Like this pump that it's getting from Bitcoin right now, this isn't even Ethereum's pump. This is just riding on the coattails of Bitcoin. Like Ethereum is way undervalued right now. Ethereum should
100%
be
agree.
Ethereum should be literally, it should be a $5,000 coin. But again, I think 2.0 is going to make a huge check on that, and it's going to have a reevaluation, and it's going to go up. I think personally, hitting 2,500 here in the next week or two is not unrealistic at all.
I agree with you.
Because 2.0 coming out changes from a proof of work to a proof of stake. People love staking coins right now because why? Because you can make passive income. If it goes up, you make income and you're staking it and then you make more. So you're making coin and making more coin that is worth more. Like it's a win-win. Just be careful which pools you get into and that they're not too diluted. So it's not, do your due diligence on pools.
The other one is HBAR. I honestly don't know much about it, but like again, especially all these like little ones that are under $1, I'm like, I'm gonna put $10 in it. The worst case is I'm gonna lose $10, but you still have a huge ability for it to spike.
Yeah. Oh no.
And I would rather have that.
Well, and that's the thing too. Like these little coins, if you think about it, like when they're like 0.04 or 0.005, I mean, yeah, if you stick $10 in it and it goes to $1, like that's like 1,000%.
Stupid, yeah.
So
like with BitTorrent, I put $10 in that one.
That was a good pick.
Stormex, I had that one at 0.002, and it hit a penny. On the 27th. Verge.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, in the market that we're in right now, and how bullish everything is, that's actually really smart.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's not like you're throwing a dart at the dartboard. It's like you're just putting a dime on every number on the dartboard. Like something's gonna get hit,
Tron. I probably should buy some Tron while it's low, just in case.
You know why it's low, right?
No.
Okay, so
I probably do, but
Marquise Brown, MKHB, he's a tech reviewer on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
He did a video on Elon Musk about Bitcoin, and then he ended up like talking about a lot of crypto in it. And then he also talked about an email that he got from somebody basically trying to promote Tron, but they were going to pay him. And it was like super shady to the point where even the maker of Tron, I can't remember his name right now, actually came out on Twitter and said, no, I do not pay people to promote my coin, but somebody sent that email. So yeah, Justin Sun, thank you, Peru, in the chat. Yeah, you can look on his Twitter, but MKHB basically put that video out, and Tron took a smack to the face after that thing came out.
Something in it?
Well, yeah, because I mean, he said basically, like the email that he got basically said Lindsay Lohan, some Little Pump or some rapper, I don't know. There was like 3 or 4 names that got dropped and said that they're all getting paid to promote Tron, and we want you to be.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so it was really super shady, and it was really bad press for that coin, like big time, and it showed too.
Actually, Doge is my worst.
Man, I got a buddy. He went hard into Doge, like hard, and I just don't. I'm like, dude, you should have took that money and just put it into Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin. I mean, I'm not going to say you can't lose because that would be wrong, and plus, this is not financial advice, but the way it looks right now, unless something dramatically changes, like you've just got too many financial institutions. You know, Apple's going to be next. Apple, okay, so put it this way. So Apple Cash is already set up to take Bitcoin. But here's the thing. If Apple came up, because you know Apple's going to do this. Apple is not going to let somebody else open an app to handle their Bitcoin. No. Apple's going to have their
They're
own
going to
exchange.
do it on their card plate. They already
No,
have their
they're gonna-
card.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to have their own exchange. Apple will have their own exchange. And I'm going to tell you right now, that is a lot of clout because people trust Apple. They get a lot of hate. They get a lot of haters, but people trust Apple. They do. And if Apple has a
No,
Bitcoin
I mean, I do. That's why I still have my phone in Apple, just because I trust them to protect me more than me doing something dumb on an Android phone.
I was hammered drunk the last time Elon tweeted about Doge, and I spent another $500 on it, and I'm waiting for that to go back to a positive trend.
Oh, I'm not saying that Doge can't go anywhere. I mean, I think him personally, tweeting out, whoever the big holders are, go ahead and let it go. Because I think personally, I think Elon will buy it up. I think that was the
I
motivation.
think that's what he wants.
I think
Well,
that's
just
what he
even
wanted too.
that whole week last week, 2 weeks now, every time he tweeted, I made 100%, 200%. So this particular time, I thought, I'll do the same thing, and I dropped, I said buy 500 more Doge, $500 dollars worth of Doge.
Well, that's the thing.
And it didn't spike the way that the previous ones had.
Well, my only problem with Doge is that it doesn't have a finite number of tokens. And so for a long-term investment, that means you're looking at dilution, which is not what you want. You want a token that has a finite number like Bitcoin. The reason Bitcoin is the way it is, whoa, that was a nice.
I'm more okay with Doge not having that limit because there is some control on how often it's released.
Well, yeah, given the fact that there's no theoretical limit on how many US dollars we print, it's the same kind of concept. So if we're releasing them
But I don't
in a
have
controlled manner.
I don't have faith in the US dollar, man.
Well, yeah, and I get that. I fully understand. I'm just saying tantamount, the same kind of concepts apply. They don't just walk around printing out money most of the time. And it's released on a scheduled basis by reason with backing for some, typically there's a reason why they would add more coins or dollars.
For Doge?
Well, in the future, not currently, but in the future, there would be right now it's still just a joke, but if those were the Doge of the future, if the Bitcoin or if the crypto whatever were to be an unlimited supply, to be the daily use currency, like I've kind of talked about, BTC is gold standard, Bitcoin is your dollar bill in your pocket. There, what stops that evaluation from still increasing just because there's more tokens?
Well, my thinking is at least Doge has some sort of a control on the cap per year. And the US dollar has literally nothing. Like the government could be like, oh, let's print $17 trillion and give it to the US people. And then that just hurts us more.
No, you mean like all these other foreign countries that gave it to? They didn't give it to us.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, like, they can print.
Well, in ingesting USD into the global market of any, wherever it's landing, that's pure delusion because there's no backing for it. If we add more Dogecoin in the future, with reason, because now crypto is the thing, and there's tangible reason why Bitcoin or Dogecoin or whatever is worth what it's worth, then, expansion is not a bad thing. It's uncontrolled expansion that's scary.
And at least Doge is controlled. Like, that's my thing. Like, I prefer having a cap, but I'm also perfectly fine with it not having a cap. You're just not going to see Doge go to $55,000 because there isn't a cap.
What in the world is happening on CCIV right now?
The idea behind a cap is you're still creating a special people's club. That you're still gaining wealth in some community. What's to stop the next, capped coin or whatever from becoming the next gate to success, the next gate to any form of wealth? When you can't even get enough of whatever to create one of those things because it's so, it's so valuable now. Right now, average worker in America can go to work for 8 hours and make $7 an hour, whatever the ridiculous number is. They have a way to get to that dollar. If the uncapped coin, or if the capped coin rather, were to dry up and demand were to skyrocket and prices were to soar, how do I, as a normal human being, get to just one of those things?
Right, yeah.
There's no path to success.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a need for both of them.
Hey, if I could butt in here real quick, I agree. I don't know who it was that said it, but what in the world is going on with CCIV? I am also curious of this.
Yeah, that's what I'm watching right now. I'm like it was on an upward trend, and then, well, again, here we see a wedge, and then theoretically in the stock market, this wedge did exactly what a wedge is supposed to do. So it formed a wedge starting at 1316 and then ended at 1346, and there's your wedge pattern right there, and then it did exactly what theoretically should happen after a wedge, a rising wedge. And I don't know what it's doing right now, but if it gets, I don't know, if it gets down to 50, I hope it doesn't get down to 56. If it does, I'll probably end up buying more though. I thought it was going to stop at that 57.70 because it's kind of touched there like 3 times, but it might readjust at 56.75 because it touched there earlier today, or it could stop at 57.14, which is where it's almost at now because it touched there earlier today, or yesterday.
Yeah, my CCIV, I'm just chilling. I got my profits last week. And the rest of my shares, I only have 4 shares in there, so I'm just kind of hanging on. I bought in at 37, so I mean, it's not too bad.
I don't know. I just diversify my crypto like I would diversify stocks.
There we go. Bitcoin's on the move.
Oh, jeez Louise.
I just
Okay,
sold
Bitcoin.
I just sold some of my CCIV this morning to cover my in, and I still have some held. And if it drops to 50, I'm buying back in with some of the profits, or some of the potential profits, I guess. But some of my initial buy-in is going to go back into the pool if it hits 50 again. I think it's there. There's a picture of a Bloomberg portal I just found that says that they're talking about the deal could be announced as early as the end of the month.
Ooh.
how much the Yearn follows
my
Bitcoin?
God.
What in the world just happened to CCIV?
Did it drop so I can buy in?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
My limit order
it just took a kick to the
What's
face.
happening? Oh wow, 51.
Wow, what the fuck?
Trying to
I'm
take
like
a
making
selfie at the
lunch
Grand
and I had to
Canyon, it
come.
was.
Should I buy in now since I didn't get in last week because I had no money?
It's still good.
Yeah, I definitely.
Oh yeah, that's
And
nice
trading's halted.
for me. Not probably for
Heck
you guys
yeah.
as much.
Heck yeah, it is. It just took more than a freaking
Oh,
30% drop.
Wow. But it's like consolidating from that big like rise that happened on the 16th, right? It went from 40 all the way up to, I mean, wow.
I wonder if it was like a humongous stop
Well,
loss, like 57
the
or something like
options,
that.
that's the options that somebody was talking about expired today.
Oh, that's right.
I
Right.
bet you
Right.
that's the options expiring.
Probably.
Oh, let's do hide and seek.
I'm good though. This is why entry points are really important, like where you buy in on a stock.
Yep.
Well, it's a good thing I took my half.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I should get in on a little bit more of it on discount, honestly.
Well, keep an eye probably to see what actually happens at this point. I mean, what's your thesis on like where it's gonna go?
I mean, my assumption is it's probably gonna go back up a little bit because I feel like a lot of people are gonna see it drop $6 and be like, "Yo, I can get in a little, just a smidge more in there."
Agree.
This is a bit
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
unprecedented though for SPACs to go up this high before a merger is announced. I mean, before a merger is completed. So I think some of this is a bit uncharted, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of what it is though is that people are just worried about missing out. Like everybody missed out on the GameStop thing, and they see this big news coming out.
FOMO.
I'm trying to
FOMO is
control
real.
my FOMO myself.
Yes, it is a struggle. It will always be a struggle for me. FOMO is real.
And recognizing that you fall victim to it is the best thing for you.
Unless you're talking about Bitcoin.
I feel a little stupid because it took me a second. Like, what in the world's FOMO? And I'm like, oh, duh, I'm a dummy.
I got a 12-cent dividend today, guys.
Hey, profit's profit. No shame in the hustle.
Did it halt?
Yeah, I got a 5-minute halt for that.
I'm sure it did.
That plummet it got put on pause for 5 minutes.
So yeah, Brian Fanko in the chat says CCIV will hit 75 range. I actually personally, my prediction for pure entertainment, not financial advice, I estimated it to be at 85. So I like your 75.
Do you think it's gonna keep falling after the halt? Should I just put in a market order or should I put in a limit order and watch and see if it's slow?
There's already buy orders that I can see.
Looking at the level 2, there's a little bit of bull. Might drop another 2 cents. Me personally, if you're really interested in getting in, I would set a limit for 49.
There was two
Fingers crossed.
Big, there was a 1,469 share buy and a 1,560 share buy, like right as it got halted.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably gonna spike.
There's what I'm seeing here is like buy orders for 51.10 going down to, but the sell orders, there's not big ones on here. It stopped at 51.32.
All the big price ones, the 58s, the 60s on mine for 2,000 shares on in looking at the sell column, and all the people that are selling small amounts are lower prices.
There was one big sell, 4,620 shares at 52.52.
We'll jump in. Worst happens is I lose money.
But right
It's just
after
money,
it,
right?
there was another big buy of 4,869 shares at 52.26. So that's and then all the orders since have been were buy until it got halted.
Money's not real, assets are.
Oop, I got in at 51.11.
Exactly,
chart.
Brian, in the chat. Exactly. Not financial advice. Do your own due diligence. We're just monkeys.
What are you guys
Smooth
seeing
brain.
for Churchill?
Whoa, there it goes. Look at it. Look at it rocket. Look at it skyrocket.
What's it
like,
at?
woo.
Mine's not updating.
53, 44,
53, 54, 54, 55. It's going.
Oh, it's like a
Let's
rocket.
go.
It's
Guess what
going.
I got in at?
50.
51.11.
There you go. Hitting a little bit of resistance at 54, but it's still climbing. Got a bunch of action.
Holy shit.
I'm glad I did a market order.
54. Let's go. I've been in bed all day.
When you start to see the volume move by tens instead of hundreds.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn, I wish I could get some more buying power, but I would
I
have to
know.
wait.
That's the way I am. I was like, man, if I had any more buying power on Weeble right now, I would have got at least one more, but I'm capped out on Weeble. And I know that if I deposit any, they only let me have I think it's 40% away right away.
Yeah, I'm over here at fucking.
So a little bit of downward movement now.
I have about
we'll see a price
$5 in
correction.
buying power.
Now I wonder how many of that. Oh, come on. Fight it.
I don't know why people aren't buying in CCIV right now. This is a good price to get into.
Yeah, SR in the chat. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, the 2 week gains. Look at the 1 month, man. Or look at the 1 month. It's insane. Look at the top 5 coin. Go to what is it? Crypto market or whatever, and just put it on 1 month and look at if you were to put $100 in just the top 5 coins a month ago, theoretically, and then look at the Peru. I don't think it's just Tesla. Now I think that Elon had a help, definitely, but it's not just Tesla. I mean, MasterCard jumping in saying that they were going to start performing crypto transactions was a huge thing. PayPal jumping in and saying now PayPal is doing crypto was a huge thing. Square being invested in PayPal or in Bitcoin. Dorsey saying that he was going to start paying people that work at Twitter with an option if they choose to with Bitcoin. That's another thing that kicked it. So there's a lot of foots that kicked that snowball.
City of Miami is also endorsing Bitcoin.
Yep, I saw that too. Yeah, that was a funny interview actually.
Hey, you guys go.
You could tell he didn't really know a whole lot about crypto, just like the way he talks. He's like the crypto sphere, and I'm like, it's not.
Yeah.
It's a blockchain. It's not a sphere.
Well, the richest zip code is in Miami, so I think he's just kind of jumping on it because he already knows the people that actually live in Miami, and the well-to-doers that are actually moving things. I think that's where, they're all jumping in. So he's just kind of seeing that as a catalyst to making the city of Miami still on one of the forefronts of United States being a vacation city-wise and just a destination all in total. You guys got to check out that video that came across my YouTube feed. I put it in general, dude. It's funny as a video.
GME to the moon.
To the motherfucking moon.
Yeah.
I loved seeing that yesterday. Like when DFP started talking, all of a sudden you saw the stock go up. Oh, it's hilarious.
Does anybody else's chat like time? Does anybody else's chat time out after a little while of leaving it logged in a chat, or is it just me?
Mine don't do that. I can leave mine on my computer all day.
Mine does that periodically sometimes on the telephones, like especially if I'm driving around. Switching
You mean
stuff
like
out.
being connected to voice chat?
Yeah,
on a cell phone it does it. It times out.
Yeah, on my phone, every now and again I have to leave the call and come back in, even if I never like if I'm just sitting here hanging out BSing all day. There's several times throughout the day where I'll disconnect and reconnect, even though a network environment never changed.
Oh, guys. So I got a quick question.
Good GME, man.
GME, baby.
What's up? What question? Sergio, if you're waiting for CCIV to hit 50, you just missed it. You see all those diamond hands in the chat.
Y'all know when the stimulus check is coming? Everybody's saying in March.
So, what's her name? Pelosi had a speech yesterday, and she said that they're sending their revisions over to the Republicans today and that they should have it back next week. And then she was hoping that by the end of next week, they should be able to send it to the president. But who knows?
Okay.
But yeah, I feel you on that too, man. Oh, it would be nice, man. It would be really nice. I hope it all goes to the market. I know it's not, but it would be smart if they did. Like, if people took even a portion of their stimulus and put it to work for them, that would be a smart move. But I know that people are going to just run out and be like, I can get a 70-something inch TV at Best Buy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that. Like, there may be some of that, but I think a lot of people don't have the money to pay rent, to pay mortgages, to pay like their bills right now. And it's probably going to be going towards that.
$1,200 isn't going to do a whole lot of people a whole lot of help for like rent. I mean, you're talking like 1 month.
No, but you know what I'm saying though? Like what? No, not even like most. I mean, like here, it's not even. That's not even a month. But like, why would people buy a TV when they have rent and bills to pay?
Because they're irresponsible.
A lot of people have $1,000 phones when they can't even pay anything. I mean, I hear you. But
This is like a false narrative that's put out there by people who make a lot more money that like for us to fight amongst each other about shit like this.
Yeah, but you can look at online sales that peaked during the last stimulus.
Wasn't that right before Christmas?
yeah, but Walmart like legitimately putting TVs like at $5.99. That was just like, come on. Like I was just like, man,
We
you're
got
just like
we got a
got it.
65-inch
Sure.
TV for $220.
That's pretty awesome. I know 4K TVs were on like crazy discount for like right
But
after Black
we know
Friday
if
and
people
Christmas.
where are the numbers showing that that's where the stimulus actually went? Walmart putting out marketing like that is one thing because they're greedy motherfuckers. Sorry, YouTube. But, you know, people actually going out and using it for that. Do we have proof that that's what happened?
I mean, I hope you're right, honestly. I mean,
You know, is that
As
the
do I.
narrative that all these media conglomerates that are owned by billionaires like us to think is happening so that we have no like empathy for each other and the situation that we're all actually in, which is that they're fucking us.
They're doing that regardless.
So speaking of getting fucked and being completely off topic, but remember that heroic dose of hair oil I was talking about? Well, the maintenance man from a company just came up to me and told me my name came up on the recertified list for forklift driving, so we're about to have some fun.
Wait, what?
I wasn't supposed to recertify today, or at least I didn't know that I was going to have to. Once a year, they come around and say, hey, by the way, we need to prove that you know how to drive this thing. And he just decided to pick today to come and ask me after I decided to celebrate Friday Green Day. Oh man.
Ooh,
That's you have to take a P test.
No, I just have to move the machine.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna have to focus up real good. Last year he made me pick up a quarter. I hope he doesn't have anything goofy planned for this year.
Made you pick up a quarter with a forklift? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah.
What a jerk, man. Like, pick up a quarter? Come on. Like,
well, he said the nickel was too easy.
I mean, how about just pick up a pallet safely and go over the safety procedures and safely operate the machinery instead of some contest?
Well, those are all the basics. Once you're certified, they need to know that you're still keeping up on your game, apparently. Because I guess if you bump one of the racks in here, you could probably, destroy the company. There's racks that are worth more than probably half the capital in the company with the amount of high-end materials that are on the racks. So they're pretty stringent about it. But I'll be fine. I think it'll be okay.
What's up with plug power? That's been in such a downward trend. Wow, GME was on discount, huh? I missed that.
What's it at right now? $40.
Yeah, good. I guess it went down to like.
It had a lot of movement right there at when it hit 39. But it had a lot of movement at 41.50 when it took a nosedive too. So.
Yeah.
I just think it speaks
It hit
like
327 too.
like no pun intended, but I think it speaks volumes that it can come out of a hole like this and still continue to rise. And that, it's and personally, I think it's more than just people who like the stock. I have to agree with DFV. Like, I think there's value in GameStop. Like, I don't think they're going to go under. I think they're going to recreate themselves, and I think it's going to be cool. I've been literally shopping there almost my entire life.
I think so too. Yeah.
I mean, they've got some really smart people at the helm.
They have Pokemon cards too.
Exactly.
The only thing is with GameStop is that in order for them to really succeed, they need help. And what's going on right now with GameStop? What are they doing?
Well, they have help. I mean, they just headhunted like two high up people from Amazon, and then they got the co-founder of Chewy, and then he actually headhunted a person from Chewy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and
Exactly.
that's just the tip of the iceberg as well. Because if you think about it, this,
Well, they,
the start of a new console generation. Where do you buy your console?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
well, right
And
now it's
that's what
wherever
I've
you
been
can
trying to
find one.
that's what I've been trying to
Well,
tell
that's
some of my
just
buddies.
that's the falsifying of the increasing demand by short production. Once the production flow goes back to a normal level, there are gonna be units around, and they're gonna be buying them from GameStop. Or I mean, yeah, there's other places too, but it's a very good time right now for where it's at. That's not just the boom.
Yep, exactly. And that's what I've been trying to tell my buddies. Like, hey, look, like GameStop, me personally, I don't feel like GameStop would be able to succeed without help. And now you look at GameStop right now, and what are they doing? They're receiving all different types of help and all different types of publicity and all this stuff in the works now to where they can succeed.
Well, I can tell you too, like, I know that there's a lot of people, like, they always get the newest console, right? But there's a lot of people out there that buy the older consoles. Like, they're a generation or even two generations behind the small amount of people that always have to have the latest and the greatest. I mean, like, when PS4 Pro came out, there were
Guilty.
people that just sat at their PS4. Like, I know people that never had a PS4 Pro. They just stayed with the regular PS4. Now,
Yeah.
I mean, I picked up a Pro because I wanted one. But I mean, there was a lot of people that either couldn't or they wouldn't or their parents wouldn't. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of people, man, that are I mean, there were still people buying, Xbox 360s, man. I mean, like,
So look at it this way. So let's just say, my generation, I'm almost 30. So my generation really um were really what's the word I'm looking for? Passionate as far as like getting on these games and really like keeping up with it, X stuff, right? So that being said, you look at people finding out there like they're getting into their careers and like unfortunately COVID hit, but once you start getting more into like your late 20s, that's when you start really kind of formulating your life, and you start figuring out your careers and like maybe out of college now and like start making money, and you kind of look at it as like the what is it, the boomers, how when the boomers kind of grew up around this age, like there's things that fascinate them. But now with my generation, it's more digitized, and like video games and stuff like that that are more fascinating. That it, now more than ever is going to be pumping it, and like the more people that get into the market, like around my age, that's the type of stuff that you're going to start really going up. It's more the digitized like items. That being said, GameStop being who they are was really more of like my generation type ordeal. I mean, obviously I know you guys know about it, but I feel like
You're breaking.
I'm breaking up.
At least it was on my end. I don't know if anybody else was hearing that.
Okay. Um, but yeah,
I don't think
I
it's
kind of.
just you. It's several people are breaking up just now.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like GameStop has a lot of upside to it just because of the times and then the actual individuals that grew up around it now are starting to figure out their lives and being able to buy their systems, buy their games, have money to afford stuff like this. So kind of cool.
Interesting.
Well,
Yeah.
I definitely agree. I don't know if this is what you're trying to say, but at least part of what you said, I kind of took it. I know that, I mean, shoot, just look at the GME conference that happened yesterday. You know, the congressmen and congresswomen didn't even know how to mute their mics in a Zoom call. I mean, like, if that doesn't speak to how, you know, I don't even know the right word to use. I mean, like, it's not even that they don't even know how to do it.
Technologically challenged. They're just technologically
Like
challenged.
majorly.
Yeah.
I mean, like, okay, this is going to sound horrible, but this is another example. And unfortunately, it is the truth. So, like, I don't know why, but for some reason, my parents are horrible at clickbait. Like, all the time. Like, my dad will send me this article, and as soon as he sends it to me, I'm like, that's not real. And he's like, what? And I'm like, that's not real. Like, that's fake. It's a fake article. And he's like,
my grandma's the worst.
but it was on my smartphone. And I'm like, yeah, because they want you to click on it. I was like, it's clickbait.
Do you remember the cattle guards, that they were removing cattle guards or something, or adding cattle guards that went around, and people thought they were physical people?
No, I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
Okay, so cattle guards are basically like a trench on the ground, so cows can't cross it instead of having a fence. So there was news that it was fake, but something that Obama was getting rid of cattle guards, and so people were losing jobs. And cattle guards are like not even people, like they're literally a fence.
Well, yeah, and that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Like my dad, like, and luckily my brother and I, like, we've gotten my dad to the point now where, like, if he finds something, you know, he'll either text me or my brother, and I'm so much glad that it's like that now. I mean, it sounds kind of like a hindrance, but I'd much rather him ask than, because, like, he used to, like, just forward stuff on Facebook, and I'm like, Dad, you gotta take that down. It's not real. And he's like, no, but I saw it, and I'm like, it's not real. Take it down.
My grandma's awful at it.
And my mom's even worse. Like, I go to my mom's computer, and she doesn't close any tabs, like, ever. Like, I went to her computer and I looked at her Chrome browser, and there was, like, literally like 80 tabs open.
Do they have all the extensions on it too, where they add so many things to their browser for? Oh
yeah.
my god!
And I'm
Then they wonder why their computer's slow.
I'm like, I gotta fix this. I gotta fix this. I was like, she's like, yeah, but I know where everything is. I'm like, you don't know all 80 of these things. Like, there's no way you know all 80 of these tabs. And it probably wasn't 80, but it was a lot. I'm telling you, it was ridiculous. I mean, but that's what my point is. Like, I'm not sitting here trying to make fun of my parents, but because I love them. But that's my point, though. Like, there's a whole generation, like, that generation doesn't understand video games. Like, my dad doesn't understand, like, why me as a 40-year-old, I have a PS5. And I'm like,
I don't even get that. Like,
I'm like,
I mean, I get that people like it. People like it, but, like, I also grew up with parents that just, like, my dad bought me a Commodore 64. He got
me too.
Dude, that was my first computer.
Yeah, same here.
And, like,
Dude, it was literally just a keyboard.
It was crazy. Like, I remember I would get educational games and things, but an Atari or, like, a Nintendo, nope. My parents were immigrants, you know, they were not doing that. So, like,
I'm a third generation immigrant, and my first computer was a Commodore 64, and my uncle, like, we would mail, like, snail mail, Pitfall, the cartridge, back to each other.
Oh my god!
And I would beat it. So my dad started it, right? So we would beat it, and my dad, with a Polaroid camera, would take a picture of the end screen with the score,
Hilarious.
and we would
Oh my
mail
God.
the Polaroid picture and the cartridge to my uncle in Tennessee, and he would beat it and do the exact same thing. And we did that when I was a kid. I don't even know how many times.
This is amazing. That's like so nostalgic. Sweet. It's so
My
cute.
grandpa, who's now like 75, there was a Christmas where we lost his Zelda 64 game in the couch. And it was devastating because, like, back then, your game saved on the cartridge. So if you didn't have your cartridge, you were screwed. And, like, my mom would buy Nintendo 64s for herself and, like, would restrict us from playing it.
Well, see, and that's why like I know,
wipes it
like,
out.
I truly believe that whatever GameStop ends up becoming, like there is no, I mean, yeah, there's always going to be a handful of people that like aren't in either camp, right? But I think there's a large majority, myself included. I mean, like I just turned 40 and I've got a full gaming computer and I've got a PS5. I've had every generation of every single gaming console literally since
On my
the
Xbox,
regular Nintendo.
3 hours every night.
Okay, well, wait, I take that back. I did not have a GameCube. Did not have a GameCube. But
I streamed
a
the
Neo
full
Geo,
the original NES Legend of Zelda a couple weeks ago.
a Sega Saturn. I had a Dreamcast. I had all the Nintendos except for the GameCube. I never got into that thing. I mean, like that's just like it's always been part of my life. It always has been. And I don't think I'll ever get tired of it, to be honest with
Yeah.
you. Like I just
I
don't.
know.
Like Cyberpunk came out, and I know that a lot of people trashed it. I had a blast playing that game. No, I
Dude,
didn't.
that thing has so many options to customize. Like, it's crazy the customization you can go into that.
No, somebody's gonna have like a horrible story, and they're gonna hate me for saying that, but I still enjoyed it. So I have 170 hours on it on PC, and you know what? That 170 hours was worth the cost of the game.
I've been on Breath of the Wild.
I'm playing Breath of the Wild right now, actually.
I got
Or Red Dead Redemption.
easily over 200 hours into Breath of the Wild.
My husband would play Red Dead Redemption, and his dad, who's 80, thought it was like a TV show that he'd come sit down and watch.
You can. It's fun.
Red Dead was amazing too, and people like I don't know why people. I mean, the online it was cool, and then it kind of sucked, and then it got to the griefing. But whatever, that's a whole nother topic. But Red Dead's awesome too, man. That storyline, that was great.
Ghost of Tsushima.
I'm still playing.
My husband also plays Madden.
I'm still playing that
What
one.
did I
Actually,
remember?
no spoilers on
Prince
Ghost.
of Persia. Does anybody remember Prince of Persia?
I remember this.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the
Yeah.
Nintendo.
I didn't ever play it on one of those gaming consoles. It was like on whatever computer we had. I don't know how I played.
Oh, so it's really.
I have over
CCIV dropping.
100 hours in Destiny.
CCIV is down.
Oh my God! Don't even talk about Destiny. Somebody told me there's a website. It says, what is it? It's time lost in Destiny or something like that.
Wastedondestiny.com.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever play Myst?
Yes, and the follow up to Myst.
Raven?
That
what
was
it was
like,
called?
dude, that was like way back in the day. That's like '94.
Way back.
Just a heads up, Bitcoin is going back up.
Point and click, is it? Because I'm gonna sell off.
It's above 55.5 now. It just
If
went
that was
above
94, that means I remember it from when I was 3.
Remember, I'd see like they'd take these cartridges and then you'd have to blow into them to like make them
That was
work.
Nintendo, and that
Only
I
you
don't
could make
care.
NES work.
I don't care what anybody says. I swear it worked.
Yeah.
I swear it worked.
I don't know what it was about it, but it did work.
What
Then
it
you
was
gotta kind of
doing
wiggle
was
it a little
putting
bit.
dropules, moisture from your mouth into the cartridge, causing the contacts to work a little bit better for that insertion.
You
So
gotta
yes, you're
wiggle it.
spitting on it before you put it in.
Husband will play Madden sometimes, and my father-in-law, he's like 81. He gets super confused and thinks it's a real football game too. That's always fun.
That's great.
Hope everyone's portfolios blow up next week. We got a 5-day trading day. This week's been rough.
Yeah, President's Day messed with everything a lot.
Does anybody like OXY?
OXY.
Bitcoin just broke 55,650.
Yeah, Elon tweeted, "Hello everyone.
Hey, Biscuit.
Hey, Biscuit.
How are you doing, my American friends?"
Missed you.
I want those camel coins.
I will tell you
Oh, and-
why I was absent, okay? The last 2 times I joined this chat, the electricity goes off. It does go off usually, but it was like strangely timed. So I was like, okay, I'm not joining, so the power stays on, and it did stay on. So I'm crossing my fingers
Are you
now.
sure you're not in Texas?
No, it's Libya for sure. We have this like it's not. We don't wait for a snowstorm to lose electricity. We have it daily, for 2 hours, 3 hours.
So
It's okay. I'm
Ethereum
fine, guys.
broke.
Don't worry about me. Bitcoin hits 100,000. I'm moving out. That's it. I'm leaving my mom's basement.
Oh, it's coming, man. It's coming.
Let's go.
Ethereum did what?
Ethereum broke, so it's been following Bitcoin all day long.
it did
and Bitcoin
broke?
went up, and
No.
Ethereum.
No, Ethereum is still no. There's heavy resistance around the 2K mark.
No, I know, but I'm saying like we didn't get an upward trend with this last upward trend with Bitcoin. Like it was following Bitcoin pretty much all day, but we didn't get a spike when with this last spike with Bitcoin.
Yeah. Yes, you are right.
Roaring Kitty just tweeted. He
Oh, he did?
retweeted a Jim Cramer tweet. I just put it in general.
Jim Cramer tweet.
What does it mean, Hugs? Hugs get slaughtered.
What are you guys talking about? Jim Cramer is my favorite. I follow him for all of my advice and do anything he says.
Ah, he's the worst. I mean, he's looking at this tweet like, okay, it's linked also to one of his articles. I hate you.
I mean, I was completely sarcastic in case you missed that.
Oh, no, I got that. Yeah, for sure.
I was wondering there for a second. It's like that guy
Yeah.
is
The worst.
he's too much.
I'm trying to figure out what is Jim Cramer trying to say.
Well, he's got a link in there to his article, which I'll put also right here, and maybe explains it a little bit more. I don't understand what he's trying to.
I mean, I think
he's
the
calling
guy
us the hogs. I think he's calling us the hogs.
That's kind of the way I'm taking it.
Bag holders.
Oh,
I'm
right.
Still,
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
still reading. I'm still digging into the article more, but I'm thinking he's calling us the hogs because we all got greedy and tried to push too hard.
Yeah, whatever. And that's coming from an ex-hedge fund manager who I personally think gets paid to pump stocks.
Totally.
Yeah.
But he kind of has one of those faces, like the little face that he's like, "Oh, sorry."
You mean a face that needs a slap? What's that German word?
Gosh, could.
Okay, so I disappear for a couple of days. I come back and CCIV is through the roof. What else did I miss?
A bunch.
Spikes the Geisen. It means you have a punchable face.
Bitcoin broke 55,650.
Oh yeah. It's doing some, but still,
Puts more money in Bitcoin.
when it comes to either I think Bitfinex I'm looking at, it still didn't break the 55,700, which is
this
like
is,
the.
All right, so here, this is what I was talking about earlier, where you've got a developing rising wedge and it's like breaking what it should do versus like theoretically, like in the stock market, like if you see a rising wedge in the stock market, you expect it to go down, and it's not.
For Bitcoin, I have an Elliott wave count, and it seems like it's following that count. So I hope I'm right. So if my count is right, number 3 is at 61,000, 61,700.
So
Oh, I'm
if
gonna
you
share it in
look
charts. I'm gonna
look
share it.
at look at what happened at 11:25 Eastern and to 11:45. Look at that pattern today.
Higher highs. I mean, Bitcoin is doing Bitcoin stuff. But the BNB ride was amazing. I don't know if you guys catch that. That was something. And I had a dream that BNB flipped Ethereum. Like I dreamed about it. BNB was like 3,200 and Ethereum was struggling at 2,000. The prophecy.
Has anybody watched Ravencoin jump up 120%?
Ooh, wow, that's a jump.
There has been someone in here the last couple days going on about Ravencoin. He's quite pleased.
I was gonna put a chunk into it, and everybody has a war story like this, but I was gonna put it into it. I'm like, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't have a track record at all with it. I'm not gonna worry about it, and you know, there it is. Could have hit
Yeah,
it.
I don't even have a way to buy it.
Binance, man, I'm telling y'all, I use Binance for all the crypto, and I can buy whatever I want.
I think Binance with the United States is a different story. You have to use Binance US and it's not available in all states as far as I understand.
And it's
That
got a
is
long ass
correct.
waiting list.
Waiting list. I don't
Hey,
have
I
to wait.
will sell you my account. Oh, let's
I've been
start the
waiting
bid
for
with
2 weeks on
1,000.
my verification. Still hasn't gone through for 2 weeks now.
Gosh, mine took like 24 hours. They must. I would guess with everything in the market happening though, everything's probably
Yeah,
gotten
the
backed up.
influx is what's doing it. When did you have your account?
I've had my account 3 weeks now.
That's the way it was for me getting in Voyager about 3-4 weeks ago. It was that day, a couple hours. Now people are saying there's week-longs waiting list.
Well, look at the Bitcoin it's moving right now. It's above what 55K. I'm over here with my little position in Bitcoin. I'm like, I want to buy more, but I know it's going up. It's going to continue to go up, but I want to wait for a dip to happen to maximize my money. But it's so crazy right now. I have no idea what
Yeah,
it's going to do.
the more it goes up, the further the dip will be. So it's
Currently the dips
fear
are
of
so
missing out.
small
Huh?
they're hard to buy in.
That's my
Yeah.
point. Like I can't even catch a dip. It's like is that $1,000, $500 down? Wait, no, I need 15 grand down. I need 20 grand down.
Nah. I mean, yeah, it was. I mean, it's hard. Like even I did project $100,000 this year by June. I did that, but even though I did that, I was like, if we break the 20K all-time high, I'm gonna be very pleased. But I didn't see this like the whole like Elon Musk and Tesla buying in and everything. It's accelerating everything. My camels weren't ready.
3 whole minutes.
I posted in charts like, please, it's very messy, but just for you to see my count. It has been playing out. It has been hugging this line for some time now. for the past like 10 days. Doge video on CNBC? What? Is this true?
Hey, what's everybody's positions on Doge right now? I repopped it at 68, and that's where I'm at. I got in on the first as it was coming down, but I didn't wait till the bottom. Is anybody else in a better spot?
I'm in a much worse spot.
I'm waiting for a dip right now. I'm not anything in.
My
did-
initial big dip is from back at like 20, but my play money that I bounce back and forth with hovers between that 55 and 62 mark.
I just watched the video on CNBC. Oh, you guys just saw a video about Doge on CNBC? Oh, nice. Where can we see that? Oh yeah, it is posted like 30. Okay, I'm gonna post in general.
Damn it. I was trying to get this. I was trying to average down here on my Bitcoin, but it looks like it's steady going down.
Don't buy the top, my friend. Don't buy the top. I mean, at least if you're gonna do it anyway, don't do it without a stop loss. I get you. I get you. It's painful.
Oh shit. Yeah, because I bought in like I think maybe an hour ago, and I was like, you know what? It looks like I think it's probably gonna go back down. So I was like, you know what? Let me get a little bit of profits. I was about to sell out when it was like 600 right there, but then as I was like going through the settings, it was just consistently dropping down, and I was like, fuck it, I missed it. So I
Greed,
said,
man. Greed, you know.
There with Bitcoin,
This is my issue with
it goes up
trading.
like
I
it's
always do
projected,
the
then it
same
should be good.
issue. Sorry, Ace.
I was saying since Bitcoin's still projected to go high, even if you missed a dip now, it's still good to hold it for playing around later.
yeah, I feel you. I feel like Bitcoin right now is like the best strategy is to do try to get well, I mean, I guess this kind of falls into like everything with stock, but with Bitcoin just in general, because obviously we kind of know we all have a feeling it's probably going to keep going up here for a little bit now, but I'm trying to get in as low as possible. Like
Yeah, it's like your long-term crypto versus your swap and day trade.
Yeah.
Trying to get in at a low entry point, and if we all can agree that this is a bull market for crypto, it's very difficult to nail. You have to find the retracement, and you have to find the spot. So if you wanna like hold it for long term, I would wait for the bull market to end. But the problem with that is, by the time it ends, it might hit like a big number for you to even enter, but it's still, you're gonna still invest the same amount of money. If you're gonna invest like 5k, even after 6 months you're gonna invest 5k in Bitcoin, and you're gonna gain the same percentage in profit. So it doesn't really matter. It's just you need to be patient. Patience is hard.
Hey, has AMC hit above 14.5 yet, or no?
Hey guys, can you answer a question for me, maybe? About
We
a
know the
Mac.
answer for sure.
Make it easy.
if you get the basic 256 gig SSD on the M1, is there a reason to go up to the 512, or if you have an external
What are you running for it?
SSD?
What are you running from it?
So my husband needs the Mac for the Pro apps, like all the Pro tools.
So essentially what you want, if you're getting the internal M.1 SSD, you want to have enough space to run all of your programs. Anything that you would get external, you'd want for storage for the most part.
Okay. Yeah, because he's going to have
Big enough to run your programs and everything, then that's fine to run off the, as long as the 256 is big enough for all the different programs that he'll be running.
Okay, so we want to make sure that it is big enough to run the programs, because any external, you can't add an external to run the programs, is what I guess I'm asking.
You can, it's just you're going to be at the limits of whatever your external is connected via. So if it's USB 3.0, I think it's a 10, wait a second, it's 5 gigabit. And then if you go up to the M.2s, it's more like 10 gigabit. I'd have to look at the actual rates, but
So we're just better off spending the extra money now.
Right, depending on the
Okay.
Correct, depending on the connection type of the drive.
Okay, nope, that's what I needed answered. Thank you.
No problem. It's actually why that's why the Xbox Series X has the M.2 internal, and then to allow it to run at the 4K 60, it requires you to use if you run programs off an external drive, that's why it makes you use the Xbox proprietary expansion slot, which is also an M.2 drive.
Gotcha. Would you still, for like running all of the app specific, would you stick with the M1?
I don't know.
Because it's mostly just going to be used for specific, like your Pro Tools apps.
I think
So
if you
like
know
Final
you're going to
Cut
be
Pro.
using if you're going to be using that machine strictly for that workload, then the benefits are there with that chip. But
Right,
if you
yeah.
plan on, like if that machine has any other purpose, it's not going to be bad at those tasks. It's just not going to be
optimal
great at those tasks.
No, this computer will be specifically for Final Cut Pro and Motion and Logic. Because he has his other computer for all of his other apps. That's not a Mac. But he needs the Mac software for school. So I think we'll do the M1. Would you go up to the 16 gig or stay at 8?
Good question. Just depends on how much space
Is
you
that
actually need.
for RAM?
Memory, yeah.
In memory, yeah. You should for like if you're gonna use this machine for the next like 2 to 3 years, you would want to get 16. The
Okay.
apps are getting more like the more time goes.
And RAM super expensive to up to the next level either. So if you think you're gonna need it now or in the future as you're still using it, I'd get it now. Otherwise, you're gonna be paying extra for it later to find the same matching sticks.
Right. Okay.
Well,
so we'll
that,
probably
and
do the
then
16
with
and then
that
512.
With that
Yeah.
workload, it's a very RAM intensive. So to be honest, 16 gigs for Final Cut, and if there's any video editing going on at all, you're going to want even more than that. There won't be any high-speed scrubbing or anything like that with the 16 gig.
Well, the M1 kind of solves that problem.
True, yeah, that does, yeah.
Which is why we want the M1, because it's optimized specifically for those programs. So no, I think we'll do the 16 gig with 512. And then all of the actual like projects will be on an external SSD.
Yeah, that's a good combination and good numbers.
Because he'll need to be able to move them between computers because he has his Windows crazy that one has a whole bunch of stuff, but he can't really run the app specific programs, so we're just gonna get a Mac as well.
So if you're gonna create content, like it seems like we're moving from the 1080 standard to 4K, and if you're gonna play around with 4K content, it's gonna take a lot of storage. Like it's gonna be
Yeah,
if you
and actually, I
if
think his camera
Yeah.
shoots in 6K.
Here comes our second touch at 55,750.
Oh, okay, we're going up then. That's
So, all right,
official.
thanks, guys.
Long-term storage is an SSD. Long-term storage, switch to hard drive, get a lot of space and a slower speed, but you'll be able to get a lot more for your price tag than going SSD for the external.
Oh, we're pushing through it.
Yeah,
We're
he
pushing through.
has
Here comes the
hard drives
pump.
for everything after he's done, and he puts it on SSD while he's creating it.
Yeah.
You can considering that the internet nowadays is quite fast and the cloud storage exists, you can always like invest whatever you're gonna buy extra storage with into cloud saving. But it's like ease of access versus saving money. So ease of access is
Right.
having a big storage on the computer itself, and saving money is going for the cloud option because you can pay monthly and pay very cheap for the terabyte or whatever it's calculated.
If you have Microsoft Office, you get 1 terabyte of Microsoft, or it's OneDrive. Just to let you know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's
I think
true.
he has that, and then he also has his school one. And then we have crazy amounts on our Google Drives because we were one of the first people to have a Google Drive. So we got
That
in
made you
with a
sound
lot of
old
the
on the Google.
what? What?
On the Google.
On the Google, yeah.
On the Google, yeah.
But we opted into that early and got a lot of storage.
Go all out and build a NAS for the house.
Yeah.
So Ethereum's getting a little bit of a push from this last rise, but not
$3,
anywhere.
man.
Not
$3 to be exact.
anywhere near the push that Bitcoin just said. Hey, but it's a rise, man. It's a rise.
It is a rise, yeah, but it's only $3.
Yeah, but I mean, I bought in when it was like 900. So
No, it's definitely building some momentum for a move. I mean, Bitcoin is about to explode, so they probably follow at least by 2 or 3% the whole market.
See, I knew I liked you for a reason. See, I love that optimism. He's like, it's just about to explode. Like this isn't the explosion. This is like the warm up.
Yeah, I mean the experts say the alt season didn't start yet. The bull run didn't
It's
even
gonna
start
get it.
yet.
It's gonna get 56. It's gonna get it.
Yeah,
And then we're gonna see a sell off. Then we're gonna see another sell off. Watch.
It's price discovery, man. Everyone is holding and saying,
Oh my
"No, I'm not gonna
It's
sell."
been price discovery
It already
all
went.
day.
It did it. 56.10, 56. Oh yeah, 56.
Like it's been in price discovery
Wow.
literally all day long.
Hey, the dude, AZ. Hey, it's
Don't even.
time. It's
It
time to
has
sell, my
not.
friend.
It's just staying there. It's going past it.
I don't even want to. I don't even
Don't
want to
be
talk
greedy,
about it
man.
right now.
So
Wow.
not to be bring a negative cloud onto this, but I just posted a pretty serious article in the news section. So apparently the SEC shut down 3 more meme stocks, and they're having and not only did they shut them down, but they temporarily suspended trading on them today until March 4th.
Which one?
Marathon Group Corp, Affinity Beverage Group, and Silios Corp. I haven't heard of any 3 of them, and I mean I don't know why they're calling them meme stocks. I haven't seen anything on any of these 3.
Who's shutting them down? I missed that.
Oh no, not shutting them down. The SEC temporarily suspended all trading on all 3 companies today, and it's not ending until March 4th.
Weird.
Marathon is oil.
So like first they're trying to throw Robinhood under the bus yesterday, which in fairness I think Robinhood was a culprit, but here now we have the SEC stepping in, saying no trading can happen on these three stocks. Now wait a minute, like you can't do that.
Marathon's earnings call is next week.
I used to work for an oil field service company, and I'm just waiting for all of my company stocks to rebound after all the crap.
So they're saying that because all their share prices and volumes were suddenly increased with the absence of any publicly available news. What? So you tell me that just because you big guys didn't know about it, now all of a sudden? See, this to me is just so wrong on so many levels. Like what? Because mass media didn't know about this, all of a sudden now it has to be stopped. I mean. That's got to be a breach of fair access by restricting buying. It has to be. Like, that's not, like, you can't do that. I posted it in news. It's on Yahoo Finance. If you look in the news tab.
I think in the next coming months, we're going to see more and more of this type of overreaching take place as the traditional industry tries to find its footing, because the whole game is changing.
I'm telling you right now, this is only going to push me harder into crypto.
Oh, it's the same here. It's, even though it's not regulated, I still feel like I know what I'm getting into. It's like, well, this is shark infested waters. Yeah, but I know it's just sharks. It's not sharks and also tuna with lasers on their heads. It's like, well, at least I know what I'm getting into.
No, well, let me. I like your analogy, but see, we know the sharks are in the water, right? But they get to drain the pool.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
It's different when we got a whole ocean with sharks in it. I know that I have a chance of seeing a shark, but when you can drain the water out of the pool, now it's a bigger difference. Like just halting trading on 3 stocks. What? Because mass media didn't know about it? What? Okay. What? So there wasn't any news about these 3 stocks, and people started buying it. So now all of a sudden we're going to stop it. What if people just like the stock?
Sorry to cut you off, guys. I have breaking news. Kim Kardashian has filed for divorce.
Hey, there's your chance. There's your chance, man. Well, if you float, if that's your preference.
Kanye's a beautiful man. Let's admit that.
Listen.
Didn't Kanye and some person on the internet that's
if Kim accepts Bitcoin as a prenup, I will do it.
Dude, I bet you she would. That's wrong. I shouldn't say that.
He's got a personality disorder, that's.
I can't imagine. It's much
hard for her, to be honest,
yeah. I know, but some things are a little that whatever, he has bipolar, which it's on a spectrum, and some people have it way worse than others.
I wonder if Kanye is into stocks or Bitcoin.
Easy.
Dude, watching the trend line for today on Bitcoin, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like it just breaks everything.
For it to make sense, I always try to zoom out on the daily. Now even the daily looks ridiculous. I'm like,
if you look at the start of today, literally, just a hair over 51,000, and then it's just like.
But by the way, Elon is still tweeting. He's going bananas on Twitter. He's just said, "I just want to start a flame in your heart."
Oh my god. Just for a day.
So Bomb, the crypto guy on Twitter, he said, "Just tell us your Satoshi already."
And
Hey,
he
he's
changed
definitely
to
not.
the Bitcoin DP with it.
Waifu. I don't
What's
know.
that on
What did
top
he
of
say?
it?
What is
It's an
it? He said
anime.
He said just for a day.
That's insane.
So it's literally like a Sailor Moon esque. That's exactly what it is. It's a Sailor Moon esque outfit with Bitcoin on it. That's great.
So I tracked down those 3 stocks that the SEC halted or suspended.
Yeah, I'm curious
They're
what you
all
find.
penny stocks. They're all sub 1 penny, like 001, 008. And I can't find even a record of today, but I see no rise in them before Friday. But I guess they wiped all data from Friday. I don't know.
I'm digging into the social media end of that same tunnel, and I'm coming up dry. I haven't found a single post, a single shit talk, and this is digging into Reddit. This is digging into other sources, Google, you name it. I haven't seen a single mention that would indicate any kind of.
So what is this, a manufactured?
Right. That's what I'm like. I mean, well, that's not what I'm insinuating. I'm just saying, like, I don't ever remember hearing anything about these 3 companies. And I think that the majority of us that are in this Discord, like, have both our ears to the ground.
Both our ears, our fingers, our stethoscopes, we're all on it 24/7.
Right. Exactly.
We're not spending 8 hours, 10 hours a day together here in the channel. We're all doing stuff on the side, at home, at dinner, before work. You know, there's no way that none of us heard anything about any of these 3 companies, and yet it's the next meme stock.
Well, not only that, though, but it's the fact that the SEC stepped in and halted trading on 3 stocks on the stock market until March 4th. That's like I said. How is that not a breach?
It's goofy. It's a breach, or it feels like a breach, but it's not completely unheard of. In crazy times of volatility, they have frozen stuff in the past for a week or so. But what's concerning is under what claim, under what, like, it's a normal function for them to see things that are ridiculously out of whack and try to stop them before they go crazy. But why? Like, where's your source? What are you saying this is the new meme stock for?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. If you look at the very bottom of the article, it says all 3 securities suspended Friday saw sudden increases in their share prices and volumes in the absence of any publicly available news. So they're saying,
yeah, that's the publicly stuff that none of these companies have said we did this, we did that. Where's us? Where's our whispers? Where are we talking about this? The not public, the retail investors, the redditors, the meme makers.
right, I agree. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, how do we know this isn't just somebody? How do we know that this somebody isn't just insider trading? Like, why does this have to be thrown on, onto the memes stocks culture?
Exactly.
Searching on Twitter, I don't find a hit.
So I'm saying everything that's been a meme stock has trended.
Yeah, these 3, I don't see hits till November or December of last year. So I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
And I'm cycling.
What are the tickers again? Are they somewhere in our? Are they in general or something?
I'll post them in there, what I found.
Okay, thanks.
The article I put in the news ticker.
Oh, okay.
I went to the article and then found the companies from there, and then have been trying multiple permutations of their names together by themselves, just the tickers, and I can't find anything yet.
Yeah, you had said Marathon, and I thought that was Marathon Oil, but no, they list Marathon Group Corp, some 002 penny stock.
So I did find some stuff on Twitter, but again, it's just, oh yeah, it is. There's some stuff on Twitter. Basically, what they're doing with on Twitter, the way that they'll put it, they'll put $, you know, to create a hashtag, it'll be like a hashtag for stocks, so $ PDPR, $ whatever, and you'll just see it's like bots. PDPR fam, but it's not like a lot of traction, but there's definitely people that have been posting about it.
I was like, what kind of numbers are you seeing? Retweets and comments and stuff. What kind of numbers?
So like when I put the top one in, it's like, you know, like 14 likes, 7 retweets, nothing crazy, you know, like 5 likes, 3 likes, minor.
That ain't a meme stock.
Yeah, it's nothing. 27 likes, 6 retweets, like 6 hours.
I got 27 likes on the last pizza post I made.
Yeah, but it's
Nah.
definitely like like you'll see like 15 different tickers and PDPR is in there. Let me see if the other one is in there too. That's PDPR. I'm gonna check the other ones. So, biggest news on ABBG is just the suspensions. Those are the ones. Yes. Okay. There is ABBG becoming a favorite. Flames. Fire. Yeah. 20 likes, retweets, 1574. There's like, there's definitely like, it's there on the list of stuff. Like I didn't think that I was gonna even find it, but then yeah, people, it's not like crazy, it's but the tickers are there.
There does seem to be a couple of pumpers out there
Yeah.
targeting penny stocks.
Yeah, I would say it would be like those pumpers that target these stocks, but not like a massive movement or nothing that differentiates it from others.
Nothing that makes it a meme stock.
Nothing
They
that
just don't know
makes
what
it
that
warrant
means.
nothing that would warrant it, like that it's the supposed meme stock movement.
Exactly.
Has somebody been able to give me what the SEC's actual definition of a meme stock is?
I don't think
Did they use that?
Dude, they don't even know yesterday. They can't even turn their mics off in a Zoom call.
Well, the SEC wasn't even part of it, right? Yesterday,
Nope.
because they're going through some transition.
Although I did like that woman though, I will say, because the way she worded her words, like she definitely, it felt like she was on the side of investors.
The
Which
woman
one?
from FINRA?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. She very well spoken, advocated without putting herself in a corner. Definitely leaned towards the smaller investors being, you know, protected from ridiculousness.
Yes, I agree. Like I out of everybody that spoke, you know, besides DFP, I love the fact that he said I'm not a cat. God, that was awesome.
That was so good. It was.
That was awesome. That, and did you see the poster behind him where it said "Just hang
It was
on"?
so good.
I was
Hang
just
in
like,
there.
or just hang in there. Yeah, I was like, there's so many little hidden things that's going on right now.
So I pulled up the SEC's actual release about these because I'm thinking that they're not going to refer to it as a meme stock. That's just like Yahoo Finance or the media is using this to see why they're actually temporarily suspending it. So what they're saying here is that it's because of questions regarding the accuracy and adequacy of information in the marketplace about the company and the market for its securities. Since late January 2021, ABBG's share price and trading volume have increased in the absence of any publicly available news or current information from the company, and certain social media accounts may be engaged in a coordinated attempt to artificially influence ABBG's share price. Wow. The Commission cautions brokers, dealers, shareholders, and prospective purchasers that they should carefully consider the foregoing information along with all other currently available information and any information subsequently issued by the company.
So
And then they go into like a bunch of rules.
It almost seems like they're going to pull a blanket over the whole segment because they're worried about
Yep.
another
another mass influx of inexperienced buyers. If it were to get traction, is when the danger would come, because if they freeze it now, nobody's really out anything. The companies are a little miffed because they're paused, but they haven't said shit anyways. So what's the
Yeah.
difference? And they're preventing a mass influx of people that could end up hurting themselves.
How
They know
many
best.
Yeah, exactly. How many
Well, that's what gets
stocks
scary.
how many stocks did we see going up where in recent days where you see the company putting out, when they're asked about the price, they're like, we don't know why. Like, we don't know why the price is going up. I've seen how many like companies responding to like spikes that way. Is the SEC gonna shut them down too?
That's what I'm saying. This is a really slippery slope. Like, like, wait. So on speculation, you don't have any real tangible proof. Like, you don't have like names or anybody that you can hold responsible. So you just on speculation, you think that these are speculatively being manipulated. You're going to shut down the stock of 3 companies for a week? Yeah. I don't know.
The fact that their proof is the lack of proof because they don't have any news from these companies. That's what's really kind of trippy. Is that
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That they can just be like, there's no reason for the price increase, so we're just gonna halt everything and investigate.
Right. That's
very minority report
That's
type
scary.
of feeling.
Now, you guys are familiar with all of the pump groups for crypto, all of
Oh yeah,
the tweets.
they're always inviting you. They're always invitating
yeah,
to these private discords. It's scary.
And they're playing, okay, the next pump's going to come up at this time. And then they drop the name and everybody throws their money in a box.
Yeah,
Going through a particular guy on Twitter that he's doing the exact same thing with those 3 securities. That's illegal, because he's talking about how much money he's making off of these penny stocks and showing screenshots of his $1 million account. And I took $150,000 today. So that's who they're investigating. You can do that all day with cryptos. You can't do that with stocks.
Yeah, you got a lot of new retail investors out there that either don't care or don't know about that.
Yeah, they learn pump and dump on crypto, which is not illegal, and then they start applying it to the stock market thinking, well, we do it all day in crypto, but it is highly illegal on the stock market.
Well, the thing is, though, yes, you're right.
I understand
it is illegal.
Subject, but he is definitely pumping and dumping.
Which dude are you?
Yeah, but again, okay, and I talked about this a couple weeks ago. I don't know if anybody's going to remember it, but I'm like, so what's so different about that? And then Kramer getting on the news at night going, I think this stock's going to be going to the moon, because somebody shoved $1,000 in his pocket at lunchtime.
Because they put $1,000 in his pocket at lunchtime. He
Right.
didn't go out and buy stock.
Exactly.
If he's holding and he says anything about it, then it's using your platform to coerce and manipulate. Now this dude, whoever this feller is that's on Twitter saying blah, 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 if he sells his stock and any of those securities at any time after making posts about taking up positions, that's where the big no-no comes.
I'm sure Kramer's not in any blind trusts, and they're not buying exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah,
This
just
is
like
Jeff guy.
Congress, just like Congress.
Just saying, he's very well protected. If he has money in anything like that, it's all dark money that's not anywhere underneath his name for real. His dog has a stock account, but he does not.
Yeah. I'm still feeling they can play all the fucking fuck games. Pardon the French, but when we start playing a little rough, it's game over.
That's what I was getting at. It's okay
find
when
another
they're
ball.
doing it, but then when we all start doing it, it's like, whoa. No, only us that sit at the big table get to play with those rules. It's like, wait a minute.
Really
like what?
scary about what's happening is like, is this going to change the market? Is this going to be the catalyst for reform and change in the future? As we move into a crypto future, as we move into this is not a sustainable market space to like currently exist in. with today's news cycle and today's access to information and today's propensity for people to be a little bit crazy, this current market it's not healthy.
Well, and I mean, not that I'm upset about it, but like I said, this just makes me even more confident and pushes me towards crypto because, you know, so what if you're telling me if I get lucky and just randomly do my due diligence about a stock that nobody's talking about, and I decide to go straight YOLO into it, that the SEC can come in there and freaking shut it down because they don't have any information on it and they didn't do their due diligence on it?
But to you as a personal investor, anybody, even a big person, you know, I'm talking somebody that the dad died and gave me 50 million. Does one person, any one person, hold it?
Might have been talking on Discord.
No, but what I mean is like, does anybody hold enough holdings to buy any one stock of anything to move it enough without having to file? You know what I'm saying?
So it's interesting because this PVDG stock, it's like, I don't know. You got to look at their Twitter account and like see the tweets that were on there and compare them with this dude as well that was meant that you put down, Alex or whatever his name was.
What's the threshold for reporting? 12% of the company's shares has to, like, if you buy
It's
12% or
5.
more, you have to report
5.
5.
I thought it was. Oh, maybe it's. I thought it was. Wait, maybe 5%. No, I think it's 5.
Okay,
Oh,
maybe
maybe
it
I'm
is.
looking.
If
I'm
you
looking at
bought
the wrong one.
4.5% of a company's stock all at once, would it move the market enough to make the trip this obviously tripped a flag in some computer somewhere. Nobody's sitting there watching these three. So some computer algorithm somewhere said, hey, what's going on with these three? Why are they all rocketing?
Yeah, I don't see anything different with these versus what all these penny stocks that get like their tickers get posted and like I don't understand what's different.
My thought that might be happening is they're embedding themselves in Discord now.
Is he breaking up?
Maybe there was
yeah.
That is terrible.
That's really bad.
people were talking about it. That for them was enough.
Jersey, disconnect and reconnect. You're shattering real bad.
Sorry.
No, all good.
Wow. I probably should have looked a little deeper. But that PVDG, it's what, 8 cents, and they're moving 7 million shares a day. That's crazy. But I agree. It's like, how, really, you're right. How is this any different? I don't know.
Really.
So unrelated, but still kind of cool. Sony released its first 3D printed carbon fiber computer today.
Cool.
Yeah, it's 100% 3D printed. But somehow, how are they all carbon fiber 3D molded monocue shell? Probably mispronouncing that. Yeah, it's like $3,600.
And you know what else about this PVDG? They announced, they made an announcement. What may be interesting is that the dude, this guy Alex that you had posted, had kept saying, "Big news is coming, big news." But people always say that, and then the official Twitter account, I guess, did actually. But I think they did it 3 days ago. They posted, excellent addition to their management team. Their chief operating officer worked at Chevron, Microsoft, Cray, corporate accounting controller positions, and so like they're doing.
PVDG is not one of the ones they shut down.
Oh, I thought it was one of the
I
tickers.
confused that also.
Oh, so PVDG.
That's why I'm saying I was probably too hasty. I don't know what's going on with the SEC.
Oh, Oh, all right. Okay. Marathon. These are all like, are these all OTC stock?
By the way, the SFTW stock we were looking at is like down 1490.
Oh yeah, that Osprey. That's a much longer thing. That's probably a year or two for that to really pay off.
Yeah.
And I haven't
So
even.
they did. Yeah, people are saying that it's this guy Alex DeLarge. At least that's the sort of PDPR and UNGs both suspended because Alex DeLarge 6553 and his pumping. Can we please cancel this clown Twitter? Yeah, potentially. Oh, also, or by this other one. I don't know. Canadian Gen. Yeah, I don't understand. Do they suspend trading when like when hedge funds do weird things? Like
What I don't understand is how in the world do the hedge funds get to keep trading while we don't, like while we can't?
You talking about aftermarket and pre-market?
Yeah.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
That's messed up.
See, if I was these ass clowns, dude, I wouldn't be keep pulling stunts like this. It's just making it worse.
Yep. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I said. Stuff like this just really puts a bad taste in my mouth for the market, and just wants me to just pull that much more money out of the market and put it into crypto.
All my crypto's doing better than my stocks anyway. It's like, frig it.
But that's what they want. They don't want the retail investor like messing up or getting involved because they don't know how to calculate what the retail investor is going to do.
Everything they know is getting turned over and they can't stand it.
Yep.
Crying.
Yeah, their algorithms don't work. You know?
Oh no.
Yeah, that's like, bring our best analyst in here. Tell me why these candles don't work in crypto. Like, this theoretically should go down. Why is it continuing to go up?
My other
Hey
thought is
guys,
they're embedding themselves in discords and subreddits and stuff, and if they, they get a little hair under their ass, they couple people start talking about it, they make a huge deal out of it because they want to squash it, not have another GME incident.
Well, look at O'Leary, one of the sharks off Shark Tank. He jumped in. I don't know if it was Wall Street Bets, but he said he got in on Reddit and he said that he was going to start investing, in what they said just to see what happens.
That was
Yeah,
heavy.
as a gas, didn't he say he was going to take a K and see what he could do with $1,000?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he said he was going to jump in and just start doing what the consensus said to do and see what happens. I mean, but I'm not really a fan of that guy, to be honest with you. Like, I really don't. He says some stuff I really don't agree with, and I really don't like his character that much either. But not that has anything to do with money. But yeah, that's what he said he was going to do. So
Hey guys, quick question. If you don't have 25,000 in your account, you technically can't continuously do the day trades, right?
Yes, as long as you have a cash account.
So that being said, does it always what's what I'm looking for? Does it always rejuvenate after every week, or does it?
Well, first of all, it's a day-to-day deal without you getting tagged for buying and selling the same stock on the same day. But what it is so you're depositing hard cash that you have into your trading account and then buying and selling a stock. You can continually buy and sell the same stock with whatever liquid capital you have in that account, unlimited times, no problem, all day long, 10 times on Tuesday. It's only when you start dipping into money that doesn't belong to you or margin that you can't buy and sell the same stock more than 5 times or any double violations to buy sell of anything 5 times in a week,
it's
right?
four or more day trades within a 5 business day using the same account.
Isn't there also like selling or buying and selling like before stuff clears? There's that too. If you don't have the cash on hand.
Well,
That's settled. That's settled and unsettled funds, but yes.
Yeah.
And
That gets you
Robinhood, it
like 90
doesn't.
day suspensions and stuff.
Oh yeah, Robinhood will lock you out for 90. If you get pinged for pattern day trading, that's what it's called, pattern day trading. They can lock you out for 90 days.
That's
Yes,
like a FINRA thing, though, I think.
Yes, you are correct. It is FINRA.
Be careful also those using Robinhood. Even with a cash account, they'll still flag you for a part-time day trader on Robinhood if you have less than their minimal amount.
So that being said, does it rejuvenate every week, or does it rejuvenate every per day that you do it? So if
you're asking, is it on a 5-day week or is it on a rolling or recurring?
yeah.
So like, do your strikes from Monday fall off on Monday, but your strikes from Tuesday are still there?
Yeah, so say I do all my strikes right today, the end of the week. Will it still be there on Monday, or will it just rejuvenate back to regular on Mondays?
It's a consecutive 5 business days.
Just use a cash account, man. It's a lot easier, a lot less headache until you start getting a little bit of a nest egg under you.
100% agree.
Once you crack your first, 10,000, working with a cash account, then you're well versed to be able to start handling margins. But honestly, until you can take $100 and make 10 grand out of it, I wouldn't mess with options, or I wouldn't mess with actual margin accounts.
So in the margin account, I mean, because I don't have a margin and I don't have options, I'm just doing the regular stuff.
Yeah, do your DD first. Start trading stocks, and then go from stocks and learning a little bit more, learning about
We got a hard drop in Bitcoin. Like hard drop. Still
Whoop,
going.
whoop.
Still growing. Still going. Still going.
Dang, still going.
It's going to go back to that 55, 500. Oh, there it goes. It's coming back up now. Somebody must have been taking profits.
Fuck it, I'm going in.
Yeah, sorry about that drop. That was me.
It's going.
Where's my camel tokens, bro?
Wait, you telling me those are camel tokens? Were those camel tokens?
I
You
had
didn't
to
sell.
feed
You
the,
didn't.
I
You
had to
didn't
feed the
sell
camels.
for 56,000. You wouldn't
I
do
don't-
it. You know it's going to go to 100K.
Yeah, that's my target, to be honest.
It's my target too.
Let's go. Let's hope it doesn't dump on us while we wait.
I mean, it's going to go down.
Like they need to understand, like
It's just a matter
like
of getting
me
out
and
on the
many
way down.
others me and many others who survived the bear market. Like we reached the point in the last 3 years where we don't care about the value of Bitcoin. One Bitcoin is one Bitcoin, so we don't care if it goes to zero, to be honest.
I'm going to tell you right now. I actually. I mean, this is going to sound crazy. I'm actually looking forward to the end of this bull run because I'm going to tell you right now. I am going to literally buy as many Bitcoin as I
You're
possibly
gonna
can.
sell the house and buy Bitcoin?
I might.
Holy shit!
I might.
Do it.
Dude, I don't think it's going to stop. I mean, at the projected, I mean, you got people like JP Morgan projecting it at
No.
$150,000 by the end of the year.
I'm not saying it's going to stop. I'm just saying, like, if you look at it the past 6 years, there's a bull period and then it comes down. Now, it's never come down. Like, it's always an increase down. So, like, like if it came down to 100, then the next 3 years it came down to like 900. And then the next, or that's probably the wrong timetable, but you get what I'm saying? Like, it's never like gone down to zero. But what I'm saying is, whatever the next like really, really big drop, it may only go down to 20,000. It may only go down to 30,000.
Yeah,
but I can tell you right now, whatever that next big drop is, I'm going all in. Now, that's not financial advice. In fact, I wouldn't recommend anybody to follow me, but I can tell you right now, that's what I'm doing because I believe in it. I believe that Bitcoin will hit
You should always
$100,000.
diverse. I mean, you don't put all
Well,
the
I
eggs in
do.
the same basket, right?
I have Ethereum.
Yeah.
And I have
Ethereum.
some long holds on the market.
Do you have
too.
some BNB?
Listen, I really don't think we're going to see that 30-40% float movement anymore with Bitcoin because of the institutional movements. Last year, the year before that, that's been all retail investors. Now you have actual institutions in this. They're going to try to mop up that float as quickly as possible, so we only start seeing fluctuations in Bitcoin of 5 to 10%.
Hey, let me ask you, what if for the institutions to hold the ground, but what if the US government itself like issue a ban of some sort, and can it force these institutions to sell Bitcoin?
No,
not
it will do the same thing that happened when China tried to ban Bitcoin. It
They
just
failed.
went off. Exactly, it went offshore, and they were still able to use it within China.
I think the beauty of this system is the fact that it all has to do with keys, and like how are you gonna enforce it? I mean, that's the thing. Like how there's no way. Like there just isn't. I mean, there's just
it's decentralized. That's why it works. It's
going to continue to work. Now, I will say the only fear, and this is my only fear, but I don't believe that it's going to happen within the next 10 years. And that's why my plan and my exit strategy is actually at 2030. So, and that's quantum computing. That is my only fear, because I do believe that with quantum computing, I do think that there is a chance that the blockchain could get broken. But again, I don't think that we will have the computing power to be able to do that for at least, maybe not even 10, maybe 15, maybe 20 years. Maybe.
You're thinking about it the wrong way. By the time any kind of quantum computing process will be able to be put into the algorithm of a Bitcoin or anything remotely to be able to try to hack Bitcoin, Bitcoin's foundation will already have implemented a quantum computer to be able to run their chains, their blockchains. You know,
I
so
agree.
there won't be.
I agree. I agree.
I
with
really
that.
don't see any issue. If anything, I just see actual miners unfortunately becoming not obsolete, but they're not going to be getting as much money per blockchain as they normally would because a quantum computer can do it in literally seconds versus how long it takes today.
Well, they just need to adapt. They already need to adapt because we're changing from a proof of work platform to a proof of staking platform. So miners are going to have to adapt, you know, and whether it's, you know, by working in pools or which they're already, a lot of them are already doing, but it's going to evolve and adapt. You know, it started with, you know, a coin. Now there's like 7,000 plus different coins. Perfectly honest, like, again, I'm not a financial advisor. This is just some weird smooth-brained ape talking, but I honestly believe in the next 15 to 20 years that every single company is going to have their own coin, a crypto coin. Like, seriously, I truly believe that, and I'll tell you why. Because number one, it builds incentive for, okay, think of it kind of like, you know, and I hate these, and I know a lot of people do too, but you know, like if you go to a grocery store and you go to your gym and you go to your, you know, everywhere, and they give you these little membership tags that you get 5% off if you have it, and you end up with like your glove box has like 15 freaking membership cards from 10 different grocery stores in it, right? So if every company has its own crypto, and they, at first, I think it's going to be optional. You can get your change just like you normally would when you shop, or you can get your change in that store's crypto. Now, of course, you can take that crypto and you can convert it to any other coin that you would want to, whether it's Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever, on your own exchange and in your own wallet. Now, what incentivizes you to keep it invested in that particular coin? Like, let's say you shop at that store all the time. Let's say it's Walmart, right? And Walmart says, hey, you know, these are our prices, but if you buy in our crypto coin, you get 5% off. Well, number one, that incentivizes people to use their crypto, but it also incentivizes people to hold on to their crypto, which locks that customer clientele into that currency system. So it's smart for the business. And I truly believe that every single business will have their own crypto coin. I really do. I really do.
Sparking factions now. 25 years from now, we're going to be ran by all corporations.
I mean, honestly, I think that crypto is a way to free us from like big corporations because it allows us more freedom to do what we want with our money.
Hey, you want me to tell you something? The market has already projected this in. By 2030, the market has already projected in that we're going to have a third political power that's going to have nothing to do with Republicans, Democrats, or like how Bernie Sanders is this and that. It's
Dude, bring it on now, man. Bring it on now. We don't have to wait for another 10 or 15 years. Bring it on now. I think both the parties are
I already told you I was going to do that.
Let's go.
I can tell you right now, as a Gen X, I will rally with every single generation underneath me, and I can say right now, let's just wipe the slate clean.
The Poke Party?
Heck yeah, dude. Can have a pokey party.
I mean, this is the reason why they keep fighting into, because they will become absolute. There is no need for them anymore.
Who wouldn't vote for the Pokemon party?
They keep trying to suck us all into their stupid little game. Like, I'm sorry, I'm 40 years old and I'm tired of it. I know the generations under me, like, they're either not even paying attention to it or they're already sick of it.
The thing is generations no longer care about, if you create a good product, you'll make money. And if you have crap, scammy things, we don't want anything to do with that. And that's what's going to change.
Yes.
As the generations below millennials come up and we start to put our money where companies are transparent and honest with us, the ones that are doing shady deals and things behind their back, and they're going to go out because we're going to use our power eventually with where we spend our money.
I agree. I mean, I kind of always hope that. I mean, I've kind of been in that camp for a while. Like I have friends and family members that are just like on both sides, and I see them fight all the time, and I'm just like.
And in reality, they want the exact same thing.
And well, I'm sitting back and I'm just like, this is exactly what they want.
They want
Like,
the exact same thing, but they think there's two completely different ways to get there.
well, no, not even that. I mean, yes, that's true, but I'm saying like me, like I sit back and watch like my friends on different sides like fight, and in their fighting, I'm going, them fighting is exactly what they like, our overlords want.
And most of the time, they're almost brainwashed that their side can get to that middle by doing it one way, and the other side can get there by doing it a different way when the result ends up being the same.
And I think, honestly, that's what they really hated about this whole GME and AMC thing. Because they saw people come together from all different walks of life, and it didn't matter. In fact, it wasn't even a talking point. It didn't matter where you were from or how old you were or like none of that mattered.
I mean,
Everybody
even in this
just liked the
group,
stock.
we
Everybody
have
just liked the stock.
completely politically different views, but we all want the same thing.
Listen, guys, on another note, okay, I'm willing to invest $1,000 into this venture. If we can get 8 other people, on average, it would probably cost us somewhere in between $5,000 and $8,000 to develop Camel Token.
I have something cheaper.
MKB's already pretty
Dude,
much
you could
designed
totally,
it.
dude, you
I
could
have
the camels.
totally, you could, no, you could totally make it an NFT.
Well, I'm researching here. It says on average of developing a proper concept with white paper, it costs about $5,000 to $8,000 and takes about a month. So
No, like make it an NFT. Make like 30 of them, and us in the group all get one, and it's super limited, and it would be an NFT. Do you realize how NFTs are insane right now? Especially the ones that are limited.
Can we attach it to a political party for the people?
I don't know, but essentially it could be just like Dogecoin or anything. That's what all it costs is literally just under 10 grand to do this. And I'm sure there's maintenance fees for running the servers, but other than that, I mean, your ground basic fee right here would be just under 10.
Isn't that what the graph is for?
I don't know.
The graph token, I think, is used to. What the graph is basically it's all the groundwork and everything done for people who want to have a coin. And like that's what the graph is. I'm pretty sure.
We need a developer here.
Because the graph, I think like if you want your own DApp, like that's like that's all the groundwork and all the homework and everything is already done, the foundation.
See, we need to look into this more.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I like the graph. It's GRT. It's a crypto. Because I can see a lot of people.
The GRT, yeah.
Yeah, I can see a lot of people wanting to get into the crypto space, but they don't know how. So basically, like that's what the graph is for. They've done all the homework, they've done all the legwork. Like all you got to do is just basically pay the fee, and then put your name and your picture on it.
Okay, let me look into this.
I mean, unless I'm mistaken, but I'm pretty sure. When I was reading about the company, that's what it sounded like to me.
I'm just interested in doing this for shits and giggles, dude. And then just imagine it just, gets around the little, social sphere and then blows up, and all we put into it is just starting phase and everything like that. That'd be pretty cool,
You need to put a movement behind it.
Right. But I'm just saying something we all started together,
You just can't call it the people's coin because that just sounds too like.
Oh, no, it has to be a scam. But you can attach a movement behind it that's for the people's change and decentralizing things.
See, I think that's what Elon wants to do. Can you imagine if Elon launched his own crypto?
Oh, he is. He's already stated that he is. He said there will be a Mars token or Mars coin.
I mean, like people would, I would get it. I would get it just because, I mean, the dude's like the richest man in the world. Well, I guess, oh wait, hold on. Jeff Bezos took it back like yesterday, I think. But still, like, he's got to be, if not one of the smartest guy in the world.
I think, in finance, he's one of the most influential, especially in the crypto scene.
Well, I mean, like, like, not like book smart. I mean, like, upper brain, lower brain. And I don't know if you know what I mean by saying it. Like, people, you have an upper brain and a lower brain. And
yeah, he has a very good balance.
The majority of people, unfortunately, spend way too much time in their lower brain. It actually is a technique to learn. Part of it is like detaching yourself from your emotions and stuff like that. But like he spends, like you can just tell, like he lives in his upper brain.
Right then, you guys
Yeah,
start
yeah.
1,000, go for it. Let's seed it over to Elon through his Twitter account so he can promote it for us.
You can definitely tell in interviews he's definitely like that for sure.
I mean, most of the geniuses throughout history, like Elon, he said something the other day, and it made me think of Einstein. Somebody was interviewing him about this last shuttle that exploded, and they were like, "I can't even imagine the amount of money, that was lost." And before they could finish it, he said, "It's priceless." And they were like, "Well, I'm sure it has, some monetary." He goes, "No, the data that we recorded from that crash is priceless." And
Oh,
to
you're
me,
talking about Starship, not the space shuttle.
yeah, right. The one that blew up, that
Right.
like didn't land correctly or whatever.
I forgot to pull up.
But it's his frame of mind. See, he didn't look at that as a failure. He didn't even acknowledge that. In fact, the way he acknowledged it was that it was priceless because the data that they were able to record of why that happened, he looked at it as priceless.
Well,
He didn't even look at it. He didn't even look at it as a failure.
Yeah, it's a mindset, man. Even personally, you just it's a mindset, dude. My failures are more valuable to me than when I succeed on whatever I'm doing, dude, because you learn more in your failures than you do when you actually succeed. When you succeed, you only see that one way of how it worked out for that way to be able to, get to that goal of success. When you fail, you see the multiple reasons of why you fail, and then you course correct and you learn from that mistake and keep going forward.
My $4,000 loss doing mini futures was the best thing that happened to me because I learned how to avoid it next time.
On paper, just for anyone that doesn't know
On
what she's
paper,
talking
yes.
about that.
I looked into the graph thing. I found like don't buy meme and meme cash. These are two like deployed like subgraphs, which is basically a currency or a token, if we can say so. It's actually doable. So I will look further into it. If I can deploy something small into like call it camel coin, I will do it and share it with you guys.
Hey guys, I just got
that'd
some
be it.
news. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. United Airlines just purchased $1 billion worth of
Archer, right?
orders from EVTOL.
Oh.
Reporting on the electric future of vertical flight. It's electric power to hover, take off, and land vertically.
Oh, that's because they invested in Archer, and that's what Archer does. Archer lands vertically.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Dude,
Yeah.
that would be so awesome because I hate landing in an airplane. Like, I love flying. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love flying, but I hate landing. Takeoff, cool. In the air, cool. Turbulence, totally fine. Landing, no. No. You guys ever know what a crosswind landing is?
Yeah, I know. They're really bad with the ERJs, like the
Okay.
little ones. Yeah.
So we were coming in. It was it was a regular. Actually, I don't think it was a 747. I think it was 757. It was a full plane. We were coming in.
Those are long too.
We were coming into Chicago. Okay, and I got the window seat.
Yeah.
And we're coming in on approach.
O'Hare or Midway?
I think it was O'Hare.
Probably RD because the larger carriers go there. Midway, you're gonna get.
I was coming.
737s.
So I ended up. My flight got canceled. So I went from Vegas to Phoenix. Missed my flight in Phoenix because they sat us on the runway because we didn't have a gate to land at. We sat on the runway
Who
for
were
half
you
hour.
flying on? That sounds like Southwest.
It was American.
Potentially. It was American.
Left out of
They got it
Phoenix and had to get a layover in Chicago to come back down to Charlotte.
Oh,
flying into Chicago. Well, it did, but this is like the scariest. I swear. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, it's the scariest thing in my entire life. The plane was literally like facing 2:00.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like I'm not kidding.
That's
like,
it. No, it happens
I
for
was
sure.
looking out the window, and I was facing down the runway.
Yep.
Yeah, they call it crabbing.
And like
Yeah.
and literally
crazy.
like I'm talking like it felt like 2 seconds before we touched
Yeah.
down. The plane just straightened up, and I was
Corrected.
just like,
Yeah.
"Oh my god, that was the scariest thing that I've ever seen in my entire life." I thought we were gonna
Yeah.
crash.
Yeah.
Like, I swear to God, I thought we were gonna crash. I was freaking out.
You must have seen some really crazy landings, Fizzy, in your
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. When I
could
was in
just
UB,
imagine.
back in like when I worked in Jersey in Newark every day when I was a new hire, I can tell you after 2:00 every day in Newark, the weather was so bad. I mean, we would be there till like 2:00 in the morning because those little ERJs, these were not props, they were jets, but the weather would hit and those planes, they would get the crosswinds, they would land like and spin around sideways. It was just, and as soon as there was lightning, everything got shut down. You have a ground stop, nobody can go out. All the rampers have to stay in. Nothing's taking off and landing. It was just, man, crucifixion by fire. I mean, what is it? It's not, that's not what it's called. What is it? It's not
Trial by fire.
Trial by fire.
Oh, but
trial
yeah,
by fire or
Baptism by fire.
baptism by fire. There you go.
Are you a
that's what happened
pilot?
to me. No, I worked for an airline for 20 years.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
you started on the ERJs
well,
though.
then, yeah, I'm sure you know exactly what I was talking about then.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm just glad I've only gone through that like once, or at least only the one time where I had the left side window seat and I was literally like facing down the runway and I'm like, we're gonna crash.
Up and down on the West Coast, that's what happens as well. You get a lot of crosswinds that happen going down to LA from SF, Monterey, this whole area. And so those little planes, props and little planes, they just get, they can't fly. They have to wait until the crosswinds die down.
Well, I'll tell you what, after that, I have not flown. I have made it a point not to have any connecting flights in Chicago at all.
Chicago is a tough one.
That's actually
Chicago
the
is-
worst turbulence that I've ever experienced on an airplane too. Like, I've been in some mild turbulence,
Yeah.
and everybody's like, "This is turbulence." I'm like, "No, this is nothing."
No.
Chicago is
go through
awful
Chicago.
for
Go through
for
Chicago.
having
Then you
layovers.
know, like,
Chicago.
I'm talking like doors
Yeah.
popping open. I'm like, oh my
Yeah.
god.
Well, it is known as the Windy City.
Windy City.
O'Hare is the worst when you have layovers there because nothing ever goes as scheduled. You're either arriving late and your flight is leaving on time and you
Yeah.
miss it, or you get in early and your next flight is super delayed.
Mm-hmm.
Landing
Yeah, I
in
think
Vegas has always been kind of one of those like sketchy deals for me because it seems to happen very quickly.
See,
And
I'm glad I'm not
like,
the only one. That's me. I love flying. I love taking off. I love the feeling of being in the air. Like I love everything about it, but that landing part, no. So vertical
controlled crash.
We could do like vertical landing in an airplane. Oh, I'm down.
Well, those archers, they only seat, I think, like 6 people maybe. They're like little. What they're meant to do is funnel traffic to the airport, basically from like smaller areas. So you can go there.
Is that those little things that I
Can you Uber helicopters
dual
now?
helicopter
Basically,
type thing? Yeah.
Yeah, Archer. Look at them. So they're gonna like basically replace a bunch of airlines have tried this in major cities, is setting up helicopter service. Let's say in New York they had service that was set up from like in different parts of Manhattan. You could take the helicopter and take it to Newark or take it to JFK. You could go Newark to JFK if you had a connecting flight before Newark became more of an international airport.
I watched a YouTube video on that where like an Uber was cheaper. Getting the helicopter ride was faster and cheaper than the actual Uber drive.
That's crazy.
I feel like it may have been Casey Neistat though, so.
I can tell you from a pilot's perspective, guys, my phone is about to die, so it might cut out here in any second at 2%. But I can tell from a pilot's perspective, like pilots generally are very well trained and all that sort of thing about the crosswind landings. You will always like get the worst. It'll seem like it's the worst when as you're a passenger because you have no control over it. But of course, if you're in the cockpit and all that sort of thing, it's like you can reduce it by 80% of the fear factor if you're literally up there and stuff. But with all the new technologies and stuff, sensors that tell you which wind is the way is blowing, and the control tower down there, like there's cross checks on how fast the wind is going, which way is it blowing and stuff. I don't want to scare you, but to tell you as a joke there, but it's kind of real. Not to make you worry, but anything like a helicopter, vertical takeoff and landing, and all that sort of thing, it's actually creepier. I believe, from my pilot's perspective, personally, it will be creepier in a helicopter than it is in an airplane. Because with an airplane, you have forward velocity, and if an engine goes out or anything, you could still glide. But with a helicopter, you would have to do something as a forgot what the term was called, but you know those sorts
like
of
a
things.
bullet. Oh, auto rotation.
Auto rotation, yes.
Yeah.
So but I just want to instill in your head that not medical advice, not financial advice, not psychedelic advice.
We cover it all.
I just want to. By the way, yeah, I'm on 1%, so sorry if I cut out, but just want to instill really quick, like it will be very, 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 very safe in crosswind landings. And as a pilot, I really, really like the crosswind landings, and that's one thing that I will never like. It's always an adventure to me, and it's fun in a good way to me. Not to have people
challenging.
Like a challenge.
Yeah, like not to use people as a cargo and have fun with them. That's not what I'm trying to say. But it's always something. The crosswind landings. As a student pilot, when I was a student pilot, you can literally kind of never forget these things, and you can always remember and expound. And this is where your basis of the training is at. Those hard things at the beginning, they become a pinnacle in your career later on. So just know, rest assured,
It's really cool.
you will never really get any bad incidents. I just want to instill in your head, like, pilots. I would speak for myself. I really like crosswind landings. They're super fun, and I will never forget my training in them. So I will never let like anybody down for the most part. Yeah.
Nice.
I love the show Air Disaster. And it sounds kind of weird because like they go through it, but they go through more than just why the plane crashed. They took this plane crash and what they changed to make it so it never happens again. And that part of it is so fascinating, how they can, like with
they
black
always
boxes
learn
and
from
everything.
it.
Yeah, they take all of it
from
and they can reconstruct exactly what happens and are able to fix the problem. that it actually made me feel a lot safer on an airplane watching that show.
Yeah.
Which sounds weird because it's all about plane crashes, but
Well, you usually
it's
find
so
out
awesome.
it's like it's a sequence of events that is like off the wall is why this happened. And a lot of times, like there's been a lot of them that's like they've completely upended the rules on how things work and stuff just because let's not get there again kind of thing.
Yeah, but I had over like Christmas, I was obsessed with it and I watched pretty much every episode I could get my hands on because it was just so fascinating to see why the plane crashed and how they could go through all of the wreckage and find out exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's nuts. So yeah, he was right about helicopters. They can glide if they lose power. It's called auto rotation. And then with the vertical takeoff stuff, I mean, I'm assuming some of these things look like quadcopters.
Well,
They'll
luckily with the
probably
Archer ones,
institute. Does it look like a quad or whatever, multi-rotor?
I don't know what that is, but yeah, they do have 4 of them up there, and then they have sort of like this glider thing, sort of
Like wing.
wing on top.
I'm
Yeah.
almost wondering if they'll incorporate also like a ballistic. They call them ballistic parachutes. So in case there is like an issue, it's just hit the chute and screw it.
Wow.
I think airplanes are one of those things where there's a ton of room for technology improvements. I mean, I look at some stuff and there's only so far with certain things that you can go. Like you can't make certain things any more functional because they are completely optimized. But I think planes are definitely one of those things where there's a ton of room for technology improvement and growth.
Yeah, for sure. You know, as long as they don't screw the software up like they did with the Max.
Yeah, the Max was awful. I
Yeah,
still don't think I will ever get on one.
That's a tough one. I'd like, you know,
Like
I don't want to be the
our
first one
pilots
back on
here
it.
our pilots here in in America, they felt that they were extremely safe, and even though and I've talked about this before, like one of the pilots that was trained on it, told us that they were trained how to do the workaround to that whatever it was doing
There was a
where it
procedure.
would
Yeah, there was a
there was a
breakers they
procedure
hit.
that yeah, there was something that you
Yep.
do and you were taught this, but I guess in some of these other airlines, the pilots, they hadn't gone through that training, or they didn't. I don't know whether or not their airlines required them, or their transportation boards, whatever it is, required them to take this training that taught
Yeah.
them how to fly that aircraft if that it was whatever that program was engaged, which is what would happen. It would point the
It
aircraft down
basically
and it would
told
crash.
you were falling, but you weren't.
Yes, and you had to do this workaround to be able to
Yeah, there was a couple of
bypass
air
that.
disasters I may have watched on that one.
Yeah, there were 2, right? 2 big ones.
Yeah, I think so. I think, but in that too, the issue was that the workaround, the original one, also didn't work.
They started to do it too late into the problem is what happened. Yeah. And actually another person was in the cockpit the flight before and saved the other crew. And I think a
Wow.
lot of it was the training.
The training.
That it
Well,
was
I think
totally a
a
training
lot
thing.
of them, if I remember correctly, they went from the original one, and they didn't provide any training to use the Max, even though it wasn't the same and it was a completely different system. They should have treated it like a completely different plane instead of just adding the word Max to it.
Yeah, and some of that was literature only or whatever, and there was kind of I haven't dug real deep, but I think the big airlines actually went through a whole friggin' rigmarole and said, "This is this is that, da da da," and then the smaller airlines were like, "Here's the book, good luck."
Exactly.
International.
I think it was sort of like, yeah.
Where they
it's
just went,
very
oh, you
stringent.
flew this plane, and we just added a Max to it, so you know how to fly this one now. Have at it, and that was the problem.
Yeah, treating it like kind of a normal. Oh, it's a new plane. It's the same thing.
What is
It's
it?
like,
The
oh, no, it
747?
wasn't.
Is that what the Max is? 747.
No, it's a
737.
737. It's a 737.
Yeah, they treated it like, oh, you know how to drive a 737, so you can do the 737 Max.
Wait, what's going on, guys? You're saying DFV is posting again on Wall Street Bets? He doubled his
Yeah, he doubled down.
Hell yeah.
He doubled down during the hearing, I guess.
I would have.
love
I would
it.
have been so mad.
That's crazy.
I should have.
If
I just
if
bought 2 more shares.
I don't know if it was during the hearing. It might have actually been just a couple hours ago. But yeah, either
That's
way, he did double down, whether it was today or
good for him. Fucking legend.
He probably did it right when they asked him. So at this price, would you buy again?
yeah,
He's
that's
probably
what
like,
people were
yep.
saying. Yeah.
Here we go.
Well, whatever, man. I mean, that's enough DD for me.
He's showing he's a man of his word. Like, that guy's no bullshit.
I will
mean,
never.
he likes the stock.
I will never join a class action lawsuit against him. That is the most ridiculous.
Fuck that.
Wait.
most.
Wait. Look at the screenshot.
Yeah,
So,
fuck those people.
so look at the screenshot. I think he sold when the price of the stock was 90, and then he bought more.
Okay, let's look at it.
I don't see him adding additional money in there.
Nah.
Have the old screenshot for comparison.
He has 100,000. Okay. Price paid $26.79. Oh, so that means that
That's
he averaged down. He averaged down. So whatever he was holding, he bought more and averaged down. Or averaged up, I mean, because his price before was unless he kept the 50.
What are you talking about? No, cause he.
Sorry, I know.
He bought it for like $4.14, so he paid more than before.
Oh, right. Okay, so he had 50,000 before. He added. So he sold some before he was posting those screenshots. Is that what we're saying?
He might have sold some when he went offline.
Or he never sold any.
How many shares does he have now?
50,000.
100,500. 100,500. And before he had 50,500.
50,000. Yeah.
50,000.
Wow.
Yeah. Or those are the options, right? Or no, those are
I think. I don't remember.
500. 20 cents, yeah. Calls.
I officially own 2 shares now, and it's showing green. It's so weird to look at.
Damn, he is so boss. Love it.
Whoa, what are we talking about?
Keith Gill.
DFD. He bought 50,000 more shares.
Of GME?
Yep.
Yes. At the 40, I think he bought it at the $40, maybe at the $40 price when it dipped.
He's such a boss.
He's so good.
He just likes the stock.
Damn, he likes that stock. Look at that's why
We need to put
spike.
him into Congress and make him sit on that financial committee.
Shit, man.
That guy would
So
make an
good.
awesome politician.
Yeah, he
seriously.
would.
Yep.
His answers were so. I mean, they didn't really let him talk a whole lot, but his answers are like super calculated.
So
And he wasn't reading off a teleprompter like everyone else.
Exactly. He was just genuine, authentic, just
And new as
concise,
shit.
eloquent. Yes.
Yeah. I really wish he would have wore the red bandana though.
He had it on the. He had
It
it.
was
He
hanging
had
up
it hanging
in the
up.
back.
Yeah.
I
it
wish
was
he
on
would
the-
have had it on though.
It was on the kitty. It was on the kitty
It was
poster.
perfect. It was so perfect where it was. Like
It was. Yeah, I will
he's
get that.
still who he is, and yet he's, he's not mocking anybody or not that wearing it would be. I think it would have been a bit
Business in the front and party in the rear.
Exactly.
It would have been better than that red hat that one lady was wearing.
Oh my god.
I literally thought Tame put it on her. Until I got back on my TV and saw that it wasn't. It was on my TV too.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I only caught a few glimpses of the bald heads because I was working, but I laughed my ass off. That was great.
I was genuinely shocked that Tame didn't put it on there when I was watching it on my phone.
It was pretty funny when the hat was moving. I was like, oh, this is a real hat. I didn't put it on there.
This is so awesome.
Oh. Yeah, that thing. It was.
Oh god, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I just saw like this super funny meme my buddy posted. I'll post it in the memes. It's hilarious.
You guys want to see
Oh my
something
God.
really hilarious? There's a guy celebrating Bitcoin when the price went to $100. He's like really hyped.
What?
I guess it's funny.
I mean, that's kind of like us now. I mean, like we're sitting here going, it's 55,500, and when it's $1 million a coin in 10 years, purely speculative, not financial advice.
We're idiots. Remember that.
Smooth brain ape likes crayons, the purple ones.
Smelly markers are better.
No,
7 hours.
markers taste funky.
7 hours ago, Yahoo Finance. Bitcoin is on a path to 100K and coming for your gold.
Dude, I'm so the way this guy puts it in the video, he said the way you look at it is Bitcoin is like your gold reserves, and your altcoins are like, you know, your currency that you play and spend in, where like your Bitcoin is like your savings.
Oh man.
The way he breaks it down is just, and then where he goes like how to retire by 2030, he does it for Ethereum and he does it with Bitcoin. I like both of them, so I'm going for both. But
You put the links in the vids? I gotta see these, because that's the same story I've been whistling for the last 2 or 3 years.
But he has like all this numbers and data, and that's what I really like about it. It's not just some dude, you know, just talking the game, right? Because there's a ton of those out there. Like this guy, he puts together, like he did it for Australia, for the US, for like he did it for like all these different countries. And I'm like, all right, this is legit. And he actually shows you how he came up with the numbers. And like he also has like a formula based on his conservative prediction for the price of Bitcoin by 2030, which according to like even Morgan Stanley thinks it's going to be like, I don't know, 750,000.
In my opinion, it's going to be the world reserve currency at this projection. Like it's going to the moon.
Well,
I
don't think there's enough for it to be the world's reserve currency, because like if every millionaire in the world wanted a single coin, there's not enough.
It's incredibly divisible.
Okay, but I'm talking about if you wanted a whole coin. If you wanted
but why the fuck do you need a whole coin?
Change the name. Then just change the name. You're
If
not
I was
a
a
millionaire
millionaire,
anymore. I'm a Bitcoin holder. I have one. Just just because there's only one for every millionaire in the world.
No, they're divisible. Like it's you can have a 0.00000001 Bitcoin, and that's still worth a good amount of money. Right?
Watch. Hold on. I'll repost it.
He's just saying there's more than 21 millionaires in the world, and if each of them just paid 50 grand right now and bought one, it would just blow. I mean, it would. Yeah. I mean, the concept. It's just like, yeah, shit. That's kind of why you're seeing it kicking, because I mean, all these institutions, Tesla, and all these people are getting in now. It's like, watch.
So check it. I told everybody in here to buy Ravencoin at 2 cents the other day. It's at 16 cents right now. What would be your return on that?
I can't do it yet. I'm waiting on Voyager.
8 times, so 1,000 turns to 8,000. That's great.
800%.
Oh wee! Check the memes channel on Discord. This guy had 1,700 Bitcoin and sold it. He sold them at 30 cents.
Oh, what?
Well, oh my god! You know the pizza story, right?
Yeah, that'll make you throw up.
Yeah, that will make you throw up.
I can't wait to tell my kids that when I was in my 20s, I bought pizza for $5.
Nobody knew that it would never go that high.
$5 pizzas.
Yeah. And when my kids are older, their pizza is going to be like $15 to $20 from inflation.
Oh, come on, bro. You want to pump out $2 pizzas for the kids, and you want them to be organic, wholesome pizzas.
It's the most expensive pizza anybody ever bought.
Organic, made from organic breast milk from a cow.
What? Does anybody remember Kim.com?
Camel milk.
Kim.com. Yeah, Kim.com was a liar.
Well, I mean, he
always said he had the Seth Rich files, and he never dropped the fucking Seth Rich files, and I was a little bit salty about that.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but I do know that he like basically started and ran one of the biggest freaking torrent sites in the world. But so he has a site right now that he built. I think it's based on Ethereum and why Ethereum is going to go to the moon. Hold on, let me try to find it. It's whoever built this site spent a lot of money on it. It's a really nice site. I just thought it was comical. I didn't know if anybody remembered him.
so weird seeing a GME position in the green. Seriously.
I'm sorry, it's not Ethereum. It's Bitcoin Cash. Yeah, I just posted in the news tab. Like the first one is the article talking about it, and then the second one is his actual website. Like it's to join the digital money revolution.
So I've been hearing, Bitcoin 100K by the end of the year. I'm thinking Bitcoin 100K by like July or June. At this rate right now, if this keeps going.
Well,
If it keeps going like this, then you should buy Ravencoin because the return is higher.
Wee! Is that how you do it?
What about Cardano? I can't even draw a decent support line or anything. It's gone up so fast. I can do a chart with a rising trend line, but I can't do any kind of it doesn't work.
You mean the traditional methods aren't working?
Right, exactly.
I'm working on coding an app that's a virtual roulette wheel that you can program stocks tickers into, and you just spin it, and it tells you which ones are good to buy.
Like the DFE's A-ball kind of thing.
Well, yeah, but mine's going to be much more targeted at penny stocks and other things that I can get in on pump and dump. It'll all put all the information right back to a repository that I have access to. So every time it hits on a particular stock, I'll know the likelihood of that being purchased by whatever person spun the wheel. I'm completely joking. Don't investigate me, please. It was all.
I was gonna say, okay, Melvin. Okay,
Dude,
Melvin.
That guy was so scummy yesterday.
Yeah.
Him and the guy from Citadel, man. The guy from Citadel, the most so for me. But even Melvin Capital sitting there trying to make it out sitting there saying, "Oh, well, we exited out of our positions, and it wasn't a loan that we took from Citadel. That was them investing in our company." Like, bull crap, dude. Bull crap. You had to borrow billions of dollars.
Cash infusion.
Yeah.
We were good. We took a loss. Wait, what?
Exactly.
Worst part for me is that Melvin dude's from the same state I'm from. I was like, no.
Did you see where he lived?
Well, he said he was from Portland, Maine.
His freaking house, dude. So he lives in a mansion literally on the water, and he bought last year in October, I think, he bought the $40 million lot right next to his already existing mansion on the water?
Yep,
That's
true.
One $40 million property wasn't enough for you. You
No.
wanted to go buy another adjacent $40 million property. What?
And you know why he got it?
So nobody can build a house next to you? I mean, like,
Yeah, but like, check it. If you had, like, if GME goes to the moon and you're holding a ton, right, and you make millions of dollars, like, if you wanted to do that,
honestly,
isn't that your
you honestly
prerogative?
want to know? Do you honestly want you about to ask me what I would do? Because I can tell you right now, like straight up. And I've already told my family. I've already told my family and my dad. It's all going into a trust. Every single member of my family, even my sister, which I cannot stand, will be on the trust, and the trust will pay out a certain amount to each individual every single month.
Not everybody's smart though. Like, you're allowed to be stupid in America.
I was stupid for the first 23 years of my life. I can claim that.
So that dude bought that second house. The only reason why was to tear it down and build tennis courts.
Dank. Fucking dank.
How many wells would that drill in Africa? Or
I mean, it's not really a concern, right? Like, that's not what we're talking about.
No, it's not a concern.
Just kidding. Obviously, just wanted to make that
No,
clear.
I'm
just
saying
kidding.
for these people, there is no concern. You know, like
No, it's like whatever.
And the people who support that sort of thinking is like, well, he worked hard for his money. No, they don't work hard. They rig the system.
And then when it kicks him in the dick, they take the ball off our field and say, "No, you guys can't play today. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's Thursday. We're looking at our watch."
That's exactly what they
My
did.
dream is to walk into an apartment complex for low-income people and pay their rent without them knowing. That's what I want to do with my money.
That's cool you say that. Someone friggin' bought my lunch today because I let them cut in front of me at Wendy's. I got to the window. She's like, "They paid for your lunch." I'm like, "What?"
That's so cool.
I'm trying to remember, there was a story not too long ago. I think it was a Starbucks. Was it the Starbucks? The one where they had like 114 people pay it forward in a row?
Yes, something like that.
Who was the 115th person?
Right? What a dick.
Probably the person who needed it the most, though.
All right, I like your perspective better.
I didn't pay it forward. Sorry.
He's like, it was me.
It'd have been someone like me. They were older though, and we kind of both turned in at the same time, and I waved them through. So I mean, I figured that was my good deed, right? I didn't have to keep good deeding.
All right, guys, I'm getting off here for a little while at least. I gotta go to the grocery store.
Okie dokes. I bought some more GME.
Nice. I can't believe I'm holding again, but it's like I'm up $1. It's just like smiling ear to ear, like, yeah, GME. Good night, man. Thanks for all the crypto info today. It was cool while I was working.
Yeah, definitely. Appreciated that.
Oh, it's very late for you guys out there. Huh? It's only 12 here, 12 a.m.
East
It's
Coast,
like
6 p.m.
it's
Biscuit, you
2:40
ought
in
to
the
be
afternoon
mining,
here.
bro. Why aren't you mining? Convert to Raven. Convert to Raven.
Me?
Man, I told you at 2 cents. Now it's at 16 cents, that Raven coin.
Let's go. I mean, I used to mine back in the day, but like since I got into day trading, I'm good.
It's so profitable right now. Like the profitability is 10x what it was even a year ago.
Let me tell you something that Sentry, let me tell you something that will piss you off. I have free electricity here.
Yeah, I know. I thought that's what you said that you did. You'd be I thought you told me you'd be crazy not to. That's why I was wondering why you weren't.
Yeah, but like it's I will need to invest in the equipment, take care of them, set up a place, take care of the electricity, the wires and everything. It's a hustle, man.
I'm with you. No, it is. It's a job, just like anything else. It's just really profitable job, and then once you get it
But you
set up,
can,
it's like passive income. You
yeah,
don't do shit.
exactly. Once you set it up, you can take a vacation for a week and enjoy.
Correct. I'm obviously not there yet. I'm only making a few hundred a month. But hey, the stuff I'm mining is, I think, going to be worth a lot. That's why I think it's cool to do. Even if it's just a little bit now, it might be worth it.
Not a financial advice. Make sure you save some BTC on the side from time to time. Stack those satoshis.
Plus, I mean, Century, it's like a hobby that it's actually paying you instead of the other way around, right?
Well, because, dude, I was playing Minecraft, right? And I'm trying to figure out how to make these little farms the most efficient I can right now. Well, what the fuck? If I could do that, might as well mine, like, the real shit. Like, let's go.
That's awesome.
That is cool. My hobbies cost me a lot of money.
What are your hobbies?
Me?
Hey, Tim.
You asking me, Tame?
Yeah.
Well, RC flying, that's been a pretty expensive one.
Why don't you hook up a camera to RC and make some video footage out of it?
Oh, I've done it before. I think I have some on my YouTube. It's just been years since I've done that. I fly like 3D stuff, which means like acrobatic, kind of hovering and crazy ass shit. I was into drones for a while, but just kind of got bored with them.
I guarantee you that if you fly over Area 51 with the RC plane and make a successful recording, you'll get a lot of YouTube views.
You'll get a lot of FBI agents on your door too.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I've got some old vehicles I've kind of invest in and kind of park and kind of cash in, cash out, wait a few years, I'll sell them.
Man. Imagine like an old Chevrolet body with the Tesla motor set up.
Yeah. I got a couple right now. I got a 41 Studebaker truck cab, and then I think the other one's a 36 International big rig cab, so it's got these huge rounded fenders from like the 30s.
Saw somebody putting a V8 in a Tesla the other day. That shit was hilarious.
What? Just to like, what? Really?
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
That's funny. So all you got, I mean, it's just a quick question on the video card and the mining. I got an old computer with an old ATI video card. It's called the ATI All-in-Wonder. I didn't know if that was any good for mining or not. I haven't fired that computer up in a while, but.
I mean, I don't really know that much. If it's like past a few years, I haven't really been in the space for more than a couple of years. It depends, I guess, like how old it is. You can look up the hash rates. Just look up like Ethereum hash rate for whatever the name of your card is, and you should just like on one of the first links should tell you the efficiency or whatever.
Nice.
I think
Thank you.
1060 is the minimum for mining these days. Or a cool event.
Yeah, I think so. I think it has to do with your RAM, I think, more than anything.
Okay.
You know, I remember looking into buying, what do they call it? A master node? Something like that.
Yeah, I don't know about it. I've heard that, but I don't know what that is really.
Yeah, it's quite like buying those mining machines, but like you have to be really quick and get lucky with buying one. I think they do it for Dash. I don't know how it works, but it is something like mining.
Staking?
No. I'll try to Google it.
I can't wait till they let Pi go and everyone's like, "Wow, Pi's cool," and I'm like, "Yeah, I got a shit ton of it."
My bags are heavy.
Fuck, I wish I was one of them. See, I wish I got in on like this Raven coin thing, because if I like based on the tech, I liked it. That's why I started like getting into it. I was like, oh, this is really cool. And then it just so happened it popped off right after I found out about it. But like, I wish I found out about this shit 2 years ago. I'd have been mining it for 2 years. Like, woohoo, y'all
Here,
don't know about this.
I found the website. Here it is. I posted in general. I don't remember what it was, but I looked into it. It's like you buy something. Basically, buy a certain amount of coins for you to become a master node. Or I forgot what it is, but it makes people's money.
But yeah, with Pi, we're mining it on our phones though.
Oh yeah, that click a button thing.
Yeah, in Tame's group, I didn't click the button for like 3 hours the other day. He sent me like a dude, mine. Hurry up! What the hell? Are you doing?
You're fucking kidding me.
Well, I've done it to a couple people, but it was like I looked and I'm like, "Yep, Tame sees I'm not mining shit."
So what? He can monitor your ass like you're on his network. Like, hey, bitch,
Because I'm in his group. Yeah, I'm one of his little pioneers. He's like the head wagon master. We're all around about
Oh
his
my
fire.
god, this is a fucking hilarious thing, you guys. You're fucking
It is
killing
cool
me
though.
with
It's
this.
funny.
It's so
It's a riot.
funny.
He's
Oh,
like,
I
dude,
think
what
it's
the
a
fuck?
marketing. I think it's a marketing scam, but it's probably still going to make a good amount of money, in my opinion. Like, so it's probably still worth doing.
They're gaining so many users, man. It's crazy.
Because everyone wants to mine, but everyone cannot buy enough GPUs. So buy is the way.
Yeah, no, I think if you can, everyone can do it on their phone. It's like we're all participating. It feels good. You see the number growing, and it's like Doge. It's only worth what you say it is. Like Camel Token is gonna blow up houses when it gets going.
Exactly, man.
Camel Token will be the biggest meme coin there ever was.
What's beyond Mars? What's the planet?
Saturn, I think is the next one.
We want to go to Uranus.
Uranus.
Was the asteroid belt and then
To
Saturn.
Uranus and beyond.
Jupiter.
Oh, that's after Camel. Uranus coin.
Uranus coin. Oh my god, that might could do really well. You never know. I've never heard like that planet name and been like, huh. I've never not been like, huh, like my whole life.
I'm into a bunch of space podcasts and stuff, and someone the other day was like talking seriously about Uranus and like, it's not like we're gonna go to Uranus. They said something, dude. I'm just like, man, if they really like got outside their little world for a second and listened to themselves. It's like, oh man, we're never gonna go to Uranus.
That's true. See, that is the dude. Uranus coin is not a bad call.
Yeah, it will probably be too dark in that planet.
Ooh, yeah, I don't want to go.
It would be hard to open that one up.
Dude, is anybody here the kind of person that would be like willing to be the pioneer that goes to Mars, like within like the first few groups of people, if that were to happen?
No, but I think they should choose single secluded people like some of us on here.
No, they're gonna choose a bunch of Chinese people. It's easier.
Oh
that
my
way.
god, that was fucking okay.
Let me explain. 1, you need funding. You need funding to go there. 2, it's going to be easier for Chinese citizens to get funding from their government than it is for American citizens to get funding for their government if you don't have enough money already. 3, there's more Chinese scientists in the world than the whole United States population. So, I think the Chinese will be on Mars before Americans.
Yeah, but their entire model is based on suck from the entire world and then put into their own assets as fast as possible. And so it's just like a wasting machine.
Yeah, but the scientists
don't
don't
know.
think. The scientists don't think like the political parties in China. If you follow any of their research, like a lot of them are pushing China into electronic vehicles, reducing carbon emissions, reducing pollution, reducing metal pollution in the air and water. The scientists are really helping China out now, like curbing
Well,
all
there's
their
a really
waste.
weird question about like Elon, right? Elon Musk. Why did he name it the Dragon? Was
Well, a
that to
lot of it,
sell it
like
to the
they have Raptor
Chinese?
engines. It's like the theme he's into. Like there's Raptor
Hmm.
engines, Merlin engines. But yeah, I mean, as far as like, I don't think NASA is going to be the first to Mars. It's definitely going to be a commercial venture. So the whole thing with the Chinese, it's like that's a huge possibility, or at least half crew this, half crew that, because it'll be a commercial venture for sure.
I am skeptical AF of getting in bed with the commies on anything.
All right, let me explain this way. All right, you probably never have you ever traded on the Chinese stock market?
I have not. No.
Let
No.
me explain something. They have way less regulations than America. You can profit so much more if you can learn how to trade on Chinese markets.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's like benefits, right? But it's like, yeah, no, I mean, like there's benefits to things, but I think the overall overarching benefit is like people in the world doing better together, and I don't think that's communism. But I mean, yeah, that's your opinion, if that's how you feel. I don't know, not you, I'm just saying.
I know, but from a market standpoint, China is almost more capitalistic than America because they have way less regulations. It's like more of a free market when you're buying and selling stocks there.
Yeah, someone was hailing on China today, dude, railing on them like it's all communist. Like, wow, there's a lot more
Century.
capitalism going on there than buddy. Like, they're opening that up because they see that is the future. So, even though the hierarchy may still be the CCP, they're
Then what is
very,
going on
very.
in Hong Kong? But your argument
Wait.
is counterproductive to the reality of the situation.
Have you been to Hong Kong?
Well, my mother and father-in-law were just in Hong Kong right before they cracked down everything, and now it's like they're taking all the freedom fighters' children and sending them back to mainland. It's a big deal.
Well, okay, so in Hong Kong you have a big problem. You have the people protesting. They're kind of like the people protesting in America too, but these guys.
But why are they doing that? Why are they holding American flags?
Because they want to get
Why
Western.
is Pepper the Frog their freedom symbol?
They want to get more support. But if you watch some of the videos, you will see these people just busting down shop owners' stores that have nothing to do with the government.
Yeah,
they're walking up to
same
old
as
people.
like Antifa, bro. They're not the government, but they're funded by the dark side of the government for 100% damn sure.
They're walking up to old people, throwing liquid gas on them, catching old people on fire. It's just these protesters.
Those are not the freedom fighters. Those people would not be doing. Those are not the people that I or you agree with, right? Not at all, right? And that's not the majority. That's the few idiots that make the whole group look bad. Similar to like the Black Lives Matter
There's
thing,
hundreds
right?
of videos like this. I watched them. Me and my wife sat down and watched these.
I was
There's
there
hundreds
when
of
the
videos of
protests
Black
were
Lives Matter breaking windows and blowing shit up, but that's not their fucking movement.
I was there in Hong Kong when it was happening. I was there in Hong Kong when it was happening. The protests.
So that is why
Just
they're cracking down, because it went out of control, right?
Yeah, they're cracking down one because it's out of control.
Well,
Two,
the
They're
guy
cracking
that-
down. There was an extradition treaty.
So,
China
hello
said they wouldn't
everyone,
extradite,
welcome
and
to
then
my
they
YouTube
decided
channel,
to.
Mystical Text. तो आज की देख रहे हैं, ये एकदम
Whoa.
ऐसे
Well, look at America. America extradites from so many countries. How's that different
Yeah,
from
but
China?
no. This was a specific deal. You got to look into that before you look into that specifically, and then you'll know a little bit more about it.
I know, but America, we changed our terms too. We had terms with Native Americans. We backed out of the terms, took all their land.
Then they have to get out of our markets. That was the term for them to be in our markets. You gotta get the F out there. Like there's specific terms for reasons.
You're talking like with the whole Huawei situation?
Wait, my mic was on?
Your volume was really low. You started to say something, or it sounded like you were yelling at us. I don't know what was going on.
Me?
Did you have
My
something to say?
mic, my mic was muted.
We heard
What?
something.
Wait, is it this?
No, wait. Why are you playing music?
He's
Okay.
playing
Sorry.
no
It's
music.
yeah, thing. It's
Well, I just got. All right. So, but basically, if you say that there's not capitalism in China, just look into it. Their capitalism has grown a lot.
It's huge.
The way that capitalism exists in China is that it exists until it becomes a problem to the people, and then the people in power immediately take it over for their own gain.
Let me tell you, they come here, they buy up all the stuff. They buy like those flights that would go to Shanghai. They would go to Beijing. We had flights going to Guangzhou. We had flights like going all over. Folks would come here and buy up everything, name brand, because it was cheaper. There is a huge market there. This does not exist in a quote communist country, like label like hoarding and just sort of.
Ask the Uyghurs
It's
how it
almost like
feels to be a Uyghur.
Look here. You know how big China is? I have
So the Uyghurs are fine because China's big?
No.
Ask our Native American
What the fuck?
population how they feel about
the thing is that you have an anti-communist stance, right? And
100
so you're pointing out the
100
Uyghur
million
situation,
dead.
which I am 100% with the Uyghurs, on this. I don't like the Chinese government, but the idea that you're against communism because you don't like the Chinese, or that the government is actually
No. This is like all of history. This is all of history that points to communism equals bad. Everybody knows that until all of a sudden recently they've become really
All right.
kinda
Well, that's
stupid.
a different topic. You're saying that there was no capitalism in China. There is capitalism right now.
No. But the capitalism that exists there isn't actually freedom.
Is it freedom in America too? It's not free in America either.
No, where we're at is current. Hey, I agree with you. We're currently fucked here. We got a uniparty totally attacking our entire system. That's why I like crypto. Blockchain saves us.
You don't think they have blockchain in China? They're not mining blockchain in China?
Gold-backed blockchain with like backdoors built in for the commies? Hell fucking no, I don't want that shit.
The most Bitcoin is mined in China, the last I heard.
Agreed. That is true. They probably hold the largest amount of Bitcoins.
Hey, what's up?
I love the Chinese people. I said
You have
that.
a limited understanding of what's actually going on over there.
You have a limited understanding of world history, in my opinion.
No.
World history and what's happening now are completely different. That's like saying I don't want to trade in Germany.
No, it isn't. You learn from history so that you don't repeat the mistakes. That is literally one of the reasons that you even are involved in history at all.
Okay, so what mistake would you be repeating if you wanted to invest in stocks in the Chinese market?
I haven't done that before.
The only problem you run into is that you can only withdraw more like $50,000 per year out of China. But that word
I'm not trying to say
in.
you shouldn't invest in whatever you want to invest in. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that
It's easier for a Chinese citizen to go start a business than it is for American citizens to go start a business. That's why I believe
it's a damn shame. And you know why? It's because China owns our politicians.
Okay. If people are talking, just wait a second and then jump in so they can finish the thought. China doesn't own the American politicians.
Well, they technically don't own them, but they do. It's the way that they do it is through they offer them certain things. Like it's kind of like in Hunger Games, how they district everything out, and then they sell the district's ability to produce a certain item or wealth, and then they sell that amount off. They just scrape off the top. It's very easy to do if you're looking at it at a very high level, and you don't really see it from the low level at all.
But basically, in today's world, capitalism exists. It's very strong in China. That's why Chinese markets have high volume. That's why they have more businesses per person. And compared to America, though, they actually have less waste per person. America pollutes more than any other country if you do it per person.
That's not true.
That is true. Look it up. It's per
It
person.
is true.
Per person.
Yep.
You think Chinese people are buying?
How did the ocean get how it is? That is not America, bud.
That is a completely different point. Different things with the ocean.
What do you mean? That's the pollution. Like that's like I mean, if you're talking about air pollution specifically, carbon isn't the problem. Do chemistry, bruh.
Let me explain this way. When you're in China, when you order street food, you get stuff that can decompose. When you're in America, you order food, you get tons of packaging. This is why Americans pollute more per person. Per person. More Americans have cars than Chinese have cars as well. Americans are driving their cars.
We deal with our pollution far better than the rest of the world. That's a fact.
No, because we send it
Is
to
it a
everyone
fact?
else.
Go to New York.
No.
Go to New York. Go look at the trash islands we have.
There's a lot more.
Who does better? Who does better? Who has a better standard of living and deals with it better?
Propaganda.
We are more spread out too. That's why we also have more waste. Every household on Christmas, you know how much wrapping paper people use? How much cardboard, plastic, styrofoams? We are just so much waste. If you had to keep all your trash in your house, you could not do it for a year.
Yeah, but I'm not really like that. Like, why is that though, right? Why is there so much waste? Is it because you bought that Chinese shit that they want to keep selling you? Oh, boom, shakalaka, motherfucker.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, just that's part of the whole world is consuming. It's not just us, so it's not.
It's built to break to consume another. That's why.
Yes, but they and
who built that
becoming
system?
the
Who
world's
built that
factory
system?
Is not a communist thing. There's been so
Who
many
builds
businesses
our
that are
shit?
starting. Like,
What are the trade deals equal? They equal a net negative for the United States over the past with prior administrations. A net negative of the United States to the tune of up to $800 billion per year.
Let me put it this way. If you think about it mathematically, the politicians did the right thing. If you had these factories producing in your backyard...
Wait, you're fucking...
I'm talking,
what
I'm
did you
talking,
just say?
I'm talking. I'm going to mute you until I finish talking since you're interrupting. But basically, if you look at it this way, if we had all that pollution in factories in our backyards, we would be breathing air that causes cancer. They moved all that to China for a purpose. And they moved American jobs more towards IT, more towards service and healthcare. We actually have a better quality of air because of the jobs leaving the country.
and not
That's
that
a
was a
terrible way
good
of
or a
thinking
bad
about it, dude. That's terrible. So you want the Chinese people to deal with all that? Oh my god, man, that's fucked.
I don't want them to, but I'm saying...
I said I care about the Chinese people. That's who I care about. I care about
as
people.
as an
man. People is what
inevitability
I
of the
care about.
world, it's not about it's. I'm sorry that there are less fortunate because of the way that us as humans exist. We burn fossil fuels. They're going to generate something. They're going to go somewhere. And if that means that we can sell that pollution to another place, then so be it, maybe?
No,
Well,
there are
kind of
smarter
that, but
options. Those options are put into the ground
What are the
because
options?
they're less.
Green energy. Let's make it.
they also
They're
have a
well
lot
like
more
nuclear. Nuclear
And those
is
people are working.
the best option.
People are quick to say nuclear is best.
At the time, that
If you know the chemistry, you would know for a fact that it is.
All right, you have to look at geology as well. It could always be an
Mathematics,
earthquake.
but mathematics, it puts it in such a position that it's almost inarguable.
Are you saying
It's
that
all
the
about
Japanese
the
could not do
geopolitical
mathematics because they're paying the cost now for using nuclear on an island?
Well, we have really good tech that has not been utilized. If they can put a nuclear reactor in an airplane, they can do a lot of stuff with it. It's just you don't really know about it. It doesn't sell to like if you fix a problem, you can't keep benefiting off of the problem.
You have a television, right? If that was
Um,
manufactured in the United States, it would be $5,000 instead of $500.
That's not true. They've done the cost analysis on building iPhones in America, and that's simply not true. If you look at all the shipping costs to get everything where it's going, it's simply not true. It's incorrect. It goes up by like $15.
What do you mean the shipping cost? You want every part made in America. It's like iPhone is made in China, assembled in America.
Why?
Saves them money. And because they have a
That
large
saves
customer
them
base.
money. Them. Only them.
Our politicians told us before when they moved the jobs overseas, you will save money on these products.
Agreed. Yes.
They said you will
Yes. They
save money
should not
on
have done
clothing.
that. That was a terrible decision.
Plus, it gives all those people jobs. I mean, you can't just
Did
hate
everybody
on
forget
people.
so quickly about like I mean, I don't know. We just had a pandemic, right? And all of our most like important stuff for like medicine was in China, and they decided to buy it all up really quickly, didn't tell anybody about it, and then said, "Oh, hey, here's this virus." And the World
Okay.
Health Organization in the pocket of China.
How did we do on stocks today?
Way better
How's
than
everybody
yesterday.
looking?
Lots of green, over 20% today.
Yes.
Yeah,
Red
a
ruby
lot of my
hands.
stuff turned green too.
I realized a whopping $11.92 today. Yay.
Better than blood everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was all I could take. The rest of it's pretty damn bloody.
Oh shit. I guess Vlad did an interview. Did you guys see that? Vlad answers customer questions
Another
about
one?
recent events and what the future holds. I really don't want to watch the interview, but just saying.
Yeah, he's tough to listen to. It's all that stamped out shit. He needs a new roster. They got to write him a new punch list of dumb shit to
He's
say.
gonna run for
The
office,
only
dude. I
reason how I
guarantee
got
it.
through it
Watch.
yesterday, the only reason why I got through it yesterday, because Tame put that like adjusted and put that bald head on him.
Right?
I wish he could get that that vampire cloak on him though. That would have been perfect.
I didn't have enough time to make it transparent background.
That was like the only time I laughed yesterday. Thank you very much, dude.
I was laughing my ass off. My wife's like, "What's wrong with you?" Like, it's nothing, man. Oh, that shit's fucking hilarious.
I got the bald hat because this one guy, he had his web camera. We could only see his nose and mouth. So I was like, okay, let me give him a head. And then I put it on Vlad and it fit pretty well.
Ninja.
Reminded me of that dude from The Simpsons with the freaking bald head. I don't know The Simpsons that well, but that's the first thing I thought of.
Oh, what is that guy's name? Mr. Burns?
Can you guys tell the viewers out there some good exchanges to trade cryptocurrency over the weekend that are US based?
Binance.us and Kraken.
Kraken.
Anything you can get into instantly, because a lot of them probably don't want to wait. You know what I mean?
Anchor USD instant, but there's just like it's not as quick as some other exchanges, but you can do instant with them, and literally same night you can get within a few hours, if that, you'll be level 3.
Nice. Yeah, because
Yeah.
no, I don't. This crew probably doesn't want to wait. Obviously.
But I would just buy it there and like transfer it to some other exchange, because you can open up, I think with Kraken, it just takes a while to get verified and get your money deposited, and then what you could do is buy it on Anchor and transfer it to like Kraken.
Not even kidding. It's connected to Uniswap.
I've almost gone 10x on my pancakes.
Unfortunately, Uniswap is real. The socks part.
Yeah, no, it's not even a joke. Like, I haven't looked lately, but the last time I think they were like 28,000 a pair of socks.
Look at this Market Watch. Market Watch puts a article out 51 minutes ago. GameStop core stock underperforms Friday when compared to competitors. They're such assholes. Like, why did they do this?
That's just
Wait.
shit hard. Really?
Who's their competitors that they compare them to? Is it competitors or the
Exactly.
market?
This is what I'm saying. They just publish the shit.
Wait, who are GameStop's competitors? I want to know.
Let's look this
Silver SLV,
up.
right?
Bitcoin.
Or the friggin' the same day Doge goes to 0.8. Dirty Thursday, dickheads. And then how many people got stuck in high positions in that crap?
Oh.
Man, I had a dream last night that Dogecoin went up to 0.000, and then it just like got deleted.
What's everybody's estimation on XRP once they get relisted in the U.S. if that happens? I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Anybody know anything about XRP?
What's XRP? I do not know. I'm gonna Google.
Ripple XRP. It was trading for pretty high, and I think a
Oh.
lot of people were expecting it to launch, and then it had that investigation. But I don't know what's come of it since. I
Yeah.
haven't had time to look into it.
The SEC has been, I think, investigating them, right?
I heard from somebody that that was over, but I don't know if
Yeah.
but okay. So this is my understanding of it, but it's totally basic bitch level. So you might have like a way better understanding, or somebody could look this up. But I think they don't have compliant things like that allow the regulators to actually check that they're doing things correctly, which has to be built into like the base level of certain types of assets that are being traded on their code. So I think that's what the investigation is about. But I don't know if they're planning to fix that or what the solution would be.
So in December, the SEC sued Ripple over alleged violations of federal security laws. It said that the company's CEO and chairman sold over $1 billion in XRP to retail investors without registering the cryptocurrency as a security or seeking an exemption. And notably, the SEC told the judge in Monday's letter it is seeking to take 5 depositions beyond the 10 normally allowed over allegations that Ripple and Larson, that's the chairman, received 2 legal memos warning them that there was some risk that XRP would be considered investment contracts and therefore securities under federal security laws. So, and then the SEC said on Monday that there's little chance of a settlement ahead of the expected trial of the blockchain payments firm over alleged securities infractions. So that's what's going on. Yeah.
Okay, well, so that's why I like Raven, because see, they built this portion of the code that is SEC compliant that allows them to trade securities. Okay. All right. That's why. Okay. All right. That's why I'm where I'm at. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So because they didn't file the stuff they didn't register it as cryptocurrency, it's being treated like a security, and now they're screwed.
I think, that's a trip, man. Because, it's probably just because of the way they traded it, not necessarily. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense.
Biscuit, you had chimed in. Was there something you wanted to say?
Oh, yeah. Biscuit.
I thought I heard him start to say something right before. Biscuit!
He's on mute. Biscuit on mute.
His volume is down for some reason today. I'm not sure what's up.
He always speaks softly. See, I have his volume turned up to like 200%, and he's still like quiet.
Maybe I need to do that. It's so strange. Like, I got instant cash on Webull today. I did a little deposit, but they gave me the instant cash, but I can't buy crypto with it. Like, they want a complete settlement on money before you can flow any into Bitcoin or Ethereum.
Yes.
So
but what you can do to go around this is you go on Anchor, you buy it on Anchor, then you transfer it over to your Webull, and then you'll have stuff to trade with. or wherever else
Yeah,
if you already have
I'm
crypto. Yeah.
yeah, I'm actually placed
Oh, but I don't think you can transfer anything till your stuff is settled. So never mind. That does not work.
Right.
Yeah.
Why don't you just buy crypto on the black market with Bitcoin? You think somebody's
Oh,
gonna
dude, so
scam you?
that's I'm
Yes.
in black style. I've mined all mine, and so then I like just have it, and then it's like totally detached, just on a wallet.
Nice.
It feels kind of kick ass.
I got frustrated this morning. Like I couldn't get access to Bitcoin, and I only had a little bit on unsettled cash. So I bought Ethereum, $100 on Webull, but I went and bought 500 worth of Bitcoin on PayPal, and what they sold me was $300 more than the current price. Not even like a little bit of difference. It was like rape me in the backside.
Whoa.
I don't I could go screenshot it, but I was like, you guys got to be kidding. Plus a $9 friggin' fee
Oh,
for the purchase. Like yeah, PayPal's like, even though I'm up on the purchase, it's just like you've got to be shitting me. Like they're using people
that's
so
terrible. Yeah.
bad. Oh my god.
Yeah,
It's like,
where did you
wow.
add that to? Through PayPal?
Yeah, PayPal crypto, they're doing crypto now, but people don't realize, like, you got these people that are just like, oh, I hear about Bitcoin, we can buy it on PayPal, da da da. So it was at like whatever the hell it was. It was like I think 34.1, and they gave it to me at 34.6 or
Yeah.
5 or some
All
shit.
of
It was
these, they
crazy.
do that. If you can't set your limit price, yeah, they scam. That's how they make money.
And the only way to find out what you paid per whatever is to literally go in your email. So even on the user interface
That's
on,
crazy.
isn't that so dirty? That's like, wow, I thought
Isn't that
Robinhood was dirty.
isn't that what Cash App does too?
I'm
I
not
think they do
sure.
the same. I don't think you can set limit prices and stuff on there, right? You just put money in and you buy it. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I remember when I was on the search for finding somewhere that I could buy the crypto that day, this is what I encountered when people were like, just buy it there. I was like, hey, can you transfer it? And I think from Cash App you can, right? Maybe. But the problem was that there was no way that I could find to set your price.
You're correct. I just looked on mine because I have some in there because I use my card
Yeah.
and I can get Bitcoin. So when I use my Cash App card, they give me 5% or 3% back in Bitcoin, but you can send it, but you can't set limits.
Yeah, screw that shit. That's where they're taking their cut because
Oh yeah.
remember what we were saying, like what was being discussed yesterday on that hearing was about preference or whatever, or what is it with how they execute those trades. And so it's like waiting, they're probably getting it at a lower cost, but then they're skimming probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I had told this story because I had bought and sold Bitcoin on PayPal before, and I sold when it was going up at 35, and they didn't clear my money until it hit like 40 something. So they held it for days and days. They wouldn't let me take the money out and move it over. And like once it kind of started to do a little downswing, then they gave me my money.
Yeah, no.
That's bad.
I did a test experiment, TD Ameritrade versus Robinhood, and on TD Ameritrade, I actually got it a lot cheaper than my limit order, and it to like 4 decimal points. Robinhood exactly at the limit order, exactly.
Yep. Robinhood is not for precise trading.
Yeah, I've noticed Robinhood do that exact thing, and then there was a very few times, and I did a lot of punch in and out like with those like Tame does, and very few times they'd give me a better price, and it was like a huge downswing. They'd give me, okay, here's a little bit, but usually it's at the limit, and they hold it until whatever the hell they do, and they skim.
Raven hit 20 cents a minute ago and then dropped back down. Damn.
Wasn't that like 5 cents this morning?
It was 2 cents a couple weeks ago, but like, come on, it's moving pretty good. And the way it's moving, you can tell some whales are buying in because you can watch them do it, and it looks very specifically the same day by day.
I'm not gonna lie, if I was a whale buying into a crypto, I would not do it all in one day. I would spread it out over like a month.
Yep.
Yep.
Definitely spread it out. I mean, you're gonna get a better overall price that way. And you won't impact the coin.
Trigger a rush in selling.
I've been arguing with people on Facebook about Bitcoin versus gold, and I keep asking them, when's the last time you used gold to purchase something online? It's nearly impossible. I mean, I'll let somebody mail me their gold, and then I'll mail the item.
My partner put on Beverly Hills Ninja yesterday, and that's like the first time I've seen somebody use gold. I don't know if anybody's seen this movie. It's like from the 90s.
Chris Farley.
Yeah, he used gold at the hotel.
I miss that crazy bastard.
Oh my god.
And even like you take gold to pawn shops or something, like places that are supposed to buy gold, they're gonna undercut you really huge.
Oh yeah. My mom would do
probably-
it. Like, sorry, go ahead.
No. Yeah, I was just gonna say probably worse than PayPal. Pawn shops.
My mom would use so she, like, in Indian culture, you do that. You take the gold, and usually what they do is that when on occasions, whether you're getting married or you're graduating, whatever, somebody will give you gold as 22 karat gold jewelry. And usually, traditionally, if they were doing it as an investment, it would be without gemstones, it would be without the enamel, it would be without, it's all gold, 22 karat. And that way, as the price increases, you can just turn it into the jewelry stores, and they give you like the market price. They have the market price for 22 karat, and usually there wasn't even like any quote making charges on this because they were profiting when they would purchase it from you. So you could exchange it for current sets or newer jewelry. You would just turn it in, they'd weigh it, and you'd figure out, what was the cost, and that's how people had passive wealth. I have gold that was given to me when I got married. Like, it'd usually be like a certain weight was specific that your family and relatives and people would give you so that you'd be able to have this in the future to pass on or to keep.
That's really cool.
The only thing about gold I'm scared, like, you have these gold bars, but you don't want to saw it open just to see if it's pure gold inside also.
Well, what you would do to circumvent that is that when you purchase these as sort of investments, they were purchased in sealed, like they're Swiss or they're like Canadian, whatever, like, I don't know who issues them, but they would be like troy ounces, and that's how we would purchase them, and they were sealed. You wouldn't really open them. They had like a hallmark on them and a
Like a
holograph thing. Yeah, like a
certificate,
number.
kind of like a stuck-on certificate on the package.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you knew it was legit.
Verified.
Yeah.
Credit Seuss.
Exactly.
Yeah, little 1 ounce gold
Mhm.
bullion. Well, but 1 ounce.
Yeah. What by the ounce you'd
Man,
purchase.
I looked into buying gold in '98. I just didn't have any spare cash. Now it's like I should have just taken out a loan or something.
So what do you think's easier to steal, gold or Bitcoin?
Well, if I got them in the same safe, either one.
Yeah.
So what happened with that
OPSEC
Mount
says
Block or Mount
Bitcoin.
Block or whatever that incident there was? Was that Shitashi Yamamoto's just kind of like savings account, you think, or the big disappearance from the Mount Glock incident?
The what?
I think that was like insider shit.
Yeah. I wonder how many missing coins there really are between the wallets that without the passcodes, that whole incident. bunch of other stuff. People die.
I
Forget
I
the
had a friend who
friggin'
used to
the
use the
16
Silk
word
Road back
passcode or
in the
something.
day.
It's just like, wow. So they say 21 million, but I wonder how many there really is at this point that usable, actual, functional Bitcoin. Could be as low as 17, 18. I mean, who knows, right?
18% missing from looking at all the ledgers.
So it's known then as an actual. Well, I mean,
You can
'cause
check.
is
Yeah,
that
you
just
can check
active
all.
coins, or is it just stagnant coins? But maybe we don't know.
Gold is
So
also
you're saying
heavy.
you can? Yeah, gold is heavy.
I also have Shire silver. I don't know if you guys know about the Shire back like 2000,
Frodo?
I think. No, it was like in 2007, just before like Bitcoin came out, remember there was this big movement, like the whole Ron Paul like libertarian movement, people trying to go back to the gold standard and stuff. And so there just Google like Shire silver. It was this whole like commune type community that was created up in I think it was in New Hampshire or Vermont, somewhere up there.
Interesting.
My friend actually did the constitution for it, and Shire silver was a thing. They put silver into like these little cards that you could actually use potentially like in ATMs at some point, and they had little like QR codes on them. And yeah, they have literally silver in them, and it was going to be a currency. This is before Bitcoin.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so I
What's
have
in my
some of
hood?
that from back then. Yeah.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah.
Sounds better than $28,000 socks.
I wish I would have done the Bitcoin back then too, though. Like my friends were involved in this.
I got a kick out of the Thames meme there. The guy was like bitching about giving away his Bitcoin for whatever back when it was only whatever $100 or something. It's like, oh man. It's so amazing how fast like time moves, especially with like this digital stuff, the cryptos and everything. It's like everything's at warp speed almost, you know?
It's true, and the reason is there's a volatility for a very specific reason, in my opinion. Actually, there's a lot of reasons, but I think
Well, I think lately a lot of its popularity, I mean, like almost every other ad I'm seeing on Facebook or YouTube now is about Bitcoin. It's the new type of money. Like it's like this all like frosty stuff geared towards people that have no clue about it that are hearing about it a little bit. But the amount of uptick in ads that I've seen is just like crazy. Like, what?
people are getting sick of not trusting the financial system too.
I posted the link for Shire Silver in the general. It's a bit outdated,
I'm gonna check it out.
but it's nostalgic. I look back at this as this was like the cusp of what was to come.
That's good stuff, actually. That's a good story. I like that.
See, look at what about Bitcoin? We do like Bitcoin. We like it so much we're giving you an automatic 3% discount when you use Bitcoin. This is like so long ago. That Muslims for Liberty one. My friend made that one. It's crazy.
Their web design, it's like, oh my god, throw me back.
It's 2000. I'm telling you, it's like 2008.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh my god. I remember when sites that used to look like that. That's fun. My KMPH is looking green.
Nice.
You know, I've seen something very similar to those, that silver thing you're talking about with like crypto gold, I guess. So it's like physical gold, but it's like on the blockchain. So you trade the gold.
Interesting. How are you trading physical gold on the blockchain?
You just trade.
I think he said you traded in for crypto.
Oh.
But that's actually a really cool idea. Everyone's hearing, you know, Bitcoin. They're seeing it raise a lot faster than gold. It's like they're sitting with a safe full of gold. It's a good Amazon approach to switch it. You know, I'll make it easy. I'll give you a fair price for your gold and instantly transfer it to Bitcoin for you.
Oh, KMPH on the rise. Yes.
Yeah, I
Alright,
figured
happy
you'd dig
with that.
that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I bought some when it dipped down to I think it was 976. And so it brought my average down a bit. So I'm happy.
I can pull that Band-Aid off now.
Yeah. Looking good. All the green.
Yeah, that's a nice long hold one. I did check that out after you talked about it. I'm like, yeah, I'm holding this one. Yeah.
I think the earnings is coming out. Is the earnings coming out soon, or is it the PFUC, whatever that adoption date? What's going on with Chem? I think they're having that. Okay, so the earnings day earnings call is gonna be on the 26th, so that's soon. And I think the 2nd is an important date too for them. Right, that's the PDUFA date, which I think is March 2nd. Be back.
What just happened? Did I just hear a D-bag?
Oh, what?
I thought I heard someone say D-bag. Never mind.
It's interesting. You should read it if you want to.
So I'm in a torchlight a little bit. Any thoughts if anybody knows kind of where that's gonna maybe go heading? Keep going south, maybe go north eventually.
Well, I mean, the whole torchlight thing and the metamaterials is waiting until the merger goes through. I've got some of the metamaterial stock.
Right on.
Just
So it's kind of It's almost in the same position as kind of like the CCIV thing.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna hold it. I'm only down like $50, but it's still like, ugh. It's my biggest wound right now. I keep putting gauze on it, and the blood's coming out. I don't know what the fuck to do. I mean, I hate to punch out. I think the total investment's like $300, but I don't want to watch it turn into $100.
Well, I've never invested in a pre-merger situation. I don't know how these things play out. I just put some money down and we'll see how it all rides. Looked into Torchlight, looked into Metamaterials. I really like what Metamaterials is doing. Got some really interesting products.
Get on Binance, not financial advice. Get on Binance.us, buy $100 with a Raven, and then just forget about it, and then sign in a year later, and then find me and tell me thank you.
I hear that, dude. I started on Robinhood like 2 days into January, and if I'd have left, I started with like $8,000. If I'd have left everything alone, I'd be up like ridiculous amount, like more than double. I'd be up like 5 times what I had. So that's kind of why I'm setting up my Anchor account right now so I can check out some of these other cryptos, because I kind of like Kata's idea, just putting a friggin' few dollars in each one, little feelers out here or there, and see what traction gains. And
I made like $30 off of BitTorrent, BTT.
I think you mentioned that earlier when I was working.
Yeah, just stuck
Someone
$10 in there, and I've already taken 30 out of it.
Nice.
That's cool.
But yeah, I did the same thing. Took $100, threw it into 10 different little Bitcoins, and just $10 a piece. Seeds.
So worth it. Best gamble you could make right now, in my opinion. It's like you buying a lottery ticket. Nah, you should do that. That is a way better gamble.
Or like scratch offs. That's dumb as shit.
Yeah, don't scratch off. Throw $5, $10. Throw it at
This is
cryptos.
stupid.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. Yep. I should have friggin'. It's funny. I should have given, instead of buying $20 scratch offs for people this Christmas, I should have given them $20 in Bitcoin, and they'd have like friggin' who knows what right now.
Dude, right?
It's actually a great idea.
So
Right?
Patrick Byrne started paying his employees from Overstock in Bitcoin years and years ago, right? And they were all pissed off about it. People got pissed, whatever. People even left over it. Some people loved it. But whatever, years go by, now look at it. Like, they are all fucking rich.
You can't see the future, but you can see the trends.
That's why they called Patrick Byrne the Bitcoin Messiah. He was the first. Overstock was the first people to take Bitcoin as payment.
You've got to notice trends, and you've got to be able to kind of like decipher what's the fluff and what's the actual like real movement here, right?
Who funded Ravencoin? Patrick Byrne.
Not
The
Donald
Bitcoin
Trump.
Messiah.
We're not still alive, are we?
What if somebody made that laser and that I posted in general? Like, what if somebody built that? What family owns the archives of Tesla? What is Space Force?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? I mean, I think somebody built Tesla's death ray, and I think it's in space.
Like the person that thought that the California wildfires were started by space lasers?
No, that's not what I said.
You don't believe in that, do you, man?
No, that isn't what I said at all. No.
Why do you
Oh,
think they sent that Tesla up there?
well, he was talking
Why do
about
I think
lasers in
that?
space,
That was
so
just
that's
a
why I'm like,
shell for the laser.
What about who? What?
Spaceman, the Tesla they sent up in space, that was just a shell for the
Starman.
laser. That's where the laser
Right.
actually is.
No, 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 no. Okay, okay. Oh my gosh, no.
There's a group of QAnonies that think there's a space laser starting forest fires, I guess.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Don't put that on QAnons. That's not true.
Or
They're
the
all
child
crazy. It's hard to
looks
tell the
like the
difference.
child pedophile movement that the Democrats are running. It's just, yeah, it is all crazies. It's freaking ridiculous.
That's why we try not to do politics.
Right. I think we're
It's too
offline
negative.
now, though.
Oh, I
Yeah,
don't care. I just don't. It's too crazy.
I hear it, but I didn't bring up space lasers, so I was just questioning if that was where it was coming from. That's all.
No, not at all. Not at all.
My bad. My bad.
Where are we going? Where am I?
To the moon. Holding GME again. Kind of feels good.
Why is that?
About GME.
I accidental open mic.
Now we get you. What are you making with that CNC all day, man?
Hang on.
Sure.
Anyone on Binance want to pass me a referral code?
Trying to think who talked about that lately that is on there.
I'm not verified, so it doesn't let me create a code yet.
I think
I just sent crypto in from a wallet, so I didn't have to like. Damn push.
You could message Nashville. He gave me one earlier.
Maverick just left one in general, I think.
Yep, about to do it. You got it, Maverick. Thanks.
Yeah, you go with whoever's that talked to you recently.
So that's actually a really cool, like, kind of business idea I was thinking about, or I have been thinking about for a couple weeks now. It's like everybody wants an electric pickup truck, like a Ford F-150 or a Chevy half-ton. And we're all going to be waiting, and everyone's going to be waiting for a long time for those to come out. But some of my thoughts were, like, perhaps converting some of the late model fleet in that transition, like a company that would actually, like, take out the ICE motor, put an electric motor at the head of it, and, in the bed of the truck, just take up, a portion of the bed and fill it with batteries and the battery management system, and more or less friggin' roll from there and do it a lot cheaper than, I mean, I don't know what the Cybertruck's going to go for, but I'm sure it's going to be 50, 60, 70-ish range. Instead of throwing all these assets away, doing conversions, which they've been doing for a long time, but doing on like kind of a mass scale.
Write your ideas down, then maybe for sure. And I don't know how it would work, but to protect it, look of how well, just kind of see how you could protect it so no one like takes it away. But I would say, I don't know. Let's see if there's uh like a form that you could submit for like Ford or something. I don't know how. They maybe compensate you for it or whatever. But I'd look into that first. But surely write it down. I wouldn't really talk too much people about it because maybe they'll take it away or steal the idea or whatever. But
No,
I would write it
I
down.
mean, I mean, it's kind of like a general concept. I've been, everyone's been, people have been converting electric vehicles for a while, but you would need you'd need backing, you'd need a battery supplier. Tesla can only make so many cars a year, but is there someone that can actually overproduce batteries that literally can't make enough cars? It's like, well, all these excess batteries could be going into this conversion thing for, instead of just having to produce brand new electric vehicles, like why not take some of the older fleet instead of just trashing it all and kind of doing a conversion thing at half the price of what they can do you brand new out the door kind of thing. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah. No, I haven't. I don't have the slightest idea into that concept a little bit, but yeah, just write it down, I guess, and
for sure,
surely write it down. I would.
Kind of talking like refurbing them, essentially, like refurbishing them.
We have like the 2015 fleet on up, right? Because I mean, they're guzzling gas. They're coming down in price. They're still new enough looking where it's not like you're fixing up a 2005 GMC with an electric motor, I mean, all of it, it has to obviously do with having the battery management system and, getting all those electronics to work together. But if the right people came together, you could kind of vamp the old fleet instead of having to make everything new. How much more vehicles could that bring in the market in the meantime, in that interim period? It wouldn't be a long-term business, but it would, could perhaps be, like the used car market. Instead of buying a used truck, you're buying a used repowered electric truck now. And it wouldn't look like a lot of guys or gals ain't gonna want to drive something that looks like Cybertruck. I mean, to be honest, I doubt it. I mean, there's us that will do it, but the older crew is not gonna want to get in something that looks like that, I don't think.
Hey, speak for yourself, but I'm young and I don't like the way the Cybertruck looks.
Right. But you know what I mean? What's your dad or your grandfather going to think looking at that thing? Like,
Oh, it's very much a nerd vehicle. Very much.
Right. Yeah, nerd Nick, for sure.
I mean, I'm getting one, but it fits me, so.
I want one too. No, I'd drive it, but I'm thinking my dad.
But I agree. No mass appeal in that thing whatsoever.
Nope.
It's like the Volkswagen thing. I love that vehicle, but it's just because it's ugly. It's utilitarian.
Most people would rather be in a Carmagia.
Most people would rather be in a freaking radio flyer wagon than some of those things.
Yeah, the thing was pretty ugly.
Oh, that's why I love that car. It was built to serve a purpose, not to be built out of plastic with a bunch of curves.
Well, it was pretty close to the original Hitler mobile, I think, or whatever he had. The Bug or whatever. Farfignugan, right?
Say on
that. They both come out at the same time, the Volkswagen, yeah.
Right, yeah.
The people's car.
That's some history right there, dude.
Yeah, I like that idea. That's a good idea because if I had the option, I'd drive like a 15 F-150 or something like that with a 5-liter, gas motor in it. But it'd be really cool to have that option to go electric because I don't really drive a lot. But you know what I mean. So just go electric with it, and it's like I got all the pickup truck stuff, and I don't have to pay for gas now.
Especially if you own the truck. So you don't even it's not even like mass, taking and buying all the trucks and then doing the conversion. It's like, why don't, people come in with a conversion? What if you had one ready for them is the other thing. It's like, you give me yours, I'll give you this one. Right?
Kind of like a trade-in incentive kind of deal.
Yeah, like you give me yours, I'll give you this, and maybe we have 6 here to choose from, but you give me yours, we don't rape you like the friggin' dealers do on a trade-in. Because we're trying to help out the environment and we're doing this to make money, yes, but we're not doing this to completely take advantage of you.
I will say I kind of feel like one of the big issues you'd run into is trying to find a way to make that profitable, honestly, because all the components to do a swap of that magnitude would be very, very heavily priced. So you'd have to find some way to actually make it a profitable venture.
The electronics working together would really be the hugest issue, I think. You know, the plug and play stuff, all those clips on that motor are all going to be screaming at something, right? So you'd have to get around that.
Yeah, there would be a lot. There'd be a lot to do, but it would take a lot of R&D to get it to work. But once you got it to work on one vehicle, I'm pretty sure you could start adapting it to others.
Boom! And all you got to do is the 1500 with the Chevys and the 150s with Ford. I wouldn't, frig the Toyotas and all that shit. It's like all you need to do is get two systems to work, and you've got
Exactly,
a
'cause nobody else
huge
does.
market there, like huge. Because yeah, I mean, I'll drive the friggin' Cybertruck, but I know a lot of people that wouldn't even approach it. I don't think they look at it and be like, hell no. Just a thought, whatever. I've been looking into conversions for over a decade now. I wanted to convert my 2005 Mustang into an electric car back in 2005. I wanted to get on early. I wish I'd, kind of gone further with that, but lead acid was pretty much the only option for batteries back then, which is just a mess.
Yeah, I think that if they can come out with some better than what they have now technology for batteries, they would. I mean, that would just give us such a huge push to the EV market. Honestly, I've heard some. It's like a lot of people. What people say is what's limiting EV right now is batteries.
Oh, it totally is. The lithium, the scarcity of it, the chemical composition. I mean, there's saltwater batteries that we do need almost like a water battery with some kind of micro capacitor, whether it's, uranium, nuclear that you can't hack or something. There is another technology and there will be a next technology with that, but it's going to take a lot. I think it's going to take a lot longer than a couple of years unless, they fool us and it's like, holy shit, someone comes up with something. But the lithium polymer, lithium ion, whatever lipo, lion, it has its limits, and we're kind of we're at like a wall with the lithium, for sure.
I'm back.
What's up, man?
Who was asking about my CNC machine?
Me, because I got a huge laser CNC, but I hear that friggin' thing running while I'm working. I usually painting or doing some mud work. I can't talk all day, but I always hear that thing in the background you talking about. I was just wondering what you cut with it. That's all.
Is that Jersey or Sentry?
Jersey.
I just Sentry's ring is lit up. I thought it was you. I cut kitchen cabinet parts. The company I work for right now is one of the largest kitchen manufacturers in the nation, and I make kitchen cabinets. I make parts for kitchen cabinets. I create programs and cut parts to make kitchens.
So you're talking like the hardware, like the slow sliding, easy open doors? Or you're actually cutting doors and stuff?
We outsource our hardware, so the slides, the hinges, the poles, but we manufacture all of the wood components.
So you're CNCing wood.
Yes.
Wow.
I do a majority of what I do right now is plywood sheets that just get cut into, you know, rectangle parts with different hole cutouts. Think IKEA in that sense.
Well,
You
like
know, like,
mortise and tenon, or just routed grooves and stuff.
well, so all of our parts are mostly dowel and pin construction, some glue, and then our
Right.
drawers are made with dovetails and such. But think of it like your adjustable shelves, so the holes for the adjustable shelves, the quarter-inch dado in the back, the different dowel holes that go in the face, or even on the sides where I can do horizontal boring and stuff like that for the bulk of what I do. But then we also shape our own custom engraved CNC doors to different profiles.
That's cool. So you're not mass producing. You guys are more or less producing on per order? Question.
Well, yeah, so we do have a few lines that we run that are stock productions, but 95% of what we do is custom order. So you go on the website, you build your kitchen, and then I cut it out a few days later.
That's cool. Especially for you, because you're not just like dirt. Like things change. You got to move this, move that.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, so I draw from a massive database that we've built over the course of a few years that can basically automate an entire order structure from. I keep pushing, and I want the company to really give me some funding to back. I want you to be able to go into a computerized 3D environment, make, you know, grab pieces like Legos or Minecraft blocks or whatever, and build yourself in a 3D model with click and shoot aspects, right?
In
So you're gonna
VR.
build in VR, precisely, yes. You're gonna in the computer in VR of some sort of space, build yourself this what the kitchen you want to look like is. However the user interface makes that happen, you're painting what you want it to be. And then that will take and convert that from, okay, so this is a base cabinet that's 36 inches wide and a wall cabinet that's 42 inches. You know, like, grab all of the components that would be required to make that room a reality, and then translate that to how, like, telling my machine how to make it.
Right.
Because we already have automation. Like right now, so we get order processors, and they take the order from the customer and say, okay, you want this kitchen? Fine, I'll put it together. And then they go and process the order to click and choose through our database to build the different set lists that I need to cut at the end of the day. But now if we just cut out that whole position, no offense, order processors, but you guys are the bane of my existence because you get it wrong most of the time. But if we make that a program and just let the customer become their own order processor and have them just pick and choose the cabinets they want and put them on the wall in the room or what have you, bam. But it ain't gonna happen. This is a pipe dream that I've just been kind of like.
Well, I was about to say, like, this generation presently that's buying, probably not, but the next gen, yeah. But I don't know who are your retail customers. I don't know. Can you say whether it's Home Depot or Lowe's? Are you associated with them or no?
No, we don't. So, even the stuff that we do for stock isn't in a big box store. We still only deal with dealers.
Like custom kitchen cabinet places, more or less.
Yeah, exactly. Cabinetry
Yeah.
dealers, so that, you know,
Yep.
they'll whether they are a construction outfit or a specific to the business of kitchen cabinets.
Yep. We have a few of them in town, just local kitchen. That's all they do is kitchens or baths.
Well, and to be fair, we probably do those. Like,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
I'm sure. Yep.
They're the name on the truck and the name on the shirt that shows up and installs it, but there's a very high chance that my company made that part before the installer came.
Totally.
Because the shipping department, I would not like to be a part of the shipping department in my company, because we sent, like, so our what?
God, bubble wrapping, boxing everything. Can you imagine?
Well, that's actually not the worst part. The worst part, what I was saying from the standpoint of, we send 5 trucks a week to different parts of the country. So we got a truck that drives out to California, makes stops along the way. We got a truck that drives out to Texas, makes stop along the way, Florida, New York. Like, they just go and keep driving until the truck is empty, turn around and come back, right? But any one of these particular along the ways could have you stopping 4, 5, 6 times, and then to get to California with half a truck full.
Yeah.
But then the
See, at
company
that
makes
point
them
with
pick stuff up on the
transportation,
way back, and
oh yeah, hopefully they do some pickups or something. But I would think like in the
Mhm.
midsection, if you're half empty, you would like make a broker deal and like pass that load off to somebody and come home,
Well,
instead of
and
hauling
actually,
all the way.
the interesting thing is that our guys are free enough to pick up side work on the way back. So if the company doesn't have the truck slated to pick something up on their way home, they're allowed to, in the rules, not just like, oh, let's do this hush hush, but like it's in the employee handbook that truck drivers on the way home are allowed to use the company equipment to pick up orders as long as it's returned intact. So if you decide that you wanted to grab something from California for a private dealer and deliver it, as long as you meet the company's deadline of when you have to be back, they're groovy with it.
And that's not on that. The company doesn't take that. That's the truck gets to keep that, right?
The truck keeps it, the driver drives it, but if they
Wow.
pick up a load on the way back, then they have to split the cost of the gas.
Yeah. Well, yes. Yep. Okay.
But
So
that doesn't matter.
yeah.
You're not paying for the truck. You're not renting the truck.
Oh, you're already in the green at that point. I'm sure.
100%. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Oh yeah. Friggin', it cost me friggin' $4,500 to move a 2004 G35 from Seattle to Maine. I can imagine the profitability that like is there. Like, they're not moving cars back, but just any kind of
Well,
cargo.
anything. You go on
Anything.
Uship, like there's a bunch of different auction sites out there to auction transportation.
Yep.
So you go on one of these sites and agree to terms as long as the company doesn't have anything scheduled for you, and just take yourself out of service. You get to California, they haven't given you an order to pick anything up on the way back yet. You take yourself out of service, you submit the form saying you're picking up something, and that's it. Like, now you just made the money that we paid you to drive out there and the money that we paid you to drive back, because you're still on our dime because you have our truck. But we don't care if you end up filling your personal time with a little bit of something extra on the back end.
That's so cool. Companies like that should be applauded. I'm serious, man. I think that's wicked cool.
Well, I mean, the liability for them still exists in the sense that they're going to have to pay for that truck to be insured to get all the way home anyway. So if they have no otherworldly use for it and it doesn't affect the business's schedule, because we don't send guys out to, the guy that does the California run only does it every other week kind of thing, like there's a team of 5 drivers that are all OTR that kind of balance the loads around. None of them go to the same spot every single time.
It's not like Walmart where you're sending 12 trucks to California every 3 hours. Like it's it's a bit smaller scale. To keep it real like that is just cool. It's like I love companies like that where it's like they're corporate yet they're still like in touch with the actual person that is working for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that comes from like I mean, at least with our company's standards and setup, is that we're a Midwest older like that kind of mentality where we understand that we're making $1 off your back, so we'll let you make a dime.
Yeah, that's legit.
I'm even allowed to come in on, so because I can run all the equipment in the shop. I've been doing this kind of stuff for a long time now. I'm allowed to come in when I'm not on the clock and use my machine to do whatever I want.
That's cool.
I'm the only person that runs my machine, so it's never going to be occupied by anybody unless I'm on the clock. And I bought my own bundle of hardwood and built my kitchen little by little using that machine. No, like the cost of the raw material was pennies on the dollar compared to buying it from a company that would have sold me the same kitchen. And I wrote the programs because I'm the CNC guy. So it's literally just like win on top of win, and they let me use the machine. So it was
Yeah,
definitely
totally. Is it mostly maple and oak? Or are you seeing some exotics like I saw a Babinga. You ever heard of Babinga wood?
I've heard of it. I've never worked it, but we do a little bit of everything. We got some bamboo stuff. We got some really crazy teak stuff. The bulk of your cabinets are actually made from like pine,
Pressboard.
maple, composite. Yeah, pine, maple. Well, the nicer ones that are made from plywood before you go into the full scale, like fancy ass hardwood, full construction hardwood. The most of the kitchen cabinets, even the very expensive ones, are made from plywood, just regular old maple plywood, like pine maple plywood lamination, and then they put a
Yep.
really fancy veneer on the outside.
Love the veneers. Yeah, I used to work for a boat building company here in Maine, Hinkley Boats. Martha Stewart owns one. They're like lobster yachts almost, but we did a lot of teak, veneer, cherry veneer. But it's amazing. You see, look, like in boats, they were using like a honeycomb instead of like plywood is, what, half inch or 3/4. The whole inside was all that honeycomb kind of composite stuff, and then just the outer layers were a veneer, just to keep the weight of the boat down.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, veneers are cool. How that all goes with the vacuum bag. So you guys are doing vacuum bags or?
Well, no, all of our so we have two different. So we can order raw material that's already been veneered to whatever spec we want it, whatever flavor, both sides,
Right.
one side, and then the other side of it would be the super custom, really high end stuff that we do in house, and then we have a lamination line that actually sends a 5/8 inch thick piece down a conveyor belt. It gets sprayed and then it runs underneath a spot where the actual outer layer will get laid down on top of the glue spray, and then it'll keep going and go underneath a roller to make sure it's bubble free, and then it'll keep going to make sure it's under a warming thing to speed up the glue drying. So it's literally just a whole process. Like we
Wow.
do laminate or vinyl wrap or HPL, like high pressure laminate. All of that we'll do right in house.
That's awesome. So the style, like on a common cabinet door, if you had like an exotic wood, would the styles be done in complete hard, or would those also be like kind of laminated and stuff?
Well, if you wanted to veneer it in a high end wood, you would, in order to do the styles, it would have to be made out of something comparable, or at least something nice enough that when you started to do that machining, that you could still stain it or paint it or whatever to make it look to match
Right.
the outer veneer.
Right. So it's kind of
Because like
either
we have
way.
some, well, I mean, yeah, it's either way. But like we have some
Yep.
doors that are made out of MDF, and MDF it's powder. It's literally the finest form of sawdust we make in any
Yep.
form across, and then they compress that into a brick and shoot it full of glue, and it's turned into a board with literal powder. And those MDFs, the really neat thing about that is it's very formable, very malleable. I can work all kinds of crazy shapes and everything into it with different tools, but it's cardboard. It looks like cardboard. It's not very structurally strong. It's brown. It soaks into water like crazy. It's terrible.
Yep.
But now if
Yep.
we prime it, stain it, seal it, paint it, we can do all kinds of seriously awesome things afterward to make it look like anything.
And it's not laminate flooring. It's gonna be on a wall. So it's like.
Anybody waiting for a Bitcoin buy-in?
All the
Is it
time.
dropping?
Oh yeah.
I gotta go look.
Like $1,000 in a minute or two.
The fact that our new conversation on like a Bitcoin buy the dip is anywhere like
Whoa.
south of 55K.
Oh, I know, right? And that's not even the lowest of the day. I just
Well,
if
yeah, no,
anybody
but
was watching.
We all expected a weekend drop, so it's like, yeah, if you want to friggin' chuck in before it hit, I seriously think before June it might hit 1K or at least 80. Like, this thing isn't going to stop. All the credit cards and the people who stop talking about it, the banks are in. It's like, oh my God.
I think in order for us to even have a serious reality conversation about 100K, the the world needs to open back up. We need to make sure COVID's in check. We need to make sure we can, like safely and reliably open businesses and all of that stuff. And once we start to regularly reopen the world, then more like it's just a natural progression of things. You're going to start to see everything start to climb, and this roller coaster that is GME working its way towards the boom, it's going to get drugged right along with it.
See, I don't know about that. It's just like the way the stock market has reacted to COVID doesn't match. That's why it's like it's anyone's call on Bitcoin because of all the hype and all the stuff I'm seeing. It's like I see where you're coming from. I think things are so detached. You know what I mean? They're detached. It's like,
Well, yeah, but when the reflood happens and everybody starts flooding back into the markets, whether it's to just socialize, TV, music, movies, concerts, just whatever, buying food, have you, then everything's going to start to grow. Not directly correlated with the stock market and crypto tied together in that sense, but things are going to start to move back at a normal pace. They're going to start to be able to talk about what's happening tomorrow, what's right now things are still in that weird uncertain, is everybody
Yeah.
gonna die?
I know, right?
Everybody's gonna die. What?
Well, just to me, the whole market seems detached from, I don't want to say reality, but I mean, we just watched that whole thing with Congress yesterday. I mean, the chairwoman didn't even know how to use her mute button. It's just like, and I'm not,
Okay, the word I was looking
I'm not
for
pooping
earlier
on her. It's just
is
like,
out of
what?
touch. Out of touch. It just shows just how out of touch those that think they're the elites are.
The word I'm using is detached, but it's the same. I mean, it's literally just, they're just not participating in the same world that most other people are living in.
Agreed.
And it's a prime example of how our leadership is so outside the actual norms. They are so
Well,
beyond
yeah,
it.
that still talks to the fact that some of the basic things that I guarantee you there's people that are in this room or on the YouTube videos or that didn't know very much, if anything, about video conferencing, talking on the internet, hanging out, doing a Zoom meeting, and all of that stuff 9 months ago. But that became the new norm, and they adapted, they learned, they grew. Nobody upstairs gives a shit because they don't have to. We haven't held them accountable for so long to
They're
make them
inside
grow.
the Iron Keep.
Living in their own little world. Yep.
We're the peasants on the outside of the wall.
And that display yesterday made that so prevalent and obvious. It was like almost painful to see some of what was going on. It was like, are they
Yeah, it's
actually using
terrible.
Zoom? Is this how tight our country is in their security, that they're using Zoom and someone can come in, hey, look at my nipples? Or there was one outburst where I swear to God,
he said, what are you doing in here? And he was talking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like that's how really on the ball our fucking committees are. I mean, I know it wasn't the NSA wasn't involved, but maybe they should have been, because that was a joke, dude. Anyone watching that?
Well, it was a shit show, but they weren't.
We're still laughing at them.
But they weren't using Zoom, to be fair. Like, let's not put that out there. They weren't using Zoom. I don't know.
Are
what
you sure
platform
about
they were.
that?
I'm nearly positive that the government's not letting something like that happen on Zoom. I don't know what platform they were using, but
Yeah, but are you
not...
sure about that? Because it seemed like it, dude.
As a prior government employee, I'm telling you right now, you're putting way too much stress on the government.
I bet
Dude,
the
they
Madam
just had to put
Chairwoman
out a
had
memo.
2 or 3 people in her office that were sitting there deleting people in the whole
button.
Well, but even if they were on a Zoom call, that's not necessary due to passwords and such. Even with the exploits, you could still make rooms completely private on Zoom. But it I think that the point that I was trying to make wasn't necessarily whether or not that they were or they weren't using Zoom. I feel like us saying that they were using Zoom when we don't know if they were or not makes us look bad. But the moreover point is really that we've been doing this for 9 months and all figured it out. Some of us already had a leg up because we were gamers or streamers or whatever, because we existed in this realm of tech already. But some of us didn't have any experience at all. Some of us never heard of Discord before Tame's channel. Not, for nothing.
I did
We
from the
learned
everyday astronaut, but the only reason I joined Discord was because of Tame Stream, and it's like, shit, I gotta get on this
Okay, well,
Discord.
there you
friggin'
go.
thing.
Exactly. You just joined Discord because of something that was happening right now. I've been a member of Discord since it started, but that's because of the world that I live in.
Yeah,
Now, the
I was
fact
in
is
because of
that,
gaming and Destiny.
well, the
Say
just the
what?
fact that he said he got in it because of gaming and Destiny.
Oh, cool.
The people that are here in our group that didn't know anything 9 months ago have been forced by COVID to learn and learn fast. Because if they didn't, they couldn't survive. They have kids in school that are on Zoom meetings. They have job interviews to go to that are now Zoom meetings. Their job doesn't exist anymore because they have to commute remotely. And you understand what I'm saying? Like the need for us to learn and grow is there because it's our livelihood.
Well, and a lot
The
of
need
teachers
for
retired early because they didn't want to have to deal with a system and a technology that, I mean, they can operate with emails and all that, but to do a full-on class with all that crap, there was so many teachers that were like, I can't do this.
Well, yeah, true, but just from the people standpoint, the humans and the parents and like that aspect, we learned how to do this very quickly.
Because we had
Why?
to.
Because we had to.
Exactly.
The government, the people that we put in charge, have no reason to learn anything, have no reason to grow anything. And now here it is 9, 10, 11 months into the pandemic where we've all been using this form of technology and they can't get it right for a basic conversation that's being displayed across the globe.
That was embarrassing. I mean, the way you present that, the way you just said that, it's like, oh my God, like how great is America that like the people that are doing this are literally failing in the process of actually doing it.
Well, and the thing that really stood out to me is that if you look, there were certain groups, there were certain presenters, people from the government, from the private sector, that
they were on point.
They had their own exactly that they had their
background. They had their
just even
backgrounds and
a
their
nice
little
camera, just a little,
Yeah.
hey, I'm here, what's up,
They kind of
Even
made
if
it look real, like I got real stuff in the background.
they just put a little bit of effort into something, regardless of the background. The camera was positioned correctly, the microphone sounded clear, they were aware of how muting and unmuting worked. So there were a few standout players that had a grasp. So it's not like it's impossible. Why haven't we done something on the governmental level to address these concerns for COVID of having these social distance meetings? Why do that? So there's no, all of these people are senators, right? Or something.
Congress people.
They were
They're
congressmen and women, but
you would
it's
think
also because
you would
they're
think
not playing by the same rules that they've been making all of us play by.
right, but you would think that their support staff would at least have some kind of inkling how this works, dude.
Yeah,
And
their
if
You don't have
interns,
a
their
desk with
interns
a
failed them.
setup.
Their interns
Oh
failed
man,
them, like for sure.
It-
Their
Oh,
interns,
huge.
the interns, like
Huge.
flat out, like there was even I think you could actually hear one of Maxine Waters'
Yeah.
interns like trying, like I think she was trying
Well,
to fix it,
so
and
that was when the guy from Texas was supposed to talk, but he wasn't there because of Texas's problem, and her background coordinator was trying to tell her, skip that one, go to Timmons, like basically
okay.
I had my headphones in, so I was like really in my ear, and I picked it up, and she was telling her to skip the guy that Maxine called because he wasn't there, to go to the next one, and she's looking over the camera, huh?
It's just all that is so debasive in trusting in our system. It's just like, wow, you guys are proving our point that we already know, but you're
Yeah.
literally sitting there proving exactly what we've been talking about. Thank you for letting us see it.
On the global stage.
Out of touch to the max. Out of touch.
That's also why I'm really not worried about them. Honestly.
They're a friggin' joke, dude, and everyone's starting to see it, dude. It's like it's a fucking
honestly,
joke.
like that's what I was telling somebody the other day. I was like, look, I'm not going to say what it was because I don't want to start an argument about it because it's not important anyway. But one of my buddies brought up something, and I was like, dude, let me tell you the importance about making a law. And he goes, okay. I was like, if nobody follows it, it's meaningless.
Yeah.
I was like, they can make all the laws they want, but if everybody says no, what are you going to do? What are you gonna do?
Come take my gun.
Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do
take my gun.
if literally
For sure.
400 million Americans say no?
Yeah. No, I grew weed for
What are you gonna
years
do?
before
What are
it
you
was
gonna do?
legal here for my own purposes. I wasn't
There
selling
you
it,
go. Different,
but I grew it for
but
myself, and I'm
exact
like,
same
fuck
thing.
you. I live in the
Dude,
woods. Go fuck yourself. Come
We've
over
been
here.
losing. We've been losing if the war on drugs was even about the war on drugs, which personally, that's a whole nother story too. I don't believe it was, but
Never
dude,
has been.
it was a failure from the beginning. Like we were letting Colombian drug lords run cocaine to what's his name before he took him out because he backstabbed us.
We were paying them to do it.
Pablo Escobar was his
we
name.
were paying them.
Pablo Escobar.
No, not Pablo. Well, he was a CIA informant at one time, but there was another guy.
Oh yeah, no,
the
yeah,
military guy. The military. We went down there.
Oh, the guy from Colombia, right? Yes.
Yeah, I'm
the
trying
military
to remember,
junta.
No,
shit.
Was it begin with an N? Maybe. I can't remember.
Well, I mean,
his
there's
name. But anyway,
I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah.
He backstabbed us with the Colombian drug lords, and then we were like, okay, cool. We're gonna come down and take care of you. And then it was
he was the junta.
and it was like a straight up cover up. The media was all on it. Like they never told the real story. It was disgusting. So like the whole war on drugs has never been about the war on drugs. It never has been.
We sent Barry Seal down there to traffic more cocaine.
You know,
That whole Barry Seal deal that happened, like the Barry Seal was a what's DEA informant and all of that ended up
But yeah, the marijuana thing is a perfect example, actually. Like, I'm glad you brought that up because basically it was against federal law. It's a class 3 narcotic, and Colorado said, fuck you, we're legalizing it. By the way, sorry, YouTube, if we're still on. I mean, but that's what happened. You know, the state said, you know, we're going to make it legal. We don't care.
No, I think we're off YouTube now.
And now we got,
we're still live.
We got several other states.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, we're still live.
We got several other states now that are going to do the same thing. So look, that just proves the federal government can try to pass a law all they want. If the American people stand up and say no, it doesn't mean anything.
Right. And I only brought the weed thing up because I never got into the opiates, and I know certain people in this group, and I've heard stories, and we all share stories. Like they have got into that, but for me, I never took that step. But in my state, like there was so much emphasis on finding the opiates, getting rid of the opiates. It was like no one gives a shit about weed anymore. 10 years ago, I was just laughing. It's like no one fucking cares about growing plants. As long as you're not growing 50,000 of them and trying to sell, you know. I grow for me. I haven't bought weed in over a decade almost. It's crazy. But at a certain point, you have to say, look, I'm willing to accept this risk. I know I'm not doing anybody any harm. Kiss my ass.
Well, and I think that's the thing. So like when it's just like prohibition of alcohol, right? Like alcohol didn't have an underground, it didn't have a criminal aspect until prohibition. Then all of a sudden now you made an underground, you made a black market for it because, and it's the same thing with illicit drugs. By making it illegal, you're funding and creating a criminal
The
underground.
problem.
You're creating a criminal underground black market.
Yep.
If you like, honestly, I personally, I'm not gonna say I would smoke, but I'm saying, like, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I just don't. Like, I never have. I've never seen, a really big issue with it. I just never have.
As
And,
far as marijuana?
Yeah, I mean, I even had a high school
Yeah.
teacher. Man, and he flat out admitted to us that like he smoked every once in a while in his backyard.
Right.
And like
I take it you come from a conservative state, correct?
Yeah,
if you don't
South
mind me
Carolina. Oh, we'll be the last.
So
We'll be the last ones
Well,
to make it.
that
Guaranteed.
yeah,
and
you guys.
35 to 45. So like that mental stigma, just like that generation, the generation right behind has that idea that it's still not groovy.
What's that?
Right. The weed thing. Like
What
they're
generation?
starting to
Gen
accept
X?
it. He's
Dude, Gen X ain't got a problem with it. I'm 40.
You're on
I
the
think
cusp
you're-
just like me. I'm
you're on the
41.
backside.
We're
You're,
we're
like, right on the
barely on
didn't-
Gen X right now.
I didn't mean
you
to
and me,
I didn't
dude.
mean to generalize you or to take to put you into a box. That wasn't what my intentions at all. I more so spoke from a standpoint of like we've all been hanging out and I've heard you talking. So I did take a ballpark at your age. I figured you were somewhere between 35 and 45.
I was just saying. I mean, like, I don't
Me
think
or
it has. I don't
me?
think it has
Neat
much
freak.
of a
No,
generational.
not Jersey. Not
Right,
your Jersey.
right.
Neat freak.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think it has much of a generational thing as it just is like a cultural thing.
Yes.
I mean,
And where
like,
you are and what's accepted around where you live, because we all don't live in the same circles, right?
Well, I'm talking about mainstream culture. So
Right.
you have the majority of Americans that will accept mainstream culture, right? Like I know what the top 40 is. I can't stand the top 40 right now, but I still know what it is, right?
Yeah. You're talking about songs?
Yeah, I accept that.
In general.
Oh, I hate it.
I accept
I wouldn't even listen to it.
that's the mainstream, right? So I think there's a lot of people like that where just because they don't like it doesn't mean that they don't accept it at the fact that it's mainstream, right?
Right.
You
Yeah,
know,
you don't have to even have
that's what I
to
mean
listen
by
to
culture. That's what I mean by culture.
Yeah. Yep.
So I'm not saying like our individual cultures. I mean, obviously, somebody from Alabama and somebody from New York City and somebody from San Francisco are all going to have an abundance of different things, like really like micro differences, but big differences to them, right? And as far as culture, but as far as a whole, as what's mainstream, I don't think people really care, man. I just don't.
I think you're
mean,
right.
I have friends that are cops, and I can tell you right now, one of my buddies that's a cop. As long as you're not like trying to hustle a pound, I guarantee you he would be like, it's not even worth the paperwork.
Weed is the last thing on most law enforcement's list. I mean, we finally got a handle on our opiate thing, hopefully, maybe. But now in Maine, I can actually grow my own plants legally. Like 10 years ago, I couldn't. So it's like I didn't follow that up. So now I can actually do what I was doing legally, which is great. But that doesn't work in South Carolina right now, right? So it's like I can talk all this stuff, but it doesn't work for you people. Yet the same thing is still going on down there. There are people that would love to do that, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, dude, every single gas station, dude, is, well, not every gas station, but a lot of gas stations where I live are like carry paraphernalia.
And
Like,
can you do CBD oil?
oh yeah, it was the grocery store. We just got back from it.
Yep.
They had a
Nice.
CBD freaking kiosk in the grocery at Publix.
So the whole thing is moving that way, right? It's just like sometimes it takes a little time for everything to catch up, right?
I think pretty much
South Carolina is
nationwide.
slow. South Carolina
I
is
think
very slow. We're very slow to adopt and change to anything.
I think
You will be the
nationwide
last.
CBD is pretty well, like pretty much coast to coast CBD you can find in just about any gas station. I think.
That's the opening door, though, to say like, look, this isn't
Oh yeah.
opiates. It's not.
Button.
And especially in some of these states, it's like, how many people beat their friggin' girlfriends up drunk as fuck, right? How many people beat their girlfriends up high on weed?
Well, that's
Kids,
funny.
girlfriends, do the math.
An interesting thing that you said. I kind of proposed that to my wife the other night because I was like, I thought it was a pretty valid argument. It was like, how many people do we know at work that we know are functioning alcoholics? Like, we know they go home and just like pound an 18 pack. They're fine at work. They're fine. They come to work. They're totally fine. And you know what? And if you can do that, I'm cool. I'm not downing that. But yet, if somebody wants to come home and partake, of marijuana, but they're not necessarily high at work the next day. But again, my wife brings up another good point too. She's like, if we had a way of testing that was accurate, and we knew that person wasn't under the influence, and where they just like smoked, just say, oh no, they've only got 56 nanometers, blah, 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 per their body weight, however you want to figure it out, right? But the fact is, until that test, I think that's a big blockage. It is, especially for insurance companies and for businesses.
You bring up a good point there, but I've been on both sides of that equation in my own personal use, and I've gone to work hungover as shit, and I've smoked weed all night the night before. You wake up with marijuana. It sounds like you don't use. There is no. I don't even care if you smoked weed, like 8 pounds of weed one night. The next morning,
you're fine.
You're not gonna, like, you almost, like, if you drink too much, you're literally drunk the next morning trying to get to work. You're still over the limit.
Right. But
not the case with marijuana. No matter how much you smoke, dude, like, no way.
Yeah, and I agree with you. But the thing is, if you were to get an fender bender, if let's say you were to get in a company vehicle and somebody was to hit you, like you didn't even hit anybody, if somebody was to hit you, insurance mandatory, company vehicles, you have to have a drug test, right? Yeah. And you're going to be over, because I think it's like 4 nanograms in your blood or something, or 0.04 nanograms. It's depending on your company and your insurance policy, because they have different limits. But like you'll pop on it, and you could be totally fine. And I agree with the fact that person would be totally fine, but there's just no way of saying that person was totally fine. So that's what I'm saying. If we could fix that, if they can come up with a test that can literally localize the fact that the person, even though they have this amount in their system, it doesn't matter because they're not, inebriated.
How is it affecting them in the moment? Not that the drug is in their bloodstream or whatever. It's
okay. So there's a
how
problem
high
here
are
with
they
that. That whole scenario, though, there's a serious problem with that, because do you know? And I don't know this to be true about all 50 states, but I do know about a handful of states. You don't have to blow or draw blood over the legal limit in order to get a DUI.
Well,
if you refuse a test.
If you refuse a test,
no.
In South Carolina, dude, if you refuse a test.
Hey guys, I have a problem. Can you help me?
What?
I have plenty of money in my bank account, but my card doesn't like me. Is there any workaround around it?
Your card
Come again?
doesn't like
you cut out.
My card won't let me purchase my computer at Best Buy.
And you have plenty of money in your account?
Yeah.
Call your card issuer. They
Are
probably
you running it debit or credit?
Both.
They probably saw it as a large purchase and blocked it. You're going to have to call Best Buy and get them to clear it.
Best Buy?
Well, no, her Can
Oh,
no
no,
call
no,
your bank.
no.
Your
Oh, yeah.
bank froze it. If your
Yeah.
bank is canceling, if you see an active positive balance in the account and you're trying to make a purchase and it keeps declining, then the bank is blocking the purchase
Is
They
because it's
flagged it.
outside of your
Is it over
spending
1,500?
habits.
You're spending more than what you usually do. It's probably a lot,
Yeah.
kinda.
Yep.
And you just need to call. Usually, most banks are
Yeah, we
late
tried. They're
night.
closed.
Really?
You can
Yeah,
Even
it's
if
a lot of
a
times you
stupid.
can
Is
have
it a
an
credit
app.
union?
Look on the back of the card for a number.
Yeah, my husband called it.
Is it a credit union?
No, it's just a tiny
Small
ass
town
small bank.
Oh,
Yeah,
Can
you
you
don't
go
have
to
an
an
app?
ATM?
I was gonna say,
Can
do you
you
have
go
an
to
app?
an ATM and withdraw it?
No.
The app wouldn't.
And
So I have a
No,
small
she's
usually,
town
trying
bank
to.
too,
She's
and
trying to do an online purchase. And that.
no, I'm in
Do
the
you have an?
store.
she's in the
Oh.
store.
Do you have a credit card you can just like use and then
No, I don't.
shuffle?
I can't have credit cards. I'm irresponsible.
FAHK.
And usually I get around it because I use my Cash App and I can pull money.
Right. I'm racking my brain right now. I'm thinking.
And I
Do you
tried
have
PayPal too. Yep.
Yeah, that was my next thought.
So my PayPal says I have a $3,000 limit, but it also won't work. And I even tried it for half of that.
That's weird.
And it won't let me pull money from my bank account even though it's linked.
Yeah, that's weird because usually, like, if I don't like the place and I don't trust them to run my personal card, I'll use my PayPal card and knowing that my personal bank account is the backup for it.
Yeah, that's
Best Buy though. It's like what?
Yeah, but I know that's weird. Well, damn, that sucks. I was gonna say, like, because I know that my bank has an app and I can go on there and usually I can, like, it'll be an alert in the app.
Well,
Can
and
you
it's my
ask them?
husband's bank. My bank, I bank through one for me personally, but it's gonna take. I mean, I can't transfer instantly from his account to my account.
Can you ask them to restart their machine? That would be. No, I'm not even kidding. Like restart it. Like, cause I know I have money in this account. Like that's it. Boom.
Yeah, but nothing is working. Like PayPal isn't working. My Cash App isn't working. Like even
That's
on
what
my
I'm
phone.
saying. They need to restart their shit.
No, but even
No,
on
ask-
my when I'm trying to pull money into my Cash App card, it's not working.
So restart your phone?
I don't
Well,
think
no,
it
no,
works
no. Now
like
it sounds like
that.
there's something in that particular account that your bank has now frozen that account and it will not transfer anything anywhere until you talk to them. There is a hard lock on that account because the transaction didn't go
Called
through.
them this morning and we told them we were doing this.
Can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
Did you move money into like Webull or any of the other like
Have you done anything with money from that account that's outside of
The
your
Voyager.
norm?
today?
Yeah, and I bought that wallet.
Yeah, then it flagged.
But
It
he
flagged
talked
hard.
to them and
You
approved
did a
them.
bunch of stuff that you normally don't do, and the auto
yeah.
systems flagged the shit out of it to lock it down.
That's
you have
where
to
I
call
was
them in
going
the
with
morning.
that. Yep.
They've gotten really strict lately because they know a lot of people are shopping from home and there's a lot more online fraud, so they've gotten really strict with it lately.
Well, that and all the
pissing me
uptick in the
off.
crypto and all the buying and the other, investment apps, I think they're really starting to like, whoa, hold on a minute. So
Okay, I just didn't know
That's-
if there was any other way I can pull like as a check or something.
are you trying to lock
I mean,
in a
if
price
you-
on a
If you
purchase? The
had
only
a
thing
check,
I would
you could probably write a check, but
I don't think I have my check. The problem is I'm not on the account that the money is in. But I have
layaway, lock
I
the
can
price
just come
in and
tomorrow.
come back.
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah,
because I
do
got
layaway if they offer it.
$1,000 washer and $1,000 dryer for like $600.
Nice.
And so I didn't really want to.
Someone's got really bad audio feedback.
It might be me.
No, it was me. I turned the sink faucet on and forgot I turned push to talk off. Sorry.
Ethereum and well, nope, never mind. Discount's over for Bitcoin. It's back up to 56,250.
But they also gave me the Apple computer at the education discount price. So I don't want to come back tomorrow and have someone smarter be working.
Right. I mean, I don't know what the layaway on it would be to hold it, but you know,
Well, they said they were going to hold it for me. I mean,
yeah, if you can
it's
lock
just
that price in, holding
stupid
the
as
materials
fuck.
is one thing, but if the
I want to
prices
go
change
play with
tomorrow,
my computer.
I know that's frustrating as shit. I'd be pissed, but yeah,
I'd
you
be
probably you probably punched too much stuff today that your small bank was like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, but we called them. Like, my husband called them this morning beforehand and was like, we're going
They
to be
probably
spending a
didn't do it.
crazy amount today.
They probably they
Could have
probably
been their
didn't.
secondary like
They
travel.
probably
He
didn't
talked to a,
Whoever,
initiate
he
it.
talked to a
Yep.
person.
Yeah.
He talked to a person, not a computer, and the computer is what did it.
Right.
Yeah, whoever they clear through, you know what I mean? Because if they're a small bank, they use another company probably to move money up into the other, right?
Well, the 100-year-old teller said, "Okay, dear, I'll put it on your account," and
Right.
I
Who
should call
knows?
my
But
banker and yell at him because I know his personal number.
I bet Best Buy is a hell of a long ways from your house too.
It ain't that far.
I'm 99% sure you hit your weekly spending limit, your soft cap.
yeah, that's
The 300 a day rule or whatever it is.
If you
Well,
do a $5 limit, it actually might work. But if you hit your soft cap, you have to call the bank to authorize more purchases.
Yeah, and they're closed, so.
it's really just the fact that that Voyager and that fucking cold wallet and then a
Yeah,
local
I think
purchase
my
all at the same time, all, you know, like within the such a short time, all the different IPs that hit your card taking money from it. They're like, yeah, no. I've had times where I went from Chicago to Texas driving, and by the time I got to Nebraska, they're like, hey, you should probably not use this credit card anymore because we think somebody stole your card and they're traveling
Are you
across
saying
the
it's a
country.
Nebraska problem?
No, but
Well, no, I
I
just
had
brought it
that
up because you're
happen.
there.
When I went to Vegas, I forgot to call them, and when I got there, I tried to use my card. Yeah, well, you have to get a shuttle. Well, it's cheaper if you wait to get a shuttle. But yeah, I tried to get a shuttle ticket with my card at the airport, and it got declined, and they locked it. So I had to sit there at the freaking airport for like an hour.
I got
Trying
shut
to
down
fix
in
it.
South Dakota for the same damn thing. They're like, are you actually in South Dakota? Like, I had to call them and be like, yeah, no, I'm in friggin' South Dakota. I know I haven't left the state in 8 years. Sorry. Yeah, I am moving. Sorry, Kata.
It's okay. I'll just go get it in cash in the morning. It's just
I know if I
sucks.
knew you better, I'd lend you my debit card number, but we just met, so no.
Yeah, I know. I'll Venmo you. Actually, it won't even let me Venmo. I tried that too.
1-963-724-855.
I had my husband Venmo me money, and it still that wouldn't even work.
Yeah, you hit your soft cap spending limit.
Yeah.
Most banks put a soft cap spending limit per week. Most people don't know about it. So if you hit it, you have to call them.
Yeah, I'm usually poor, so I don't usually hit it.
What
Trying to
Best
think
Buy
of
are you?
all of the other crazy things that I have.
Are you in Lincoln or are you in Omaha?
Lincoln.
Yeah, I came over there and helped you out, but that's kind of far.
Oh yeah, I can get it tomorrow. It just is a bitch.
I drove through Omaha in 2014. I was amazed how big
I
it is.
deserve a cigarette after dealing with this for an hour.
Oh my God,
You
you're
don't
not a
wanna do
smoker,
that.
are you?
Don't do that. You don't want to do that.
I am a smoker. I have been. I have a problem because I have an addictive personality.
I'm 12 days without them. I'm using a little vape, but I'm trying.
I can't vape.
Stick
I
with
don't
it,
even
man.
fucking have any cigarettes, so screw that idea.
And the worst part about that is you can't even go buy any.
I can't. I have money on my Cash App card.
It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. I was just trying to
I
make
have
it.
money, just not $3,000.
Well, and you have 3,000 as well. They're just not letting you spend it because they don't want somebody else to be stealing your stuff.
We're not on YouTube, are we?
Yeah.
Someone said
We are
we're still live, which I doubt.
We
but
We
I'll
were a
check.
second. When I said we're still live, and we're still live now because Tame's channel is still active, and we're still up.
God damn it, Tame.
Yeah, he usually doesn't let it roll this. I bet he forgot. He usually doesn't let it roll this late. So let's
I
everybody
think we
watch
should.
what we're saying and respect
Everybody,
Tame. And
everybody move to lobby 2. Everybody move to lobby 2.
I don't know. As long as we don't, if there's still people in the
Yeah, we're still on
chat,
because they're giving me suggestions.
that's cool. No,
That's very nice of them. Thanks.
I don't
chat.
think we should move to lobby 2 because we got loyal YouTubers.
I didn't realize.
Let me get some
I didn't
thumbs up
realize
from the
there
chat
was
for that. That's greatly
diamonds.
appreciated.
Diamonds.
Some
We want to see
diamonds.
Anyone want to
diamonds.
Venmo me money?
50 people watching. Before I realized there was 50 people watching, I made the suggestion. So to the 50 viewers that are watching, we'll hang out. We're not leaving to lobby 2. We just got to be polite, even though it's 7 o'clock and typically things.
I'm just not going to say how much I actually have in my account.
So I just want to say, I just want to read some stats, some numbers out for crypto.
Cool.
Not
Just first,
not
with the
financial
YouTube,
advice.
with the YouTube, this is a treat because usually this is after hour stuff. So anyone in the YouTube, if anything comes up that offends you, just be cool about it. We're not trying to offend people. We usually are really great people, but after hours is after hours. Just feel lucky that you're participating in it. Is all.
This is not financial advice, and it's purely for entertainment purposes only.
Exactly. And continue with the crypto.
So if you had taken $100 1 month ago and put it in the top 6 coins, which are Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Chainlink, Bitcoin Cash, and Stellar, okay, you would have had a 70% return on Stellar.
700. Oh.
70.25%. You would have had a 40.37% on Bitcoin Cash, a 66.13% on Chainlink, a 55.69% on Litecoin, a 54% on Ethereum, and a 56% on Bitcoin. And that would have only been in 1 month.
And if you back it up 3 months, it would be insane beyond that.
So if you were to go back a year, if you would literally last year.
No, don't do
it. Last year, okay, Bitcoin from this day, 1 year, has gone up 485.63%. Ethereum has gone up 650.20%. Litecoin 235, Chainlink 699.7%. Bitcoin Cash 88%, and Stellar Lumens a staggering 618.85%.
Wipe my butt with sandpaper. Those numbers sound great.
And this is why I literally am so happy about finding crypto, because especially in the market where we're in right now, just in the last 24 hours, okay, just in the last 24 hours, Bitcoin is up 7.98%.
In 48, Bitcoin wasn't even at 50, right? 48
stock
hours
market,
ago, Bitcoin didn't even touch 50, 48
no,
ago.
it was 40. Yeah, it was bouncing between 48 and 49. It hit 51 at 1:30 because that's when I went to bed.
Right. But in general, 48 hours ago, it's like.
Well, and so the real thing though is like we talk about the $56,000 price, right? Like that's a big ass number. That's a scary number because how are you ever going to be able to do that? I think that we started to touch on it a little bit earlier when Biscuit was here about percentage gains are percentage gains. The reality of the situation right now is what you just said. Over the course of the last year, Bitcoin and other cryptos have been on a constant climb. We're not financial advisors and we don't profess to claim that these are going to be continual trends. They very well could change tomorrow. But with the data that we have, there's a very real possibility that crypto in all forms, mainly the bigger ones, BTC, ETH, Doge,
Litecoin, Bitcoin
are
Cash,
going. I reclaim my time. they're going to continue.
I'm sorry, that was funny.
That was great.
They're going to continue to grow. And don't look at it at $57,000 per single Bitcoin price. Look at it from an 8% 24-hour gain.
Fractionals and
9% 24.
percentages. It is the percentages.
If you are interested in investing in any form, if you want to save $5 a week from now until the day you're ready to retire, figure out a way to save that $5 and make it grow. Don't just put $5 in your mattress, because you know what happens in 30 years to that $5? It's still $5.
And then don't listen to us. Don't listen to us, but
$5 into
people like
anything. If you put
Chamath
$5 into anything.
Palpatia, very successful people are now talking and doing Bitcoin. That's why we see the prices we have. It's not just us talking about it.
Well,
it's
it's
like
not
the
even just that,
obvious
too. Like
effects
Ethereum-
of what is going on with it.
So Ethereum. So this is speculation on my part, but Ethereum is so undervalued right now. Like, I know it just came up to an all-time high, but it's so undervalued, because
I agree.
I'm telling you right now, as soon as this 2.0 launches and it changes from a proof of work to a proof of staking, I personally feel like it is going to explode. That's why I'm trying to get as much Ethereum as I can right now, because I know if I'm right, if my speculation is correct, this will be the last time that we ever see Ethereum this low.
So that sounds like mad science. The way can you explain what that means for the layman?
Okay, so
I
the
know
way
it, but just
blockchain-
people
Why do you
listening.
think that?
Yeah,
Why
exactly.
do you think that?
Thank you.
The way
Give us your
blockchain,
math. Show
the
me
way-
your math.
The way blockchain works right now, okay, what proof of work means is that the blockchain works with miners. If you think that miners are the bus drivers, right? And as the miners are mining, they're carrying our transactions through the blockchain, okay? That's the way proof of work. That's the best way to define and describe proof of work, okay? Because that's how miners get paid, right? But when you change from a proof of work to a proof of staking, a proof of staking is where you're allowing the system. It's you know how when you put your money in a bank, it doesn't just sit there. The bank uses your money and then they give you a percentage.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's
Very low in the savings account. It's like 0.2 or something.
But that's basically how proof of staking works. So but right now the yields, and depending on who you do it through, like you can get a low yield, like for example, like Coinbase right now, you can do staking with DAI, Stellar, what's Stellar one? Algo, DAI. I think there's another one. There's a third one. Oh, Atom, Cosmos. That's the other one. And you can sit there and watch it, and it's in real time. And depending on how much you have, is the bigger return. And that's like, so you have two ways of making money. Not only as the coin goes up in value, but you're allowing your, basically like your depository. But the cool thing is that you can actually set up staking from a cold wallet. Now you can do it from a hot wallet too. I personally wouldn't recommend that because you have to leave it on an exchange, and I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. Well, depending on the amount.
either.
But
me either.
Like with the cold wallet that I recommended to a lot of people earlier today, one of the reasons I picked that, Ledger does too. So I want to make sure that this isn't like an only option. There's several cold wallets that allow you to pull your coin, whatever it is, off of.
It's like Google the top 5 Ledger wallets, and you'll get a spread of good companies. Yeah.
So Ellipal, Ledger, Trezor, Trezor, Cobalt. I know Ledger, and I know Ellipal Titan both allow staking from your cold wallet. So basically, I mean, why? Okay, your example, like, why would you let your crypto just sit there, right? Well, you're really not, because it's going to fluctuate in value because you have the coin, right? But if you're also staking it, now you're making money, you're making a return on staking your crypto, and while it's potentially also growing in value. So, and it helps, and then that helps move the transactions that on the blockchain on a proof of staking network.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of people that are about to learn about this stuff too, and are learning on the fly with it.
Dude,
It's
this
only
is
going to get bigger and
nowhere
better.
near, and I know like this is a very common debate right now with a lot of people, because you'll hear people be like, "Oh, well, retail isn't even really in crypto yet," and I personally, and I'm one of those. Like I personally believe that, because like I haven't been in it very, like I wouldn't say very long at all. I messed with it a couple, like 2 years ago, like just for a bit. Like it was like dipping my toe in the pool, literally. Like, and I'm kicking myself now because I wish I would have done what I did now, like 2 years ago, because I potentially could not even have to like work. But I mean, and there's that much potential. And the thing is, this is going to go mainstream. Like I said this earlier. I don't know if anybody was still in the chat from earlier, but like I personally believe, this is just hypothetical. It's just my speculation. I do truly believe that every company will have their own crypto. Like I think
that's debatable, but when society reaches max awareness
I
of
do.
crypto,
And I'll tell you why.
we're at 10% right now, and all the people that are actually caring of giving a shit are now getting in. But once max society, like once it hits that moment, that's when you're gonna see Bitcoin hit the hundreds and the aboves with that stuff, because there's so fuel, and now they're trying to fuel it, or it is going to get fueled, because sitting your money in a savings account, and I did it for years, I had $6,000 sitting there. I gained like $15 in 3 years. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, same for me on a CD. I felt like it was just wasted. I thought I was like, oh, I'm gonna get this huge return on the CD. It sat in here for 5 years, and I was like, man, I could have bet in Vegas in like 5 seconds and probably made what I made on that CD in 5 years.
Put half it on black. At least what the frig. But like, I think this is a great time. If anyone thinks like, oh my God, Bitcoin is so high, it's like, this is a great time to get in, because there's so many people that aren't. That's my opinion. It's not financial advice, but I think it's so early on right now. It's still an awesome time to get in.
Well, here's the other thing about Ethereum. Okay, and this is another reason why I think Ethereum is so undervalued. Okay, if you know what NFTs are, which are basically they're tokens, they're crypto tokens, but instead of them being used like currency, think of it kind of like a baseball card or a basketball card or a piece of art, and that artwork has been minted onto that Bitcoin. Or not a Bitcoin, because actually most of them are based on Ethereum. And this is why I think Ethereum is so undervalued, because the NFT market, and trust me, when I say this is ridiculous expensive, I'm talking about if you go to NBA Top Shot or Hot Shot, you can buy a digital pack of cards for $19, okay? And go to the marketplace, which also, by the way, is on the same site, okay? And look at what people are paying for these digital cards, these digital NFTs. And these NFTs are traded just like a crypto coin, because they're minted on Ethereum. They're literally minted on Ethereum. And that's why I think Ethereum in general is so undervalued, because as the NFT market explodes, and dude, I'm not talking about like $300, $400, $500. I'm talking like the Kobe Bryant one is like 4 million. It's ridiculous.
And a lot of people don't know that a lot of these coins aren't based on the Bitcoin network. They are based on the Ethereum.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be bad to say that I hope it doesn't crash?
I agree, Kat.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Kat. I was saying, like, would it be appropriate or inappropriate to say that we hope it didn't crash?
I mean, I think that we would hope that all of it doesn't crash. We hope the stock market doesn't crash.
What crash are you talking about?
It was a very terrible joke at the Kobe coin.
Oh, dude, too soon, man. I think for a lot of people that might. I don't know.
It's
if
very
we
too
weren't
soon.
live, we might chuckle, but that'd be a tight one for me. I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I'm.
Okay, so he
I'm
he
sorry. I'm not
definitely
laughing.
said don't have any more beers before you reevaluate the mouth to brain filter.
Oh man.
But yeah, so if you go to NBATopShot.com, okay. First off, I have nothing to do with the site. I am not affiliated in any way, shape, or form with this site at all, or the NBA, or any affiliates with this at all. Like
Me either, especially with that joke.
This is something that I just found. So they release these in packs, right? So the next release is a base pack. Okay, there's only 5,000 packs. It contains 3 moments. Okay, and a moment is actually a digital card, but think of it like a 5-second, almost like a GIF, right? Except not as poor quality as a GIF. Like think of it like a really, really, really high quality of a GIF. That's a moment. It could be like a player slam dunking or stealing the ball from somebody, or it's like a highlight, right? That's what a moment is. So the price of the pack is $9. These things are selling out like in seconds. I'm sure people are using bots on them, which disgusts me. But if you go to the marketplace, this is where it gets really interesting. Okay. If you go, like, we're not even going to go to the most valuable listings.
Down, Fido, down.
We're just going to go to like the regular old, just like what they consider commons. Okay. This is a common card. Okay, out of the base set of Luca. Okay, $4,400. $4,900. Here's a one for $349. Here's one for $54,999. And these were all cards, digital cards, NFTs that are minted onto a crypto coin. Okay, so they can't be copied or anything like that. And these were all in those packs. And then the marketplace is on here as well. So like you can buy from here and sell on here and trade on here. And the NBA